is all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. Touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life, to life, to life. You breathe me back to life, to life, to life. You breathe me back to life. can touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. Maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
Double kill.
I need your love, I need your
Double kill. Enemy has the ball.
What's it gonna take for you to ever let it go? You got a dark side hiding like a ghost. But if you let me see it through, I promise I will keep you close. Underneath the surface, far beyond. Shallow breathing, scared to be known. I wanna care for you, know that you're lonely. I won't be scared of you.
umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold.
Double kill.
Where do we go from here?
Killing spree.
Where do we go from here?
Double kill.
Where do we go from here? Strangers turn, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers turn, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers down, lost in time with one another.
Killing spree.
The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another.
You
Double kill. Killing spree.
habits just like me. Talk too much with
Double
strangers.
kill.
Way too serious around family.
Killing spree.
And I don't have any wishes. But when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations. But when I daydream, I fall asleep. And our hands melt. It started out as teasing, but I had deeper meaning when I touched your chest. Now I don't know but if I did, and I don't have any wishes. But when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations. But when I
Double kill.
coming at you like monsters in the night. Feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. The cards are stacked against you. You're standing on the edge. Now's the time. Now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we lose it, hope I need her. I need her. closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her.
Double
I
kill.
need her. When the darkness comes and we're overwhelmed, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. Killing spree.
Running round like dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. We don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was.
Double kill.
And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I was putting in the I was putting in the
Killing spree.
I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the
Double kill.
I was putting in the I was putting in the I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the
All
I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpent, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
Killing spree.
Come cold-blooded, selfish. You would die painless. I like when I drive, and it feels so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to it. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
chances still we bleed. And when all love had been depleted,
Double kick.
we all but no choice to concede.
Overkick.
As the stars were dancing in their line, as they could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing these are us all, maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your
Hello everyone, welcome. We've got week 3, day 1 for Dreamhack Open qualifiers. My name is Hixie and I'm joined by the lovely Wonder Boy.
Raise the roof, baby.
Yeah.
How
I'm
you
loving
doing,
this setup,
Hixie?
mate. Yeah, I'm doing very good, thank you, mate. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this week's going to go down. We've had some pretty solid weeks, I must say, so far. With last week having some crazy games. I was watching the VOD back. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for the Sunday show, but it was very fun to watch back, and I'm looking forward to getting some more moments like that. But yeah, man, I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to casting alongside you. I'm loving the setup we got going right now, man. We got the jerseys behind you, Halo 2. What is that? A carpet?
It's a rug. Yeah, it's a rug.
Awesome.
That's some good knowledge from you right there. You know your upholstery as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see, actually, they're right next to my bins. That is by no means
cool.
any representation of what I think about Halo 2. Love the game, but it's just the only place I could hang it, really. I need to sort the room out, but yeah, I, like you, didn't see the last Cup. I was there for Cup 1, didn't see Cup 2, wasn't there, sadly, but this is the big one. I mean, those ones were only for, seeding points. They were for prize money as well. I mean, the main thing is the top 4 teams after this Cup, after this qualifier, will secure travel coverage for Dreamhack Birmingham. So if you didn't see Cup 1 or Cup 2, it doesn't matter. All you need to do is pay attention to this one, and you'll know exactly the top 4 teams will be featuring the top 4 as the top 4 seeds in Birmingham at the end of the month, which is super interesting. And our first game, I think, is just about ready to go. Here we go.
Yeah, already jumping on board with Phantom Halo. We've got Harshly Frenzied, Hex, and Provocative versus First Boss, which is Snuggles, Spiteful, Neil, and Ben Husk. Fun fact, actually, I think Snuggles, if I'm remembering correctly, it was someone I accidentally came across on Instagram, like last week. I was doing a little doom scrolling, and if it's the person I'm thinking of, if it's not his name, it's very similar.
What's the
he's
content
PT.
of Snuggles on
He's
Instagram?
he's a personal trainer. And I get a few little gym videos every now and then, and he was talking about like competing in the Halo Open tournament. And I was like, we had one not long ago. Let me drop a comment. Turns out it was him. If this isn't actually Snuggles and his name's very similar, I do apologize, because I think he said he was teaming with Ubernick.
Well,
And I'm not seeing Nick here.
I'm not seeing Nick. I think actually Snuggles was on Nick's team in the first week. I think I remember. So yeah, no, maybe you accidentally found one of our players in the tournament on Instagram. That's so crazy. I've never heard of anything like that.
Yeah, it was really weird when I saw that he had said that. So I had to drop a comment. But Harshly is going to start off with just one away from a killing spree so far, and some pretty solid points for Phantom Halo so far. They're picking up this shock rifle as well. Gonna lay down some shots and Provocative, keep everyone away, but needs to back off. He needs to play his life here. He does have the power weapon. Does get taken down by Snuggles, the man we were just talking of. 100 points, good start.
Yeah, really good start, Phantom Halo. They had that very secure trip cap. It's impossible when you're first boss and you're spawning long haul, you're trapped on that end of the map. Phantom Halo had players in C at the back. They had most of their numbers towards here at A, but well done to first boss. They did the right thing. It's so often, Hixie, when you're spawning long haul, you're like, oh, we have to get to C because it's the closest thing. They rotated round to the B side. That's exactly what they needed to do. And now they are scoring their chance for an A-B hold. Camo in 20 seconds or so as well. But they've just gone for down.
Oh, she's just trying to wrap around, hold on to C, as A and B are both going to get flipped. So first boss trying to get a response coming through. And a little exchange between Ben Husk and Harsh. Harsh going to take him weak, so backing off is Ben Husk. Like you said, 5 seconds for that camo, so eyes are going to be averted here. And nice shot from Harshly as well. The call will come through, and he'll clean that one up. Not able to find Ben Husk, though. So going to prioritize this camo instead. Completely uncontested as well, so able to slip away and just throw a question mark up on the map for the first boss. But instantly, just gets called out, spotted, and taken one shot.
Good living here from Harsh, knowing his life is worth a lot more than everyone else's on the map with his power up in his chest. You can always recap B when you lose it. Always the most important thing is camo, stay alive. See if you can grab the shock rifle as well. Now, seeing his teammate over there at C, you know where the numbers are, you're probably thinking, oh, they're spawning at A, but I love the communication here from Phantom Halo. You can tell Harsh has a call from his team. Don't worry, I've got A. It's all secure. They're not spawning there, so read the spawns correctly. Unfortunate to be traded off by that stick, but good read, good communication. You can tell Phantom Halo are by far and away the more oiled of our two teams we're seeing here. Really, really good communication and good chemistry.
I mean, Harsh coming up already 10 and 2, excuse me, 4 assists, just trying to put everything down. Frenzied, not able to land with that shock rifle, will fall. And now likely to be scooped up by First Boss. So, I mean, a lot of work to do, even if you are First Boss. Only 10 points left for Phantom Halo. They've just been completely shutting them down. Spiteful Fools able to get traded out at least, but it feels a little too late. As I say that though, A will get flipped, but see, the pressure just put back on by Phantom Halo, and with this shock rifle again, albeit only one shot left in it, they are going to try and close this one out nice and quick. Don't even want First Boss to get any points, any extra. 14 seems like too many for them. They want to come out with a statement so far.
Yeah, only Spiteful and Neil left alive, but I think Spiteful, with him being traded, I think he'll go down, and surely that's going to be too much to ask for. Well done, First Boss. They got 14 points. Honestly, that's much more than I thought they would against this Phantom Halo team. Phantom Halo looking very, very strong. They take game number 1. You could tell First Boss had the right ideas how to break out of that trip cap, but I mean, Recharge Strongholds is such a deadly game mode. It's so cutthroat. You make a couple of missteps here or there off your spawn, and it's that type of scoreline. It will end up in Hixie. So not surprising to see that. We're what, in year 6, year 5 of Halo Infinite now? I mean, is it year 6? I can't remember. When did it come out?
2021, I believe.
Okay, so
yeah, moving into year 5.
Feels like a lifetime. People know that game type like the back of their hand. Is the point I'm trying to make.
Well, map and game type have been in since the beginning, right? So
yeah,
you know, it's hard to not be kind of seasoned on that. And speaking of seasoned, 14 and 5 for Harsh, looking very, very dangerous. And going to be looking forward to seeing how he's going to shape up in the next map. I mean, what could First Boss... Or actually, let's flip it the other way. What were Phantom Halo doing well in that map to completely shut him out?
I'm so glad you almost called them Final Boss, because I'm pretty sure I got number 1 out. I was calling them Final Boss for about 20 minutes until I actually read the name, and it's not Final Boss, it's First Boss. Phantom Halo were just on the same page, honestly. I mean, when you got Harsh... I'm pretty sure he won the free-for-all, right, in Valencia in year 1. I could be wrong in saying that, but it was a long time ago. I think he won the FFA at the only European event that we had for a long time before the Quadrant Major. When you got him dropping 14 kills, it's clear he's just got complete freedom of recharge, and when you're playing the mid-map with confidence, like no doubt partially was, it's so difficult to feel like you can play into the mid-map yourself if you're First Boss. So very important on this map with the 2 mid lanes, you know, top mid, bottom mid, quick rotation opportunity. You cannot surrender the mid-map to players like Harsh, players like Hex, Provocative, Frenzied that you have on Phantom Halo. Don't surrender that mid-map so easily. Make sure you're contesting those lanes if you're First Boss, and you'll probably have a better chance here on Live Fire Slayer game 2.
I don't know about you, Wonderboy, but I do just love the sniper on this map. It's so damning. And when you're finding a snipe to the body in a nade, there's nothing Ben Husk can do. He gets absolutely obliterated. Spiteful able to repulse at least the dangerous entity of Provocative away, but still with 5 bullets to work with in that sniper and a whole lot of Bandit. Very, very dangerous looking player. And with that camo as well. Does get spotted out, but not really anything else First Boss can do to capitalize on that quick little bit of damage. And 5-4 now. So we're just going to be looking for some info for Provocative. Able to find Spiteful and actually misses his head, so his teammate will fall. Unforced error causes Hex to drop. Unfortunately though for Spiteful, he will take a body shot. Able to at least slide out and cause a bit of mayhem, but get shut down very quickly. Provocative just trying to play around, just find anyone, but it seems like he's just chasing ghosts. His team are doing a very good job at least to pick up the pieces, right? 3v4 effectively, with Provocative trying to play a bit of a solo game with this sniper. Pretty solid work from them so far, as that will just drop.
I'll tell you what though, not the worst result for First Boss. I mean, you can see they're all trying to exit through bottom mid here. Yeah, you're probably going to get done in. I'm not sure if that was a real ninja or not by Harsh. I'm sure he'll let us know if it was, but considering you lost camo snipe off the start, it was, you know, what, 10-5? That's not the most unsurmountable scoreline. This, though, is starting to get a bit ugly. You're now being put on split spawns by Phantom Halo. And this is where this map and mode can really, really run away from you. If you're not just turtling up, making sure you're all spawning in one place, brute forcing out a side. You got camo here in 15 seconds already, so all Phantom need to do is spawn first boss over at B, and it's almost guaranteed they'll get the next power up here as well. And Frenzy gets that kill without a trade before Ben Husk comes along. So yeah, could go from bad to worse here for first boss as new camo just spawned. No doubt Phantom Halo will have that.
Pretty solid lead building up in another camo in favour of Phantom Halo. Like you said, Harry, we do have Neil actually picking up Repulsor. I thought Harsh maybe might have wrapped round to try and pick that one up, just get the sandbox in his favour. Doesn't want it. Will find that kill instead. And a 12-kill lead. Doesn't want to push into Garage though. Spots 2, gets the info, and now dips out and tries to find just a different angle of attack. Currently in 2 maps, he's 24-6, I believe. Crazy stat line for the individual. Harsh. Oh, doesn't actually get that smack come through. Gonna be a little bit mad, but hoping that he can make it to land and maybe get some coverage to allow that to no longer be a factor.
Yeah, top 4 teams from this Cup qualify to the Dreamhack Open in Birmingham. And I think there was a team kill in there by Harsh, so he's not going to be
killing everyone.
Was it Harsh? I can't remember who it was, actually. I'm drunk. Ignore me, but regardless. It's important that you do not let Harsh run away with this map. Like you said, 12 kills to his name already. It's unfortunate he could have had more. That was a ghost melee for sure. We all saw it. It was a complete injustice. But it's fine. Like you say, LAN around the corner, that kind of thing doesn't usually happen on LAN. I have seen it before, but I won't say any more than that. That's it. I'm going to stop talking before I get in trouble.
For those wondering as well, we've got a this is map 2, is Live Fire Slayer. For the rest of the series we have King of the Hill Lattice, CTF Origin, Slayer on Vacancy actually, the newest map in the pool. But looking like Phantom Halo don't want to get that far. I imagine they're very much wanting to close this one out in 3. First boss just feeling a little bit sluggish on the engagements, maybe coming in a little cold. It's 36-20 now is your scoreline. Spiteful finds one onto Hex to get them there. Oh, it's just getting naded out. Just a couple peppered nades just to keep him at bay for the moment. It's a full as well for either side. And everyone just wrapping around. First boss all just out by the dummies, and everyone's so weak. 2 players found. I Spiteful able to get round the side at least. Just so difficult to kill. Really nice living from Spiteful. Finally will actually fall as Hex does come through with a double kill to help out Harsh. And Harsh there to clean up the pieces. So Ben Husk left on an island down at Sniper Nest.
And as far away as you could imagine from the camo that just spawned as well. I think that will be in the chest of someone of Phantom Halos. I think it's provocative with that power up. If I was to give any kind of coaching advice of first boss, I mean, I know it's unsolicited, but in that kind of situation, if you spawn in C, make sure that you have someone on tower, right? Like, you can't all play the rap game, you know, you can't all hit one side. You need just like a focal point, you need a foothold on the map. If you have tower, that's great. You got height, you got essentially the mid lane seen from a distance. No reason for you all to push around to a certain side unless you're all being pressured on spawn, which, to be fair, Phantom Halo, the way they're moving, no doubt that could have been an opportunity. And I just think that if you ever have tower and you're a team that's down by almost double as a stake, it's no doubt about to be cooked here. Oh, almost doubling the score. There is the Staketacular. Just get your foothold in at tower. Pitch up a tent up there. Make sure that, you know, Phantom Halo, they have to push and find you as the last man alive, and it just creates awkward timing windows on the map. But first boss, they weren't able to do that, and Phantom Halo, they will charge into a commanding 2-0 lead in this series. It's a tough one. It's a tough one for them.
Yeah, very difficult for first boss to try and swing this one back around and give us a reverse sweep. Never out of the woods yet, right? We do still have time in this series for them to be able to do it, but not looking too likely after the last 2 maps. 18-6 for Harsh. I think just the individuals on Phantom Halo really showing up. And I imagine team play and team comms are probably pretty crisp. Be nice to be able to see those and hear them on LAN. Very, very loud watching that LVT LAN. I want the same energy from the players. I was seeing Torlik and the boys absolutely shouting.
Oh,
Dead
you know,
all the time.
crazy.
Last shot as well. He's massive for it.
It's crazy, Hixie, when you're at the majors and you've got Talek screaming at you from across the station. It's like, in 30 seconds time, he's coming around and he's like, oh, good game, good game. He's like fist bumping you. Like, dude, what? Say it with your chest. Come on, like, let's back it up a little bit. But no, the energy at LAN is completely different. Completely different. I can't wait to see who qualifies out of this weekend. It's going to be great to welcome more international teams over to European competition. I remember a time when we were blessed to just get straight ripping over from North America. So the top 4 teams from this cup, regardless of where they are from, will be getting travel coverage to Birmingham, which is so exciting, man. I can't wait. It's gonna be so good. Oh, I can't wait.
Oh yeah, I really cannot wait either. And hopefully we're going to see First Boss try and extend this series, or Phantom Halo just going to make it look trivial in this first matchup. On board with Provocative and looking like he's itching to grab hold of that sniper, try and land a few more shots.
Hell yeah.
Again, with that Sentinel looking skin. I like it. Nice land as well. Solid first shot comes through. Body shot capitalized. Snuggles will fall. Just trying to wrap around now and just spot out anyone on this hill.
The game attack is supposed to strike fear in the opponent. You know what I mean? Like Snuggles.
It's deceptive. It's deceptive. Come on, man. It's you know, like friendly looking, you know, looking like a bit of a teddy bear, and then absolutely stabs you in the back, or just 360 no scopes you.
Well,
looking like you're part of a Rust montage.
Other games are available. Oh, nice shot from Spiteful.
Killing spree.
Finishes off the killing spree as well. Hasn't died yet in this game. Go on, Spiteful. Show us what you're made of.
Yeah, he knows the camera's on him now. He knows he's got to show up. Nice body shot landed. Able to pick that one up as well, convert it. And just aggression is the name of the game. A double kill by Spiteful. But no one on this hill. Still making it very difficult, our Phantom Halo. Well, no one in position. Lovely snipe shot. Snipe punch. Spiteful looking for the frenzy. Trying to lead the charge for the rest of the team on first boss to look like the final boss.
Dude, I'm getting fired up here. See, watching this. This is some gameplay. Ruined it. Never mind.
He still gets that. I think he got the assist actually from that stick. I thought it landed, but it looks like an assist comes through for him. But still, just trying to light the fire under the bellies of first boss. Nice perfect shot for Frenzy, though, as an answer back. One from Harsh as well to land 2 dead for first boss so far. And this hill's so difficult to, I feel, just keep hold of, right? You've just got the iceberg to sit on, but I mean, I'm not the one to be talking about, you know, strategy here when I've got Wonder Boy. It'd be a wasted opportunity to ask. What's kind of the game plan coming into this first hill?
You know what? That's such a strange question to ask me, and don't worry, because I wouldn't expect you to know this, but I actually never got to see this map on LAN.
Oh, really?
I stepped away after Salt Lake City, which was the event before this map was introduced. So that basically means that I never saw this. I never saw this on LAN. We played obviously a couple of cups. I think it was 3 before. Where would it have been? Charlotte, maybe? I can't remember. The major before Worlds. But yeah, I hated this map. I could not stand it at all. I didn't really understand it. Luckily, I had SLG on my team, and he was a better tactician than I, and he basically told us all how to play it. But to answer your question, I ain't got a clue, Hixie. Not a clue. The basic rule of thumb with King of the Hill is just spawn the enemy team as far away from the hill as possible. On that kind of bottom ice hill, you want them spawning blue. If you give them tower spawns, that's okay, but they can wrap into red and get easier angles and get closer to the hill. So yeah, spawn them over at blue and then just try and just keep them away as long as you can. Frenzy just had too much time to analyze that shot. He was in analysis paralysis, Hixie.
Yeah, you spend too long trying to measure him up and you're gonna be missing. So Spiteful fortunate to be alive after that second shot just whizzes past him. So Reachhausen again taken weak. Just trying everything he can to get out. Snuggles does get tagged, but help comes through. And still Spiteful trying to lead the charge as far as KD goes for first boss. He has slowed down. He was once 8-0, now 10-5. Just Phantom Halo doing a good job to piece together this first boss puzzle. Map 1 and 2 being very comfortable, but this one may be feeling a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, certainly given as good as they're getting, thanks to that almost frenzy from Spiteful to start the game off. It will come down to this hill, really, won't it? I mean, look at the time. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. We've got a hill moving after this, if they can even capture it before those 2.5 minutes are up. And then, obviously, you don't want to be trailing before that big top snipe hill. That's so far out in the open. That is the hill that you can just drain the clock on. But this is the big scrap here. Obviously, Snuggles last alive. He's going to be told by his team, just do what you can here. Force the enemy to come back. That will allow Neil a bit of a safer time off his respawn, but he's traded off with the damage that he took in his engagement. There's going to be a chance for Phantom Halo to tie up the progress on this hill, and it will come down, Hinksy, to this next break coming up right now.
Pretty sure that was a 2-man push from Phantom Halo into 3 of them, or for the first boss, and they're able to actually break it. So maybe just some leaks in the boat of first boss to plug. And speaking of, all 4 dead, no one there to plug the gaps, so water's just going to come flooding in. And what looked like a promising start on this second hill for first boss is going to be ripped away from them from Phantom Halo. No one in position to try and shut this one down, and with Hex with the forward position, finding 2. Finding the overkill, actually, off screen. Every single player for first boss to drop, and Hex to pick up that overkill to secure King of the Hill point 3. And already get some pretty heavy time, because like you said, exactly what you want, Wonderboy. Having them spawn up elsewhere on the map, just as far away as possible, is exactly what Hex was able to gain for his team. Invaluable ability to just push through, take him down, and pick up some crazy spawns, unfortunately, for first boss.
Yeah, invaluable work in transition from Hex. He's finally put to rest, but you're thinking it's pretty much the game at this point. I hate to be anticlimactic, right? Because, I mean, what, 2 minutes? That's a lot of time. But again, that hill at top snipe, dude, is so hard to get uncontested time. Phantom Halo essentially can win the game in 2 ways here. They can finish off this hill and then play clock, or they can drain clock here. And then even if they lose it, the next hill is so difficult to get guaranteed uncontested time on that it's pretty much a formality. So yeah, again, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but that is kind of just how King of the Hill on this map works. It's always a game of, you know, how much time is left on the clock for each hill. Because some people call me crazy when I'm like saying, oh, they should play clock here when there's 2 minutes left. But honestly, on Nemesis, even on as far back as Navi, like, we were playing clock on Streets King of the Hill after like the second hill, and our King of the Hill record was one of the best in all of the HCS. So yeah, it was definitely, you just have to be confident when you make the call. You play in time. If the entire team backs it and trusts it and says, you know what, we're going to try and win this way, it's really difficult to actually put the onus on you at that point. The onus is entirely on the other team, saying, you know what, here's the line in the sand, you have to come and cross it. And then, again, if you're all on the same page, that can be one of the toughest setups to break.
So what you're telling me is you guys on even Navi had kind of the Fosbury flop of King of the Hill.
I wouldn't say that.
Unorthodox.
We learned it from Ryan Eve, actually. Ryan Eve taught it to us. He was, and by taught it to us, I mean, obviously he spanked us on King of the Hill, and then we were like, wait, what do you mean they're not capturing the hill? What doesn't make any sense? But it's just about how confident and how ballsy you can be on this game type, honestly. And I know we're in year 5, year 6, year 100 million of this game by this point, and it's something that everyone already knows, but it's really important. Like, just even with 2 minutes left, if you're up by 2 hills, that's all you need. Like a 2-goal cushion in football or soccer, depending on where you are in the world. That's all you need, and it's all Phantom Halo needs is just 4 points, and well, they've won the series while I'm waffling on.
Yeah, I mean, 4-0 closeout for Phantom Halo, just putting a stamp on that one. Unfortunately, the first boss is often the tutorial, and Phantom Halo sticking to that narrative. Going to be closing out this series in perfect fashion and moving on forward, moseying themselves into that winners round 2. I mean, just 17 and 11 as well. Just some crazy work from everyone. And we're not going to give you any respite. We're going to be jumping in with Across the Pond versus Divinity. Across the Pond being 2-0 down against the NA squad. of... I like how you spelt Piglet. Nice name. I'm a big fan. Piglet, Gummy, Firesteel, Bigger Baloo.
Well
Probably
done.
butchered a little bit.
No, well done.
I'm
Honestly, you
thinking
did
of
well
Baloo
than
from, like,
you
Jungle
did much
Book.
better than I thought you would.
Right?
Because I was like, well, how are you going to say that? I've got no idea.
And then, if you're familiar with the EU players, we've got Percussion, Jayon, Spetter, and EU Assault. And EU Assault's an interesting man to see on LAN. I don't know if you've ever spotted him out at all, Wonderboy, but
Dude, I
very
coached
tall
against
guy.
him. Coached against him in Blackpool.
Okay.
He was
Of
teaming
course,
with
yeah.
Mighty's brother, and we matched up after the... Was it Swiss we played in Blackpool? I can't remember, but we matched them in the bracket, and we had a live fire game, and we basically told the two Mighty brothers to just go have a 1v1 at top mid. Everyone will put their pads down, and whoever wins the 1v1, their team gets to move first. So that was really, really fun. But yeah, no, Assault, he's a big dude. He's a big dude.
Yeah, I've heard, I haven't spoken to him myself, but I've heard he's very friendly, so, you know, maybe looking a little bit like he fits the name of Snuggles. Just a bit. But Firesteel could be 7-4 if we actually avert our gaze back to the game. Right, first hill going in favour of Across the Pond.
Dude, this is M&K POV for sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, years of watching Rootum, like I know these flicks. Trust me, this is a mouse and keyboard. Couldn't take a genius to figure that out.
I mean, the impact Rootum had as well, right? M&K, Prodigy, young guy coming in and just completely... just kind of throwing caution to the wind a little bit, right? M&K, I guess, lending itself to the more aggressive players. You know, I can't imagine what players like Bound would be like if they only ever played M&K.
Yeah, I'm not sure he sits far enough from his screen. I mean, his face is like in his monitor, so I'm not sure how he'd be able to do that, really. But this should be the second hill going to Divinity here. How are they in transition, though? Because obviously they've just lost a member over by the old hill they just captured. Percussion's picked up a kill. Yes, Better maybe makes a bit of a meal of that one, but it's about how you are in transition in King of the Hill. Those are, I'd say, the two big things. One, how brave are you on playing clock? And two, how are you in transition? Do you know when to give up a hill? Do you know the situation? It's the teams that recognize the scenario overall that have the most success on this game mode. So looks like they're pretty good in transition so far. They've broken blue. Now it's about just snuffing out any rats. Assault is last alive. He's pretty fast, so good break, good work in transition from Divinity. You got a new sniper as well. You should be in prime position to pick that one up.
Speaking of being confident as well, I mean, Gummy just running straight in and finding Jayon's back presented. Nice and easy back smack kill there. And able to then completely shut down the hole from across the pond. Or across the perk, excuse me. Sorry. Across the pond is a prior name they've used. Across the perk is what they're running with at the moment. Firesteel as well. Looking pretty scary. And with 6 bullets to work with on this sniper. Can only imagine. He's going to try and put down a nice body shot to Spetter. Finds the double. Looking for the triple. Not able to land and does get cleaned up as well. So nice job from across the perk at least to shut him down before he really starts spitting fire. Still on the hill are Divinity. Half progress secured as well for them, and Spetter just trying to get aggressive, but does actually push in on his own. Jayon to find one onto Firesteel to get the trade. Perk with the nade onto Piglet after that trade as well. It's just trade city right now. But everyone falling for across the perk. Whilst it still felt like trades, Divinity just holding all the cards. Control well and truly in their favour. And 2-1 for the Hills as we move to the 4th.
Yeah, interesting. We're seeing them push out this left side here because obviously this hill's so wide open. The anchor spawn is here in blue, and I think they've realised their overextension. Spetter is here. You deal with him, then you're probably fine, but no real reason to push out that left side. Now you've invited the likes of Jayon, Percussion. They're now breaking blue themselves, and you can't get guaranteed time here. Yeah, bit of a misstep there, in my opinion, from Divinity. They do clear house, but it comes down to this kind of 1v1. And actually, I think across the bucket getting closer spawns. I mean, it's kind of a coin flip, but Piglet's doing everything he needs to make sure whatever team misstep that's happening, his individual brilliance is righting those wrongs. Well done. Now across the puck, they have to go the long way around here, Hixie. Oh, I got scary there for a moment, but Piglet to the rescue.
Yeah, there's Piggy squealing. Killing spree for him. Looking for Percussion as well, who's just slipped away. Not actually entirely sure where he's managed to get off to, and now you're completely separated from really anyone and anything. Hill up on Snipe Bridge. And Piglet now back in the action, just trying to be a little bit of a flanker. As Spetter actually is trying to flush him out, does get stuck. Piglet just continues to dominate. Bigger Baloo. Looking weak, but still able to live another day. Piglet with another one off screen, really just trying to pick up Firesteel's initial charge, initial aggression, as now the battle across the bridge has commenced. Bigger Baloo just going to drop. Nice shots as well from Firesteel to find the double. Playing with so much confidence in this map. And maybe wanting that sniper. I think he does actually get it dropped.
Yep.
So, nice bit of selflessness from Bigger Baloo. Just recognizing 21 and 12, you've got to respect the individual stats. A headshot found and a double kill again for Firesteel. The multi-kills from this man we've seen the whole time. Body shot lands, didn't get the head. I thought he almost had it for a minute there. Just doing so much damage, and Divinity able to pick that hill up pretty easily once he starts ripping and roaring with that sniper.
Must remember to contact my GP and tell him to restart my prescription of motion sickness tablets. I thought I could cancel it after watching lose them for so long, but now we've got Firesteel back on the scene. Yeah, I'm starting to think that I need those tablets. Chance for a triple there for Gumi. Gumi.
I'm just going with Gummy. I think it's easier.
Let's go with Gummy. Let's go with Gummy. Good job. Gets the double before going down, and this team has been really, really good on King of the Hill. I can't lie. Firesteel obviously leading the charge, but Piglet just behind him. Can you do a good Winnie the Pooh impression, Hixie? I'm not really confident. I'm still workshopping myself.
I'm not trying. I'm not.
I'm not even sure if Winnie the Pooh is like a thing internationally or if that's just a UK thing. But yeah, it's a character, right? Piglet.
It's far-reaching.
Yeah,
Mr. Worldwide.
You never know. Like, advent calendars. I'm pretty sure they're like UK specific.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
I know. Easter eggs as well.
Nah, you gotta be joking. I'm asking any American I meet at Dreamhack. I've now got to ask these really weird questions.
I'm pretty sure. I know they do like Easter egg hunts, but I think it's usually like not chocolate eggs. Oh. I think it's like your little Fabergé like eggs, like ornamental
Fabergé egg.
I don't know. Like, I know they're expensive. They're not. You know, America's rich, but like not that rich.
I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, I've got so many questions I feel like I'm going to be asking now. And I'm interested. Another question I've got, I mean, Firesteel, I just want to see him with a sniper. Can we get him with a sniper? Can we play like best of 7 so we can see him in another map? I just want to see him with a sniper. Again, would be nice. He's just absolutely flying with it.
I mean, it's last chance to loon here, though, for across the perk. I mean, down 3-1. Look how tight this hill is. They're down 2-0 in the series. Oh, you have to put Firesteel to bed if you have any chance of making it out of this series unscathed. And, well, they're on the outside looking in right now. There's denial grenades going in. They have to be in soon. And it's going to be about who can take the least damage. And then, don't forget, you still have to capture the next hill, which goes bottom ice. So, very important that you stay alive, keep numbers up, capture the hill, and then work well in transition to fight the players over at red. They've done the first part. Now it's about making the right read and also being as well efficient as possible with the 1 minute 30 you have left to tie up the game, and then also with eyes towards the next hill afterwards. Oh, there's so many things to really do here, Hixie. You'd imagine they're looking at trying to put as many bodies over towards red as possible, but it's so hard when Firesteel is just moving around like a madman.
Firesteel, just this entire map has been insane to watch. Still 32 and 18. You've got Jayon as last alive for across the perk, and Sniper again, no other than Firesteel to have his grubby little mitts over it. 5 bullets to work with, lands the body shot, but maybe just gets a little bit too aggressive. I believe Jayon probably shot him from behind as well, so getting attacked from all fronts is the only way you can shut him down. Feeling like a bit of a mob boss right now. Big old leader. And with that QT for Perkins, you get a little bit more aggressive, but Firesteel, okay, he's just going to 5 you.
Yeah, so tough. You can see the QT tried to come in, but sadly I'm imagining There was kind of an off-ping issue there for Giant, trying to QT away, but died after it popped. I mean, well done to Fire still hitting his shots. That's all he could really do. But for Giant, that's really unfortunate. 30 seconds left now. You cannot afford any missteps here if you're across the perk. Have to be perfect, not only here and now to finish off this hill, but also in transition for the next hill.
Yeah, it's better on the hill, just on an island. And unfortunately, we'll just get shut down by, I feel like the man we've just constantly been talking about, Fire still, constantly shutting them all down. 13 seconds left.
Ooh.
Like you said, across the perk. And it's actually mount a pretty solid push. And with Piglet last alive, EU Assault needs this, but the perfect reversal from Piglet, keeping this one alive. Spetted to shut him down.
Oh, stack the hill. Spetted to come back to this hill here. Oh, 7 seconds.
No.
He's too far.
Yeah. Just getting knocked off and no one in position to actually dive onto it. Spetter not going to be able to even get there. And that is going to be map 3 going in favor of Divinity. Insane performance from Firesteel and the rest of Divinity. And unfortunately not enough for across the perk. We're already going to be knocked down to that lower bracket.
GG, dude.
Winners round 1.
GG, Divinity, well played. That's really good capitalization of the mistakes of across the perk. That's what I was talking about, Hixie. It's the team that recognizes the situation on King of the Hill that will win 99 times out of 100. Spetter there had just ideas above his station, recognized the situation. You've got 7 seconds left on the clock. You got one guy alive in the hill all by himself. They're obviously going to spawn pretty close and just beeline him. No reason to push out there. Come back, help your buddy out. In the end, they spawn close, they kill the hill, and Spetter is caught with the last kill of the game, trying to scamper back towards the hill. It's too late, buddy. The game's over.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. I mean, if we're speaking of unfortunate, Divinity, having won that map, they're going to be moving on to Imagine.
Okay.
So, I mean, if Firesteel could pull up performances like that, maybe we have a few questions, for that series.
Let me tell you right now, Hixie. Imagine have nightmares about mouse and keyboard players in Europe. So Firesteel, use that to your advantage, all right? That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I mean, look, pretty dangerous, but we're just going to be throwing to a quick break as we get the winners round 2 matchups sorted. You don't want to go anywhere. We got a lot of Halo coming up for you.
Killing spree.
I don't know why I let you, but you had to light a spark in me. Lost control, falling over, getting pulled in by your gravity. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now, I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone. Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through, claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance, show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace.
welcome back. We have winners bracket round 2 coming up for you guys. We do have, I believe the teams are Inconceivable versus 777. Two pretty interesting teams from either side of the pond, Harry.
Yeah, really interesting matchup this one actually. Some names you might recognize if you're a European Halo fan, and of course some names you'll recognize if you're an international Halo fan on the Inconceivable side of things. If you're just joining us, of course this is the Dreamhack Open qualifying weekend, baby. So all you need to know is if you get to the winners semis and you win, you get travel coverage to Birmingham. If you get to the losers semis, congratulations, you've already got travel coverage. You've done well. The easy way to say that is the top 4 teams from this weekend placing will get travel and accommodation coverage. Wait, is it accommodation coverage? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that. Back in my day, it was accommodation as well, but we'll just call it travel for now in case I get told off. You'll get coverage no matter where you are in the world to the Dreamhack Open in Birmingham, which is going to be great. We've got 2 big teams hitting each other head on in the open bracket, upper bracket, all the brackets. I'm drunk. Kixie, you take over now. It's your turn to speak.
The more you're saying it, man, the more I believe it. It's
I'm
second
just
time.
excited, man. I can't wait. Lands around the corner, baby.
He's drunk on the high of this upcoming series. I mean, look, man, we've got on Inconceivable, Penguin, Suppressed, Sab, and Falcated. And then on 777, we do have TK2, Pantho, Respectful, and Flubzo. And if your eyes were closed, which they shouldn't be, right? We got Oddball, Live Fire to start, Slayer Origin, CTF, Empyrean, which I'm really looking forward to. I do love that map and mode combo. King of the Hill Vacancy, which is the newest map to the pool, and then Slayer Solitude. Those last 2, if we do need them. I'd like to say we do, but maybe this NA team just has a little bit more of my favouring, maybe not so much. Yeah, I'd be impartial, but a little bit more of expectation to be closing this one out in a quicker fashion. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will indeed. Of course, you may recognise Inconceivable from the LVT land. They were previously known as Reality Check, right? I mean, this team goes under so many names, but no advocacy on this team this week. Not sure what happened there. I don't know if they had fisticuffs, if they've fallen out. I'm not sure. But either way, the Inconceivable team you see in front of you is the Inconceivable team that is playing in this qualifier. That's all I can tell you. We'll just enjoy the Halo they'll put on display. Whether it's a permanent change or not, I don't know. Stop asking me, dude. Either way, 777 is Pantho, Flubs, TK2, and the return of the Mac. Once again, is Brandon Stones. Respectful. He's back again, and he's playing against some of the best players in the world here in winners round 2. We'll see how 777 do. That's a lot of 7s, dude. I really might be drunk, actually.
Well, as we try and figure out if Harry's telling the truth or not throughout the broadcast, we're going to be seeing Falcated just ripping Respectful's visor straight off. There's 2 do full for 777. TK2 as well, just going to be caught with this back turn. And Falcated to find another. 1 bullet left in this sniper rifle to play with. As he knows Sab has fallen. Oh, he just quick swaps right as that player peeks out. But doesn't matter. He's able to find that extra kill. Falcated starting with a 6-1 solid start. Penguin to scoop up that ball as well. Someone's got to do the dirty work, but we'll actually drop it down to land a few more shots. And a solid start from this NA squad.
Yeah, interesting choice here, Hixie. You need to find out the info early if you're Inconceivable. Find out where the spawns are from 777. If they're spawning B, then you need to move it the other way. They were just a little lackadaisical there. A little slow in getting the intel, and Flubs was last alive, but Foul in a 1v1 with a really clutch stick on the ankle will make that one definitive in his team's favor. You need to find, when it's random spawns like that, you need to find the side that the enemy's spawning, move the ball the other way. But Foul, icy in the 1v1, should secure his team camo spawned as well. Suppressed is over there, except no, he's up here top cuts. Maybe it's Penguin on camo? No, he's got ball. Maybe it's Sab's camo, I don't know. Yeah, it is. Okay, there he is. And he's dead.
All that work to find out he's dropped. But, I mean, good job at least from 777 to shut that one out. 7 seconds for Sniper to come up. And Looking like TK2 push ahead, trying to find anyone just reek, and Sab found, although instant response, and actually crazy response from the whole of Inconceivable. 777 will drop without anything to work with, no sniper, no ball. And as Penguin scoops that ball up once again, 67 points in their favour as everyone's just rushing it down mid. Just, guys, go kill, try and find something. But speaking of go kill, Suppress finds 2. Sab to find 1 before dropping, and Penguin just to continue picking up this ball time and making it so difficult for 777 to try and come back in this round. Looking like this one's going to be closing out pretty quickly unless 777 can pull something out. But with this sniper, enemy hands, and Falcated putting it to work. Very, okay, nice little slide there from Respectful. Just comes flying through, but don't think it's going to matter. 3 points left, but not able to pick it up. And a beautiful break.
Yeah, really good break from 777. I fear it may not be enough, though. I mean, look at the score, just 3 points. That's just one break. Even a half break from Inconceivable should see this round tick over in their favour. And it all came from a huge hold after what was actually a really clinical break. They took their time when they were spawning B, did the right thing, pushed 2 players through to A, cleared that one side, got the pick onto Respectful, and then they were able to swarm rather than just kind of headbutting through nest and maybe risking a play ball or a rotate away. They did really well finding the kill in A, and there is that half break we were talking about. Suppress comes through with the kill on the ball. No one close enough to prevent this round going in the favor of the American squad. Inconceivable.
Yeah, really solid work there from the whole of Inconceivable. Suppressed and Falcated trying to lead the charge. He did arrowheads, some slays. 777 trying to pick up this sniper. Respectful actually able to get away with it. That nade is going to do a lot of damage. Needs more than a body shot to take Sab down. Sab to shut him. Just nothing to work with. Nice little one tap as well onto Flubzo. Sab's just going to keep his life. Falcated playing around this camo. God, they have everything.
Oh,
Inconceivable.
Ow.
With unimaginable, unattainable.
Why grab the camo? You got your snipe teammate right there. Why grab camo, dude? That's greedy. That is so greedy. But Penguin, I think, drops it for him, and now it's his turn to shine. But he's last alive, though, so needs to kind of disappear.
Okay, just trying to... This ball player will actually find Respectful for lovely little QT use at least to save his bacon for the moment. But gonna need to try and get rid of him at least. Oh god, making it so difficult. Penguin to actually get that perfect. What is happening, Harry? What is going on? Some crazy hold from Penguin and Falcated nets them 3 kills on 777.
Dude, that was insane, like, really. Because Foul, you could tell he thought that was lined up perfectly for the headshot with the no-scope. Then he didn't get the kill, and he was like, wait, what? I need to flick back. And then there was just a whole series of events that happened after that just led to just complete chaos. And this is just one of those setups in Oddball that is impossible to break. Honestly, when you get a team that is so good at controlling this side of the map, they have 2 spawners, or rather 2 players over at C, hitting the B spawners from behind. Oh, dude, it's miserable if you're 777. This is going to be, you know, maybe another 15 seconds of time going in favor of Inconceivable here. And no doubt they'll be the first team to cross the 50-point mark, halfway point to victory in the round. And yeah, it's miserable. The last place you want to be spawning on this map is B on any kind of break, because it means you have to go the long way around, and they're about to go 4 dead for the, what's that, 4th time I think in the game so far. Yeah, really well done by Inconceivable.
Yeah, I thought that push might have just been netting 777 something, but completely shut down. They're just in a blender right now. Like I said, Inconceivable just playing really solid Halo right now. It's Respectful. Oh, does actually find that kill, but will be shut down. Suppressed there to close it off. Just find that trade. Camo going to be picked up by Pantho, so something for the Europeans to try and use and work with. These points so far separated. Flubzo with a nice little drive-by there. Hopefully we can see something out of 777. I thought there was going to be a little bit of body disrespect there, but no, he's going to play nice, calm and collected, Falcated. Just repulse himself back up to top mid, able to find that kill onto TK2 as well. Nice piv. And nets himself some more ball time. Yeah, he's actually going to run it towards Flubzo though. But preoccupied is Flobzo, wrapping back round actually. Finds that kill on suppressed. Now he does have his teammate. Crazy for Valgate to get that perfect anyway.
Dude,
It's
that
just
is
insane.
crazy, Hixie. There must have been so much auto-aim dragging from the play. I mean, we've all been there, right? When there's two players hugging each other, like it's almost impossible to get the shots that you want. Somehow he hits the 5. That's way harder than it looks. That's another forward head. 777. We'll call it the 5th time in the series. In game 1, yeah, that's just what Inconceivable do to you. 20 seconds to go. I mean, we're talking last break here for Inconceivable, and Penguin's going to make things really, really tricky for them off the respawn as well.
That sniper again, and not surprising you give it to him. 23-7. Just Valgate go kill, just stick him back in that blender. The stick comes through, but not even required. Beautiful pick up there. Divinity trying to take down Magin, right? The next boss.
Oh yeah.
In their labyrinth, climbing up through. 55-33 for Magin, but that was much of a lead as one might have expected against Divinity roster. 7-10 for Firesteel as well. Just a player I wanted to highlight from the last series we did see of him. A bit of a slower one. Imagine putting him in his place a little.
They impressed last series. We saw them. Divinity. They were very, very, very well oiled, and I mean that in a machinery sense, not in like a, you know, bodybuilding sense. But I mean, well, maybe. Regardless, they're coming up against a different kettle of fish here in Magin. And so far in round 1 of the series, SLG clearly the outstanding player. Most ball time in the lobby, most kills in the lobby as well. And let me tell you, that's a worry when you have the IGL of Magin really just picking you apart that easily. The Divinity going to have to come up with some answers here. Of course, we're still early. Still a minute 35 on the clock in round 1 as well. Magin just went 3 down, so definitely not out of the realm of possibility. But do they know about Seeker so close? It's a 2v1 on the ball. A trade should be good enough for his team to do something here. But yeah, Divinity, if they can get a good hold going here, it may just be really close here for the last, 90 seconds of neutral clock in this round. Could be an interesting finish.
That's just playing from back tower. Actually, nice catch, but the ball will fall off the map. So we're just going to have to play Slayer for a moment. Oh, Stick does actually come through. Nice double kill from Bastos. The Piglet to shut him down. Oh, beautiful shot from SLG. The head well and truly found. Just to shut down Firesteel. Chuck him back in that respawn and get him to... Surely not get him to line up again. Does just get away SLG to land that second shot though. Gets the body as well. SLG cooking on gas with a double kill. That perfect comes through, and if only that wasn't a body shot and he finds Firesteel on the respawn, it could have been something spectacular for a multi-kill. But nothing to glance over, nothing to push aside anyway, as they're going to be very close to picking up just a couple little star points for SLG first with that no-scope, and then they're likely going to be picking up this first round. As Magin going to be securing that one. Round 1 up. As Inconceivable versus 7-7 go into the Slay on Origin.
One of the most impressive pieces of play we saw there from SLG was not so much the kills, it was more just not being greedy and not over committing. Knew he had Bastos next to him, knew he was no shields with the snipe. No reason to overpeak and give Divinity even a chance in that round. We'll keep an eye on that one in the background, and maybe if things get a little boring over here, we can go and see what's going on in that game. But yeah, Inconceivable, 777. I mean, it's already a doubling of the score, which is not what you want to see, but hopefully 777 can grab that snipe, maybe start to put it to good use. That is, of course, long-range, untradeable kills in theory, if you can protect it on this map, but it's easier said than done against an Inconceivable team that will smartly and somewhat sporadically as well apply pressure to you where you're least expecting it on the map. So way easier said than done. I'm not sure where the snipe went. It's in Penguin's hands right now, but you can see how much backup he's got. Yeah, 25 seconds to the next rockets as well. You're probably looking to try and peel Sab away from this side of the map and then start playing elbows afterwards. Even still, I mean, you can't imagine Inconceivable throwing this lead away at this point. We'll take some really, really good gameplay from 777. And actually, They said, you know what? 23 is
They can't
enough.
throw a little-
We've seen
yeah.
enough. That's it. Game's over.
Lead unable to be thrown away when the game ends. Fire still finding a double kill off screen. Oh, actually, no, on screen. We're on board with his POV. Gets the perfect onto 1 for that second. And SLG cleaned up. So jumping on board, or back on board with Divinity versus Magin. NA taking on EU. As Magin are 1 round up in this first map. Little trade comes through, so nothing for Fire still to try and sink his teeth into. Except for a Bastos. Does get traded though. There's a very solid start for Divinity, 41-0 in this round.
It's not too bad, is it? Not too bad at all. Obviously, Magin playing from Cobra. I assume their highest seed, right? I don't know the seeds off the top of my head, but they would have had side selection in this series layout. Let me just go and take a look at the other maps and see what I think that's the right call. I mean, what Origin's a symmetrical map in game 2, Empyrean. Game 3, that's symmetrical. I mean, you have 3 out of 5 are asims, but 2 and 3 are symmetrical. So side selection not really making too much of a difference. That's basically a long way of me saying I don't know if that's the right side. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask them, to be honest, Hixie. I'm just way too out of the game at this point. 50-point threshold crossed for Divinity, and obviously we didn't see the opening break of this round. But clearly it was a very strong one from the American squad who, to be honest, I don't know any of these names. Any of the names on Divinity, but they have really, really impressed me so far. Let's see if they can tie up this game 1 against Magin. It would be a big scalp to take early on. They're playing very well so far.
Goosey Ben's Piggy and Piglet are...
Dude, little brother, maybe? Oh, well, dude,
Maybe.
the law?
Jersey 1, Jersey 2 action,
Oh,
potentially.
all right.
Maybe we'll get our super sleuths going. Maybe to try and find out if there's any connection, or if anyone knows, right? Any NA fans currently chilling with us or Eli, let us know.
Dude, even if it's not true, just make something up. We'll believe
Yeah,
it.
just give us a narrative to run with. We're very gullible over here.
Well, looks like the restart's going to be from the exact score where whatever thing happened. And the main difference with this restart, Hixie, is obviously we had rockets just about to spawn. So that's no different really off the break. But sniper spawning off the start here is the big difference. Because Penguin last had it at bottom middle. That mostly kind of ran out. Obviously, we would have had sniper in, what, about 45 seconds time after the restart? Or excuse me, before the restart. So, yeah, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. If anything, gives 777 a way back into the map. But, yeah, Inconceivable just really good off their starting break so far. Seem to have rockets in the back pocket. One in Sab's chamber here. Not sure where Snipe is, but imagine Falcated has that off screen. And Inconceivable will continue their reign of dominance here on map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Falcated with that sniper on map 1 fire was pretty scary. So the reset not lending itself to 777, but potentially with that momentum break. Oh my god! Mike, okay, I mean, I brought it up, and there's a reason. Just completely domes and body shot found, and the assist comes through. Falcated. I mean, man, that's just... I love seeing things like that. The sniper rifle. Whoa! Oh my god! That gate! It will always be one of my favorite weapons for moments like that. Falcated frag movie coming up.
Dude, he's in flow state right now. You can see, like, he's pre-aiming everything, headshot height. Really nice to see from Falcated. Really one of the most underrated users of the sniper, in my opinion. We always had trouble against his rosters last year, whether it was, you know, SSG or FaZe. He was one of those players that you just did not want to hand a power weapon to. He would take heads and quietly go about his business. Yeah, he hits the flashy shots like that, but he also chimes in with consistent kills, which just make things so difficult. In the moment, it all happens so fast, but then you go back and watch the board, you're like, oh wow, he picked up a kill there, and there, and there. And it, you know, took a player off the map for 30 seconds alone, so... Very, very underrated user of the snipe rockets, whatever weapon you give him. New rockets about to pop here as well, but with Inconceivable 4 kills away. And Penguin hitting perfect. You'd imagine map 2 is going to go to Inconceivable, just as it no doubt looked to be heading towards before the restart. So, if anything, a bit of justice is happening here. Not that it was really ever in doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Respectful finding that double kill on Elbow is pretty nice at least, but unfortunately unlikely to make much of a difference. As Sab to find that final kill, TK2 to fall. Divinity, imagine we're going to be jumping back on board with. SLG trying to slaughter that QT player, not letting him live at all. Double kill found. And the point's incredibly close here, Wonderboy.
Yeah, really close. Imagine actually with the big comeback. Spearheaded by, well, Mighty's ball time. He just crossed 100 points. But also SLG, 30 bomb from him in a closely contested game. Nice shots from Bastos. Nothing but headshots so far. They need to kill the ball player here in 3 seconds, otherwise this round will be over. But wow, Imagine just turned up and there was no play. There was no play. Bastos can end the game right here. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Divinity. Oh, that's tough. But well done, Imagine. That's some nice ice there in round 2. Oh, it was looking really close there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for the lack of ball play there. Just that's insane, man. God, I love this weapon and the highlights it creates. Just in some of the hands of some of the players.
Infinity, show us the backflip. Show us the backflip again. Super slow-mo, please. Come on. Oh, yeah. There's the stuff.
Oh, look at that, Ragdoll. Lovely stuff. This is what you come here for. Bit of Tony Hawk, pro skater, mixed in, weaved into the Halo Infinite moments. Maybe a little bit of a clutch moment on Guardian being replicated there with the ball not being played. Unfortunate. And Bastos to capitalize, closing out that first map. Going to be moving into that Slayer Origin we saw in 777 versus Inconceivable matchup. And another EU versus NA as well. It's a little mirrored, a little foil kind of going on right now between these two.
Yeah, Higgsy, if there was ever in doubt this is a European stream, it's, well, now definitely secured because we just showed a backflip hit by a European player 7 times in a row. So, yeah, bit of a difficult situation for Divinity there, right? Because they didn't have much time. They weren't holding the ball, so it's not like they could have played it. They just had to hope the ball didn't stay on when they got the kill because Bastos was always there to, you know, pick up the pieces. So definitely, it was a nice try. We'll put it that way. Nice try, but it was always out of their control. But I think what we will mainly focus on Pit Capture the Flag is whether or not Falcated will keep hitting those snipes here. Because Fal, as I said before, is an underrated player with that weapon. He's very, very good. Not only at getting those kills, but staying alive, getting out of dodge with the weapon, you know, really putting it to the full use. Let's see, 777, they are up against the wall here. Penguin starting off with a double. And looks like Suppressed will have OS here as well. Blocking low spawns though, Penguin? What are we doing? Hold up.
Oh, what? That was a no-scope as well. Man, don't do it again. Surely not. Yeah, we'll miss that one and just going for style points at this point. But, I mean, I don't even know what to say. That's a crazy shot to be landing. Body shot onto Respectful and will get dropped by Pantho. So, moment of silence for Penguin. What could have been. With some crazy shots and just some crazy attempts. I mean, the confidence to be going for those no-scopes. I mean, Penguin, you know, no slouch, right? He's got a lot of commendations in this game alone of Halo Infinite. But just going for some style points. I can respect it. I love this map. I'm so glad it's back. 2 snipes on here. Suppressed to pick up that one. Actually get descoped twice. Lovely job from Respectful to just keep his team alive. As Flopso's pulling this flag down the long haul.
Yeah, if they kill Falcated here, this should be a cap. I'm not sure where the spawns will come in from 777. Oh, Fal got the kill on the flag guy? Hold up, this now becomes very, very difficult. You must live here. You cannot afford to give any silly deaths across the board to Inconceivable. And Panther will score, but they're very susceptible here to the counter cap. Respectful's pulling head somewhere else, but No, they've survived. So, wow, clean cap actually in the end by 777. I thought there was a moment of danger there where they don't deal with foul, and then there's, you know, a version of events where they don't get the cap, and then all of a sudden, Inconceivable are on your side for the rest of the game. It's happened to my squads often across the years on this map. So, really well done. They survived, got the cap, and now they're going to try and pull another one.
Yeah, going for another one. Flub's already feeling himself, looking like maybe just getting a bit too skittish, although he's able to get away with his life and the flag. Trying to push that one a little bit further. Does make it a bit further away, but will pay with his life. Double kill for Penguin as well, as he's going to push up and use that repulsor just to really gain some ground there. Pantho probably not expecting this timing, neither is Flubzo, as he does get caught. 4 tags. Flubzo going to need to hide now. Just play in a really awkward position and does get caught. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Respectful with a double kill. That perfect. Letting him the ability to find that one onto Penguin. But with Sab running this one, going to get the G-slide off, of course. Many reps in this. And I want to see the movement tech I saw from last shot down that long route on Sunday last week, or 2 weeks ago, excuse me. Just, there's a little bit of movement tech. I was speaking to Infinity about it as the flag will go in. Sab to lock that one in. The snipers are also coming up. Down that long haul, there's a little bit of movement you can land. Whoever is familiar, I mean, awesome, right? I want to see it. I want to see it used loads. It's effectively, you can kind of land a G-slide off it.
Yeah, we used to call them wall kicks.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
If you hit it in the sweet spot, it can really propel you quite far. And what was really interesting is, obviously, when we had Wuto on the squad, trying to figure out if it's viable on mouse and keyboard, it was kind of tricky for him to do, but in the end, he managed to get it down pretty consistently. But it is a small piece of tech that on this map and on Solitude really make the difference, especially when entering kind of small hallways like long haul. You think about the entrance into Yard on Solitude from Blue. That's a big doorway to do it, because it can just give you that element of surprise if you hit the sweet spot. While we've been chatting though, obviously Inconceivable with a nice run, managing to capture the first flag of the game for them. I did think things might get a bit hairy for them, because they had Rockets 1 while 4 dead for 777, but OS was still up. So, I mean, while the Rocket player had to go and contest the OS, there was a chance that spawns could get really messy, but as I'm saying, none of it's relevant. They got Rockets, they got OS, they got the cap, and now 777 are running a flag of their own.
A lovely repeat there from Respectful onto Suppress. Just maybe not expecting him to repeat so quickly. 2-1. And another flag in. 777 looking like the pit is their map. Respectful trying to lead that charge. Sab just a little bit of forward pressure, making it dicey. A little bit laboured from the both of them, and they're going to go down together. How poetic.
No respect from Respectful here. Just charging down Penguin, trying to create space for his teammates behind him. The danger is, though, the rest of 777 spawning on the low side on S1. So, yeah, you get the kill on Penguin here, but again, you're kind of on the unfavored side. You grab the OS through Flubzo and actually get a kill. So now it's about dodging the rocket launcher. Watch out for Sab in the kill feed. He's been taken down. So the only party favor here is in the chest of Flubzo. And that has kind of been put to bed with this damage coming through. Can he make it worth it? 30 seconds odd until the new snipes are up. If 777 play their cards right, the game could be over by that point.
Trying to flush out Panther. He knows he's here, but pressure from behind means he's going to have to wrap around. Respectful. Caught with his pants down. Didn't expect Valkyrie to repeat that and just get the smack. Penguin has TK2 as well, so going to be pushing forward, taking some ground. Penguin needed that kill. Would have been traded out by Pantho regardless. But to take Flubzo down at least would have made it much easier for the rest of his team. Falcated last alive and still trying to push forward. Trying to get his shield back just right under his nose. Oh, God, it gets dicey in another trade from both involved. No external pressure required. And now snipers being up maybe lends for a little bit more of a slower pace. Penguin and Flubs are actually meeting each other early with these snipes. Neither landing. And Suppressed won't even get away. 2 kills found for 777, but no one really in a position to try and take some extra ground. Respectful, the only one there, but does get taken down. Speaking of, headshot comes through, and the other player caught Penguin. Oh, the snipe on snipe. They're just mirrors of one another, each other missing, and then finally landing with the bodies.
Much more aggression though, Hixie. Look at the aggression coming in from Inconceivable. That's the difference between the two sides at the moment. As soon as Inconceivable see it as a 50-50, there's no hesitation. It's almost like they don't see it as a true 50-50. They think we fancy our odds in this situation. They flood down long haul and they back Penguin with the snipe, and it just made things so difficult for Flubso to operate. Big team fight coming here. 15 seconds, new rockets, new OS. Keep your numbers here, keep height, make things scrappy, and let's see what happens. 10 seconds to go until those two things are up.
Nice job from the defense, at least. They're Suppressed able to slip behind enemy lines. Flubso on Needler just gets pinched. You're going to need your shields if you're Suppressed, but able to actually get them back. No nades come flying through from the spawners. No one really in a position. Everyone's spawning up on Snipe side, and Pantho with the re-peek is going to be shut down. Respectful, though, has that overshield. He's going to have to be this wild card for 777 to try and shut down this pool. We'll be tied up with 4 minutes left to play. Suppressed does get it further down long haul. It's half past the halfway point, but still a lot more work left to do. And we're Sab with a really pushed up position. Nice nade from him to shut down Pantho. This flag does actually return. Beautiful defense so far from 777. I've got to give it to him.
Big defense, and I tell you what, Hixie, it starts with TK2, really underrated play. Manages to sneak through on rockets and get 2 kills. Yeah, he's traded off, but that's enough to allow Respectful to come in behind with the OS, really make the flag run difficult. And we didn't see it on screen, but I was watching it in the kill feed. TK2, the hero of that play for sure. The question I have, can they sustain this amount of pressure? Because Inconceivable are playing with maximum aggression. They're trying rat plays. They're trying to make things somewhat unorthodox here, but Inconceivable seem to have their number at every opportunity, and if they're not careful, if they don't stop this could be back-to-back flag caps to end the game.
Suppressed, just using that repulsor, all the movement tech and the sandbox in his favor, and actually able to lock this one in, tying it up and find it Respectful. Maybe just trying to dive in for that sniper and just take it away from them. Doesn't even manage to get his hands on it. TK2 finding a double kill actually with that sniper. Falcate and Sab both to full. Oh god, and Lance Suppressed as well. Suppressed needs to be careful here. Pantho has already wrapped round. He did spot him. Flag being pulled as well. Beautiful snipe from Suppressed, but he needs to do a lot more to try and stop this flag run. Has at least paused it and pinging Respectful. He knows one player is here. Falcated to work with as well.
Dude, Falcated spawning high makes that flag run so, I mean, just impossible. I don't know how that was allowed to happen. They were so concerned with Suppressed that they forgot that high spot was something they needed to... Oh, Zen mode shot there, and at the worst time possible. 777 go 4 down. That's going to be a free OS, a free rocket launcher. Still 2 bullets of snipe to work with here as well. Yeah, this could get painful really quickly here. This could be the series over.
This is one dangerous man right now, just using everything that he has, but finally out of all of it, what are you going to do? All you've got is your fists and a BR, taking it back to Season 1 and still laying down damage. Pantho able to slip away, but so much peppering onto the 777 boys. Still, they're actually able to find impact. Penguin falling, Suppressed to get traded. Perfect does come through from Falcated. Takes a heavy price as his shields are down to get that one back, but flag going back again, and with a beautiful nade from Falcated and absolutely skeet shooting Flubso, he's still putting out impact.
Underrated stop there from 777. I honestly thought it was...
Oh my god, no way he lands it!
But Respectful with the overkill says, no, we're not done just yet. This is my bread and butter, buddy. Well done. They survived losing rockets and OS on this map, going 4 down at the exact moment essentially they're coming up. Somehow Inconceivable don't capitalize. 777 do enough, and now we're essentially in an elongated sudden death next cap wins scenario, Hixie.
Inconceivable. 2 players down the middle. Long haul's 1 will fall in 30 seconds. Looking like the final push is going to be on Inconceivable's terms. trying to hold on to this route back with the flag. Penguin wants it to go long hauls. Push up now, though. Pantho through the middle as well, just trying to be a spanner in the works. Actually, 2 on defense as well for 777. TK2 needs to find this kill onto Penguin and to completely flush him out. Oh, it gets dicey and able to actually land it. The kill onto Suppress will completely shut this one down. And now 777 just to secure the tie. But this overkill from Respectful, just finding that final shot, the extermination, and straight away just recognizing that there will be a gap, right? Using that repulsor to try and fly through. The overkill was a little bit staggered, so Valkyrie did actually spawn up at flag. Unfortunately, making Respectful's push down top mid maybe a little bit less impactful, but still, solid work from all of 777. And a nice response from Inconceivable to just tie this one up and take us to overtime.
Yeah, this is what we wanted out of these two squads. We know what they're capable of. Obviously, Inconceivable proving it time and time again on line, on LAN, hitting shots like that consistently. But for 777, it's really their first foray into kind of top-level competition for most outside of Respectful, who's been there, done that time and time again. So, yeah, I'm really excited to watch this sudden death go on. The last bullet of Snipe is enough for Respectful to hit that no-scope and defend his own flag. But the worry with the trend in terms of how this map has gone, at least in the last 5 minutes or so, Hixie, it has been all Inconceivable. It has been all pressure on 777's side. And there's been times, of course, throughout the map that we've seen 777 put together opportunities. But at least in the last 5 minutes or so, Inconceivable looked the more likely.
Yeah, Pantho needed to stay up there for Flubso to feel confident running that flag. Flubso will get flushed out by Penguin, so that flag dead in the water. And I mean, I've just got to say, 777, 2 maps down, facing series point for Inconceivable. Had the lead, Inconceivable to clutch up. This is everything for 777. You know, this is their run in the winner's bracket, do or die, this final map. They're just pushing all their chips out into the middle. They're going all in. And it's been incredible to see them play in this map. It's been so competitive. Just need to last 3 more minutes and try and find just a flag. Just one. Just separate yourself. The defense has been solid, more or less. They've fended off so many pushes from Inconceivable, and now Pantho trying to push up. Does have the help. We'll find 2. Penguin to tuck in and actually find that kill as well. I thought he went into Snipes, but he didn't. He kept himself available to find that kill onto Pantho. Pick up that damage, but Respectful trying to run this one now.
Rockets OS here as well, Hixie. Rockets OS is a big spanner in the works.
TK2 looking like he picked up the rockets though. He was in position. No one there for Inconceivable. They're going for the overshield. Going to try and play the longer game. This flag not going to go anywhere. And Rocket's actually down. TK2 does fall. 3 dead for 777 as Suppressed. Does have a little bit of a fumble with the flag, but I don't think it's going to cost him much. Everyone's spawned up now for the 777. And Suppressed now. He's got so much health and he's able to get this one so far. This is looking damning for 777. Their winner's bracket run looking to be ended here. Suppressed with it in his hands and will shut it down. What was a crazy map for the third. Unfortunately, is going to be the end of 777's run in that winner's bracket. 3-0 for Inconceivable, but in a crazy competitive map. Hoping they continue to find their stride through that loser's bracket as we move over to Magin versus Divinity. Divinity actually taking a map off them.
Yeah, not surprising, honestly. The way Divinity were playing really impressed us so far. This is a big 1v1 for all the marbles in well SLG.
Perfect.
He thrives in those moments, but yeah, a moment to speak about the last map we saw between 777 and Inconceivable. What a great map of Halo. That was back and forth. Really strong. I wonder what happened with TK2 and those rockets. I'm not sure, because often you'll see, if it's a return to sender, you'll see there's a kind of rocket in the kill feed, or I'm not sure, did he blow himself up? I'm really interested to know what happened, but either way, the rockets turning over was enough for Inconceivable to run through on the 4 dead, run the flag, and then easily cap it with little to no resistance. It's almost a disappointing way to end that map, because 777, they were giving as good as they got for the majority. Either way, our attention's turned to this winners round 2 map, where arguably Europe's finest, although they're not Europe's highest seed at this point in time. Imagine are just 1 map away from advancing to winners round 3.
Yeah, although Divinity taking one off them, this is map 4. So having a little bit more to say about it, SLG getting shut down. Nice break for Divinity, actually just Piglet back in his aim. Double kill found. The Seeker also to likely drop as the damage has been put down. And 4 dead for Magin. SLG's first to spawn up. But still, I think, going to be able to contest this hill just once more. They're not actually able to dive into it. So whilst they may get some shots down, firefights will be had. Looking like this hill will actually be going in favour of Divinity. First hill on the map in their favour.
Ruh-roh Raggy. Someone joined. Someone joined. Someone didn't close the lobby. Are they going to load in? I'm not sure. Either way, we'll play on until the referee says otherwise. But Divinity, big comeback on that hill. NA squad coming through. And despite the majority of control going the way of Magin early doors, they were able to fight back, claw back, and now Magin 4 down. So very tricky part of the game for Magin to navigate here. Yeah, you spawn close. Yeah, you push up this left side with Seeker and SLG, but you have to worry with how Divinity have played so far. There's going to be a wrap coming in. There will be a wrap here soon, and it looks like Piglet actually leading the charge. Imagine switched onto this.
Piglet does get caught, so I'd like to say yes. Seeker getting traded, as will SLG. Oh, needed that kill, did Mighties, to secure that shock rifle, but it will be turned. Bigger Baloo does actually spot out the spawners as well. Doesn't land anything of note, though. SLG tagged up, and actually shots from behind. SLG to shut him down.
Dude, did enough there, SLG. Did enough, just needed to get his shields, and well, luckily it won't cost Magin in the big picture, but need to be really careful just overstepping a little bit there. No, you've got teammates calling where the last guy is and wanting help. You have to not react to calls in that situation. Know that you've done enough, you've done your job, live to fight another day. Luckily, as I said before, Magin are not kind of cost by that, but Bastos and SLG now have to team up in a 2v3 to kind of secure control of this hill, and they're both being suppressed and pushed, and yeah, it looks like Divinity have broken successfully here.
Nice perfect as well from Bigger Baloo. Will get traded, but the kill onto SLG is solid nonetheless. On screen, unfortunate. Should have just carried on, but hindsight's 2020. Nice work from Seeker and the boys to actually push through and make a break. Shut them down right before they pick up this second hill. Bigger Baloo just gets caught with his pants down as well. So you need someone on this hill, though. People stepping off. Double kill, killing spree for Seeker. Just trying to find a little bit more impact. There's 2 players who are going to be wrapping around the left-hand side. Firesteel and Piglet already catching Bastos. So the info relayed to Magin. Now to shut him down. Beautiful capture and also nice actual break. Looking like Divinity were going to be taking that, and then Seeker and the boys just push through. They're able to flip it.
Yeah, good aggression from Seeker. He knows he was in a 1v1 for a time, but that spawn, this spawn here from Bigger Baloo, I mean, Seeker will feel so hard done by. He spawns with his teammate in the hill while he's taking damage in a 1v1. Dude, that's shocking. Seeker, on behalf of Halo, I'm sorry. That is tough. And it's going to cost them so much time. Look, over half of the progress captured here by Divinity. Dude, that's tough. That's really hard.
Enemy about to score.
Divinity really just uncontested on this hill. They had rotations from the very beginning. Since then, it's felt like this has been the biggest amount of pressure they actually faced.
So you can even play time here if you really wanted to, Hixie. Sorry to interrupt, but if you survive this break from Magin, look how much progress you have over Magin's, like, basically no progress. It's kind of a moot point now because obviously Magin have broken, but with 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, think about where the next hill goes. I mean, you have a chance if you wanted to play clock here, whoever can win this hill.
Bastos, just not actually able to... Well, she didn't even need it. SLG actually to find that one, excuse me. Let's get trade. So Bastos not required in that engagement. Now he can avert his gaze elsewhere. Fire still just playing around this cake. Will actually be caught out by Mighties. Piglet to fall as well. And looking like Imagine have a bit more to answer back for. You got to work a bit harder if you're Divinity if you want to take this third hill. He's already pushed up his Bastos to try and shut down the rotations. Everyone's spawning up, going to be crossing through top mid. So Bastos to try and pepper them, and SLG to come through with the final blow. Really nice hold here from Imagine.
Yeah, it almost feels like when you lose these hills, after capturing so much XP, it almost feels like you lose 2 hills in one. Really heartbreaking and demoralizing, but you have to recognize Divinity. That for sure is a money hill. You can spawn the enemy team so far away that it is essentially all needed is one break to just secure that and turn it over. So shouldn't be hanging their heads too low at this point in time. There's still plenty of clock to play with. Neither team electing to kind of play and burn some of that neutral clock. So you have an opportunity here, but you need to get on the same page. There's so many sporadic pushes. Good job by Piglet securing that kill. Even better job staying alive if he can actually do so, which he can't. But it's important now. Get on the same page. You have 1 minute 45 left in this series as things stand to get yourself back on level terms.
Nice trade. Actually, it was Bastos to pick that one up. Still, regardless, nice trade to come through. This hill, I feel, is so much more scrappy. That Shroud screen is actually going to be helpful, but maybe a little bit deceivingly. You can still just spam through it, especially with spawner nades as well. Saw a moment ago Mighty shooting the nades of his fallen comrade on the hill. Just, you know, those are the extra details that sometimes get overlooked. He doesn't want to be caught by a intentional or not remote detonation on the hill and just give up his life for free. He wants them to work for it. Piglet as well, last alive. Actually just playing ring around the rosy. Seeker though to find the trade. Yes. Piglet doing a good job to find that.
This is big for Imagine. Step out opportunities as soon as they realize the spawn's not in their favor and Divinity are too close. Oh, beautiful reversal by Mighties. Then they do capture the hill. That's exactly how you play time on any King of the Hill map. Just bait the enemy team into some awful overextensions and bad rotations. As soon as they're in the wrong location for the new hill, that's when you cap it. Well done. Now it's a glorified game of Slayer for 1 minute and 15. It looked scary, it looked shaky, but now it's looking comfortable. And Divinity with everything to do here, or their winners bracket run will come to a swift end.
Speaking of comfortable as well, Mighty's just pushing up. Lone soldier trying to take the attack, the offense to Divinity. As all of Imagine will fall, so the hill will be flipped. And actually, it won't be flipped at all. It looks like Divinity are going to be picking up the first bit of progress onto this. Shock rifle in hand as well. Gummy with a sitter, won't land it on SLG. Find some damage, but going back down into the sewers now to try and take this hill and just have a bit more of firepower defending it. One angle held, but you've got to be worried about the flank. You've got a player behind you so you can chill for a little bit, but as soon as you look away, the push comes through. Call it luck, call it good timing. Either way, the break is here.
I can't lie, it was a really good try from Divinity. I don't want to call it too soon, but I mean, what, 35 seconds left? You have good progress on this hill. But the next one goes top middle. You have to be perfect in transition. You're pushing one by one. You might, if you're lucky, finish off this one. But even that will be denied by SLG and Mighty's teaming up here. They looked really impressive, Divinity. Not sure which server we're on, but either way, they have looked very, very impressive. They passed the eye test, but Imagine all on the same page. They might get a consolation hill, but for the 5 perfect shots from Bastos, gets a beatdown as well. And this one should be done and dusted now.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit more frantic now for Divinity. Maybe the playbook has gone out the window just a bit more as they're trying to dive in, and you can't blame them trying to stop the timer, but they're actually able to jump in and they pick up that consolation prize. But they're going to have to be perfect on rotations and no one there. So Imagine to lock this series 3-1. Map going 3-2 in their favor. Imagine going to be continuing their winners bracket run. Divinity just couldn't keep up with the pedigree, shall we say, of EU. A little bit more under their belt just means they can lock in and close this one out. But like you said, Divinity passing the eye test for sure. 2 series we've seen them looking very, very scary. So losers bracket beware.
For sure. That's the exact type of team you don't want to face in the losers bracket. They are scrappy. They gave it absolutely everything. And I look forward to seeing how far they can go in this tournament because, yeah, I've enjoyed watching them play. And to be honest, were it not for a few misplays here or there, I mean, obviously we didn't see the other maps in the series, or that much of them anyway, they could well have been in a game 5 right now. We don't know. So looking forward to seeing how they progress. Obviously, imagine we expect them to go far in this tournament. How far they can go with it being online kind of remains to be seen. But they survived that scare, Hixie. That was well done by them. And some big plays in there as well. Some big plays. Dude, that 5 from Mighties. Oh, dude, I had that guy on my team for years. I can literally hear him in my head, like screaming really profane Dutch words right now. Like as he's pulling that off, it gets you hype. It really does.
Yeah, Mighty is definitely starting to feel himself towards the back end of that map that we did see. And a series I would have loved to go back and see a little bit more of. Got some highlights.
Yeah, run it back,
The
run it back.
exact one you were talking about.
Slow-mo,
Perfect.
Infinity.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's just crazy. He is one shot, and Bigger Baloo lands a single body shot in the time Mighty's 5.
Dude, I'm strafing IRL right now. Like, literally.
Perfect.
You're there with him. And then, you know, butterfly effect, he finds fire still, and this is kind of the pop-off Mighty's finds to... I mean, they're 3-1 up already, but to kind of lock this one in, right? Close the deal of that map and series.
Yeah, just big-time players make big-time plays, and Liam's been doing that for a while. Really, yeah, just impressive performance. It's how far Imagine can go. That's a big question in my mind, because obviously no Glory this year, no Wootum this year, no Snipe Drone this year. SLG is having to find himself on a new roster entirely. Has pulled Seeker out of the woodwork as well. When they come up against more of those well-drilled NA teams, obviously you're thinking Shopify, but also Reality Check / Inconceivable. You have Usubeni, of course, in the mix. I mean, huge names in there. Decepticons, who can forget them? They may struggle. I will be interested to see that come Birmingham, if they can put to practice what they would have learned in scrims, which, by the way, I can't even imagine how bad scrims are in Europe right now for them. There's not even a second team in Europe, it seems. So yeah, slim pickings for them. But I wonder if they can push past kind of top 6. I'd like to see a top 4 from them.
Yeah, I mean, interesting you speak about Usubeni. They are matching up against Majin now.
Ooh.
That is the round 3 matchup
Okay.
for winners bracket. So you had Piglet, now you got Piggy to face.
They're revolving.
If you imagine. Yeah, exactly. You know, you've had the young Piglet, and now you've got the experienced Piggy coming in from Usubeni, who I must point out as well in week 3 actually placed 3rd.
Wow.
So, you know, imagine with a tall task, like you said, one of the teams you pointed out from NA being one of the more well-versed teams that Imagine will come across and maybe struggle a little bit more is their matchup afterwards. And I do believe we're going to be following them. But just before that, before we let you sink your teeth into it, we're just going to throw to a quick break and just, you know, simmer your expectations and just give you a little bit of temptation for then. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, Imagine versus Usubeni.
Frozen over like I am. than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, and it's frozen over like I am.
No scope. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Extermination.
Empty threats, empty promises you pour my throat. Am I still
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Ladies and germs, welcome back. We are week 3, day 1 of Dreamhack.
Dude, you're always
The
pulling some
Dreamhack-
goofy stuff, man. Like, just be normal for once in your life.
Alright, fine. I'll be normal. Welcome back, everyone. We have week 3, day 1 of Dreamhack Open Qualifier. The one that means it all, because the top 4 seeded teams at the end of this get travel coverage. My name's Hixie. I'm joined here by Wonderboy. And we have a good old matchup for you. Winners bracket round 3. Usubeni versus Majin. Majin versus Usubeni. However you want to say it. It's EU versus NA again. We just saw Majin playing against Divinity, who had Piglet on it. And now Usubeni have Piggy.
Yeah, they're
Call
revolving.
it
They're revolving in front of our very eyes. And it's always fun to see this matchup because obviously Majin questions about this roster. For me, they're a team that will get better as the year goes on. And I think with more time and more comfortability with each other, I think it will take a little bit of time for that chemistry to come. But when it does, I feel like they could really provide some upsets. The problem is, I'm not sure if they're built to win right now. The real test, you know what's even a bigger problem than that, Hixie, is the fact that like we don't know what their true form is because all of this stuff is played online. If they beat a team 5-0 in Aqua Flag, for example, game 1, it's like, okay, well, was it EU ping? Like, what's going on? Like, we don't know what their true form is until LAN comes. So we don't know what to expect from them. Obviously, Mighty SLG see Bastos on paper the best European team right now, but in these global tournaments, the placings just haven't really reflected that. I tell you who has been doing well though. This 3 American, 1 Mexican squad: Breaking Shot, Piggy, Yaxin, and the man from Latam, Acid. These 4 have been very impressive, very, very impressive. 3rd seed in the entire tournament. That is very good going over 2 tournaments. Obviously, 1 tournament is a small sample size, but to do it over the course of 2, yeah, this squad looks very well placed for travel coverage. It would take quite, I don't want to say a miracle because that's kind of bad, but like, I would be surprised, Hixie. I'd be surprised if they don't get travel coverage. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you are joining us now, before the break, did just point out Usubeni, like you said, come in 3rd last week. And, I mean, to come 3rd to Shopify Rebellion and Decepticons, who are now Luminon Gaming, which is Descendant, Precision, Torlik, and Trippy, right? Famed as this potential phase roster that everyone's rumoring and chatting about, right? It's a pretty solid showing from Usubeni. You know, no slouches. They're not losing to a couple of no-names.
No, they've been making really deep bracket runs, and I think that is what is most surprising is that it was always an experiment. I remember in week 1 where we saw there was another LATAM player on this team, and to be honest, I have slept since then. So I don't know exactly, and I can't remember what the permutation was and who changed for whom and whatnot, but it clearly was not the worst experiment in the world because here they are entering the qualifier as 3rd seed. Really, really good going, and I can't lie, they're a team, like I said, I think they're primed and ready to get travel coverage.
Yeah.
And at this state of Halo Esports as well, Hixie, travel coverage is what you need to secure a good org, because who's going to support, 3 Americans and a Mexican player to fly across the world to play in Dreamhack Birmingham? We hope lots of orgs, but the reality is it can be difficult to do that. So let's hope for them they can secure one of those top 4 spots.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's really interesting having Acid on this roster, coming in from MX, right? Just that LATAM region. It throws a little bit of something extra into this team, I feel. Maybe I don't know. I feel LATAM has some pretty solid teams, right? We saw Tapping Buttons kind of, popping out and joining Native Red, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's
at
right.
one point.
Sorry if I'm laughing, Hixie. You
No,
make a great point. I was just reading the in-game chat. I think SLG was asking where Piggy is, and Breaking Shot just said, I don't know, he said something about McDonald's. There it is.
Well, okay.
Piggy, get me a McFlurry, please. There he
Man, I
is.
don't know. US McDonald's. I don't even know what's on the menu. Never been.
Mostly the same.
Oh, okay. Just
Yep.
like bigger portions is all I know about the US.
Do you know what they do, Hixie? This is wild. They do a box of cookies. You can get 12 cookies for like
The McDonald's?
2. Yeah, McDonald's.
What?
You can get
I didn't
12
know they did
cookies.
cookies.
It's like 13 cookies, I think, and you can choose each individual one if you order on Uber Eats. And me and Onset were sharing a hotel room once. I think it was Atlanta in like 2018 or something like that. And this is the most irrelevant story you'll ever hear. But we were on Uber Eats and it's like, oh, let's get 12 chocolate chip cookies and 1 oatmeal raisin. And no joke, they got it perfect. It was 12. We counted them all. It was 12 chocolate chip and 1 oatmeal raisin. It was a miracle, but it was £2. It was unbelievable.
£2 in weight or £2?
No, £2 GBP
What?
for 13 cookies. And they were good cookies too. Dude.
Okay. I might have to make a trip. it might have to happen.
The math ain't math in there, buddy.
I'll be spending a whole lot more on the travel and accommodation, but in my mind, it's worth it. That's crazy. I mean, I like the 1 oatmeal cookie as well. I respect the somewhat attempt at keeping it a little bit less unhealthy. I mean, kind of wild. But we're in game now. Oatmeal cookie's gonna have to wait until afterwards. Imagine just flying through Mighty's. Really not just putting the brakes on at all. Doesn't even know what the brake pedal is. Flying it through. Some crazy nades actually to do a bit of damage down to him. But Acid lasts alive. Gonna have to do a lot more to stop this flag from going a bit further. He's in the right position. Just needs to win this piv. And Mighty's gets the better of him.
Yeah, Bastos gets the big kill as well on the kill feed. I was just saying to myself in my mind, okay, Yaxin first spawner there. They have to deal with Acid, then look for Yaxin. Bastos with the 5 onto Yak. That means that the first spawner essentially is completely cut off from the rest of his team, put on the death screen. So what you need to do on Aqua capture the flag, if you can, when you get that flag moving, kill the first spawner. Dude, it's almost guaranteed a flag capture every time. So on the flip side, if you first spawner, make sure you live, make sure you milk, make things difficult, give time for your spawners. Jackson that time was not able to do so. Good play by Bastos, and well, could turn 1 into 2 here.
Yeah, I've just been watching this. I was thinking Mighty's has got to be dead like 4 times over. Piggy wrapping round, going P1, and I thought Mighty's had spotted it. Maybe he did, but his priorities were elsewhere. Finds that player bottom mid, somehow stays alive. First flag cap goes in within 40 seconds. Second, within a minute and 40, or a minute and 20, I think. This is crazy. Insane run, but Usubeni trying to respond already. Acid just trying to prove to them that, look, if you can cap twice very, very quickly, we can try it as well. That will land in car 1. But it will stay there for a minute.
Rough game by Piggy to start things out. Obviously no kills to his name. Has those 3 assists, but probably still trying to, in between deaths, just eat as much McDonald's as he can if he's got his Uber Eats between series. I mean, could be DoorDash as well, sorry. Other delivery services are available. Camouflage though, 20 seconds. This is a big one on this map. You need to make sure you are keeping tabs on it. Force a burn if you can, especially if you're on the back foot. But a cap on the board for Usubeni will make this competitive here. Camo in 10. Let's see which way it goes.
Acid just tucking down. Wrapping back to get his shields. Wise as... Oh, God, he almost gets reversed by SLG, but does have a breaking shot there to help him. He's now sat at top mid, so the push well and truly coming in for Usubeni. Finding these bridge spawners already. SLG and Seeker to work with. Acid maybe just getting a little bit too excited. A couple shots down onto SLG, but decides to avert his gaze to Seeker. She manages to get away. Flag being pulled down car side again. Piggy just trying to cause a bit of mayhem right in the back base for Majin. Good job of it.
Yeah, it's really difficult in this situation for Majin to get a good read on what's happening. They've forced a 1v1 here, but even if Mighty's won it, which, by the way, wasn't even a 1v1, it was a 1v2, Usubeni were always going to spawn closer there, so Piggy, this entire time, has been alive in the Majin base, causing damage, bringing resources back. It's one of those calls you have to make. You have to go back and deal with Piggy there. You have to give the capture. Just know it's, you know, It's the second one out of a possible 5. You have that one to give. It's no problem that they tie up the game at this point. Deal with the guy in your base. Don't cause problems for your future selves. That's exactly what's happened. And, well, this is better for Imagine. Starting to play a bit more territory now with Seeker and SLG pushing forward. But, yeah, you gotta say, as soon as you have that kind of cling on at the back of the base, you gotta deal with it.
Fair to say, Imagine used a little bit of just chaos to pick up those first 2 from the very beginning.
Yeah, I'd say so. They obviously had a game plan. Flying out of the blocks, Mighties was able to push down the P side. It's not often you see P side played as aggressively as that on this map, but since then, they haven't really gotten their feet under them since scoring that second cap, that is. And it seems Usubeni have kind of gotten their feet back under them. The knees are starting to shore up a little bit, and it's Imagine who are looking a little bit wobbly.
I think a player like Bastos as well, that opener from Imagine is, I mean, you would know far better than I, right? Coaching this team in some form of variation, but with I feel from what I've seen of Bastos being a player that really thrives in chaos and loves momentum. As soon as he starts feeling himself, it's hard to shut him out. That opener from Imagine feels very much to work in his favor, and we saw him and Mighty's just absolutely sending it through P2. And it nets them 2 flags, but like you said, just has felt a bit flat from them since. Just maybe split spawns kind of making it difficult for them to find a foothold on the map. But it's just been all Usubeni so far. And another flag being run out through the car side.
They don't know what to do here.
To spawn.
They don't know what to do. They know there's probably a player back in their base, and Bastos wants to go back, but SLG wants to go forward. Seeker's already up there. They can't stop this flag. No reason to go forward. May as well all commit backwards. The problem on top of that is Piggy with camo can just call if you do go back. So it's almost like you have to half overextend and then cut across the mid. Oh, dude, so tough. So tough to call.
I mean, Piggy not even finishing his meal there, but has Yaxon to help him out. Both of them falling, so Breaking Shot last alive. It's going to be the last player, and he does get called out as well. So Bastos to clean that one up to help the Mighties. Maybe just playing for another round of slays before they try and push in. They do have map control, which is far better than a lot of what they've had since that opening gambit from them. Oh, they're just losing their pivs. Seeker last alive, left on a bit of an island up in P2. It's now car side is just being completely taken over. You've had the call that Seeker is P2, and you're just going to run it up car and try and take your own map control.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Yaxon was to take down 2 of the Imagine players, I think it was, from outside the map. He must have snuck out to P1 or somewhere, but he is the exact type of release valve when the enemy team have your car side, have your kind of closet side, and they're pushed up and they're threatening the base. Oh no, looks like we've got a false start. Someone lagged out. Oh no, SLG's crashed, I think. That's tough. But fair play to Yaxon. That's the release valve you need. Get up kind of half OE, get up to halfway, shoot back towards your own base. And as soon as Mighty decided, hey, I'm going to take a little peek at what's happening here, he got lit up like a bleeding Christmas tree. I'll be honest, the false start, or rather early stoppage, I guess. I don't know what you call it. Probably benefits Imagine here, because Usubeni looked so comfortable. They looked in the ascendancy, and now Imagine get a chance following that unfortunate disconnect to rethink, go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think, like you say, it definitely favours Imagine here. Maybe Usubeni feeling a little bit hard done by because their momentum is going to get completely shut out. 3-2 is where I imagine we're going to be bringing this one back, as it was very comfortably 3-2 for a while before SLG disconnected. So I don't think there'll be any question marks around where we're going to bring this one back in. It's just whether Imagine can have as successful as an open, excuse me, as it looks like it was a pretty quick stoppage. Lovely stuff. Appreciate production, admins, everyone getting things sorted, players sorted out. I'm going to be getting back into this with little friction, but I mean, if you're a fan of Usubeni and Imagine are able to be as successful as they were at the beginning of this map on the reset, you're going to feel a little bit hard done by.
For sure. I think they can take confidence, though, that the McDonald's are starting to hit the Piggy, because Dude, he started out, what, 0-5 and clawed it back to, I think I saw 7-10, something along those lines. Once he got his kills on the board, Usubeni looked like a completely different team. So, yeah, you're hoping those blood sugar levels kind of stay stable and he hasn't ordered that extra oatmeal raisin cookie on top of the 12 chocolate chip. I don't know. Let's see how it plays out the restart. You're right in saying 5 minutes remaining. 3-2 the score. Usubeni with the advantage.
Yeah, Piggy definitely pivotal on that second cap, I believe it was. Just being such a little rat in the back of the base of Imagine. Reminds me of a bit of a Ryanu play. I feel like he's always so difficult to play against, so hard to put away. Just wrap around Jackson actually to pull that flag, just chuck it out, and then wrap around the back, try and flush Imagine and squeeze him actually into the fridge, doing exactly that. Seeker able to get a few shots on and actually SOG to clean it up. So nice lockdown of that camo player. But still, in a hairy situation, your flag are very, very close to where the spawners are going to be for Usubeni. But still, able to lock that one out and shut it down early.
Yeah, big re there from Imagine. We saw them hesitate on some OEs before, unsure whether or not to wrap back. That is the good side of overextending and all committing to it. As long as you all do the same thing, more often than not, it will pay off. They didn't want to wrap back because they knew that there was a camo player behind them. That time they all committed, no hesitation, made things difficult. Usubeni were not expecting it. And yeah, well done to Imagine. They get that return in some unlikely circumstances. And that's better from them. A bit more decisive. The problem is the slays are never going their way in this game so far. Certainly not in the restart. SLG, the first spawner. And for a little while here until Bastos is back up as well. So Jackson can just kind of pitch up a tent on the fridge. SLG's main objective here is survive. And he's actually backed down Piggy quite well on the car side. So should reset the map here a little bit. Advantage for Imagine available if they choose to capitalize.
Yeah, SLG's just trying to find Piggy once again. He will get flushed out. So answers found for SLG as Acid also caught in yellow gem. And now just pushing forward our Imagine. Breaking shot needs to be picked up here. Good job from Seeker at least to plug that gap. And now flag going to get run if SLG can find... Oh god, both of them Acid though. Unknown entity down bottom mid. We'll shut him out. Seeker to play from the back lines. We'll actually find Piggy. He has caught him at his own game. He's just playing out the back. Unfortunately though, Bastos not able to help in the turnaround. The 180 actually to shut down Bastos as well. Seeker and Bastos both to fall. And all map control for Imagine now lost. The only thing you have to work with is this camo and SLG's forward position. Him finding Jackson at least keeps the pressure on for Usubeni. But Mighty's needs to just find a little bit more. Push up a little bit further, get some info. With Seeker falling, he knows at least one player is here, potentially two. A nice use of the threat sensor though, and shuts him down. Crazy work from Usubeni there.
I'm not sure if he got scanned there. I'd have to go back and see that again. I think he engaged because he thought he wasn't scanned, but there were just two players ready to gun at the same time. So whether or not that was comms or the scan actually coming through, it looked to me like the line of sight was not there. But regardless, following the restart, we now just have 1 minute 30 left on the clock. As it stands, Imagine trailing Usubeni. All they need to do is just play territory here, go make things difficult on the Imagine base. And I'm afraid for Imagine, they've spent too much time here worrying about the back base of Usubeni. I know Usubeni are doing that to them, but that is really kind of a dead zone of the map. You don't need to worry about players that are at the back flag. You can just ignore them essentially as long as you have top mid control, which admittedly has become very difficult for them. It's easier said than done, and it's so easy for me to sit here in cold blood because I've been there in obviously the coach's headset, but it's the truth. The game plan is try not to worry about back flag too much. I think this one is going to be a bridge too far for Imagine, and it should be 2 clear caps the advantage now for Usubeni.
Just not getting flushed out as I say that. Does, so good job at least from Imagine, but it feels a little bit too late. Like I said, much easier said than done. When Acid's just finding melons and popping them so effortlessly for a double kill, it's hard to really find your footing. Already pushed up into yellow U2. He's got the rest of the squad actually down the car side to support him. Seeker found. Assist comes through. No way you get this kill, Acid. Bastos maybe with a couple missed shots, a couple body shots that looked like Acid was absolute, but gets the better of Bastos, and now a flag cap, or flag run, excuse me, for his worries. Just gonna try and play again this forward position. Seeker taking one shot, but the flag's still here. No one else to help Acid out, so gonna back off, play time, and the map will come through 4-2. Just pulling that flag out to make sure that Majin have absolutely no way of running another, but too inconceivable for them. Map 1 for Usubeni. Recharge Slayer moving forward into this series, and Majin hoping for a little bit more of a reset.
That's what they need here for sure. Just seem to be a little sluggish, I should say, as I put my teeth back in. A little indecisive coming off the respawn, and indecision is fatal on Aquarius capture the flag. You could tell Usubeni's game plan, just play and win the mid fight, go down car, make those tough decisions, get 2 players into the flag when pulling a flag, and then hit behind the overextending spawners. Well done, Usubeni. That was really well played. Looking forward to how they continue on in this series, but it all looked so good for Majin starting off, didn't it, Hixie? What was it? 2 caps in a minute 20? I mean, whew, it should have been plain sailing from here.
Yeah, I mean, that first one was locked in 40 seconds.
But then the McDonald's hit, Hixie. The McDonald's started kicking in.
Yeah, Piggy just found his second gas tank.
Kill.
Not sponsored at all, of course. But yeah, maybe owing it to the blood sugar spike coming through from the 13 cookies.
Double
Listen,
That he may or may
they
not
dealt with
have had.
Piglet in the previous series, but Piggy's a whole different. It's a whole different ballgame. He's evolved.
Piggy by name, Piggy by nature.
Is that
Lock it in
BM?
the
I don't know.
No, I mean, like, just lock it in the McDonald's, right?
All right.
Okay. That's
Okay.
absolutely nothing against the man.
We're underway.
On board with the man himself. Man, he's just fueled. He's fueled up. That's what I meant. No harm, no foul.
That's a
So, hey.
Sprite for sure. He's got a Sprite, not a milkshake. McDonald's Sprite starting to hit different.
It does. It definitely does. 2-2. Tied up in this exchange. And just actually going back and forth. Bastos with the shock rifle. Keep a tab on him with that weapon. And just trying to play sight lines. Wait for team to spawn up. And go down long haul with Jackson. Plasma pistol for Mighties actually means SLG will find that. Nice teamwork so far from Majin, and just really not giving Usubeni much to work with as far as Piggy's POV is concerned. But if we look down the scoreboard, it's a very different story.
It is. Usubeni don't look comfortable with the map positioning they have right now, which is why they're trying to push gold. But they're being pushed into a blender of Mighty's here with shock rifle. Yak just missing the comm that there was another player there to worry about. And now Mighty's can scutter away, link up with the rest of his team. Even if he dies here, that shock rifle will be down in a decent position for his team. And yeah, well done so far by Majin. Obviously still early game here, but you don't want to give Usubeni any beneficial spawns. Just a little too target locked on that player bottom tower, and that's how quickly this game type can flip. Usubeni surviving the long haul trap, and now it's all tied up. What, just over a minute, just under a minute, I guess, until Camo coming up next. Tricky pushes here, coming in from both sides.
Very, very back and forth. Might use with a nice sequence to be shut down as with Bastos. Seeker as well, picking up this plasma pistol. Mighty's had this at the very beginning. Finding that tag. Able to actually get... Breaking Shot gets away. Mighty's just chasing ghosts. Will be caught. Bastos at least finds that player. Spots him out. Plasma pistol is going to give off a sound cue. But the call again through. He knows a player is here. And again cleaned up. So Mighty's just being really, really difficult around pipes. He's kind of locking off this entire side of the map. As he will push out of it. Just try and match up with his team a little bit more as Seeker and him are and just the two of them. Plays for Camo, gets away. Solid work from Mighty's in this map so far.
I was looking at the clock, Hixie, and I was like, Liam, you're at gold right now, dude. Camo's in 10. It's time to get moving. And naturally transitioning through to Turbine. Good movement, good routes as well. Can't lie. He did exactly what I was thinking in my head. The problem that Imagine face right now is trying to get some of these kills back on the board without them being traded. So SLG's in a 2v1 over here at bottom A, but oh, he's got the cavalry. The cavalry arrives. Seeker gets an overkill off screen. I mean, first on his team to 10 kills. The shock rifle's been up for so long. The spawns have been hit, and there's 4 different corners occupied right now by Usubeni players, I think, on the map. So this will be a really hard read, despite the overkill from Seeker. Imagine to get any map control. That's such an unfortunate series of events. To get the overkill, but then your team kind of have different mentalities and different ideologies and what to do next. It allows Usubeni back in the map, and they have shock off screen. Not sure who has it at this moment in time. It might be Yaxin at top gold, but regardless, yeah. Imagine just did everything they needed to. They killed all 4. Great movement and great listening by Seeker, but they're down by 4.
Yeah, I can't help but think it's a little bit worrying when Imagine have all the toys to play with the shock rifle, with the camo. It felt like they had everything. Seeker finding that overkill as well. And from the POVs we've seen from the beginning, it feels very much like Imagine are holding the control. But I've got to be missing something here, because the entire time Usubeni have just been trading out, they've been keeping it tied, and they've taken the lead. Yes, okay, Imagine are closing it now, but what have we been missing?
I'm not sure. That's way better pressure, though, from Imagine to snuff out the players in long haul, make things difficult, win, and go off the damage. That's signs of more confidence in the rest of their team and their team cohesion. The big decision to come now is, what do you do on camo in 10 seconds? You have blue side, so you have a sight line, but you don't want to be the team that is reacting here. You want to be the team to take action. So I like this play from SLG. Push the pace a little bit, put some damage down. Camo just spawned. He's in the best position to grab it, and just like that, they're 1 kill down. If he survives, this will be a very, very good chance for Imagine to snatch a lead. Could be a lead change coming here.
Still think this is a testament to Usubeni's ability. Don't think they've had a camo on this map. I don't really think I've seen a shock rifle even come up in the feed for them. Definitely haven't seen it in a POV for anyone.
Killing
They're still keeping it so competitive. Finally a lead change. Whoa. Nice 360 for SLG. Unofficial double kill actually comes through. And 40 to 39 now. Gonna need a little bit more impact. Take that player down low. You're gonna need Seeker to push in, but you're just a little bit antsy, right? You don't want to go diving in and give something up when it's this close.
No need to take fights over at blue as well. Should be playing for snipe here. Not sure what the call is here from Imagine. You don't want this game slowing down when you had the opportunity to grab shock off the pad. You're fighting tower here. It's a losing fight. You just lost the lead. You're now being threatened to be trapped at A with no shock rifle. Acid's about to grab that, I think. And this is a really difficult position. You should be playing shock in that situation. Would love to know what the comms were and what the call was. But they should never have committed so many resources over at tower. And for now, the game does slow down. And instead of Imagine having shock, it's going to be in the hands of Acid and Usubeni.
First kill on Tesla as well, but response from Mighties and Imagine just trying to push in. 2 will fall, Bastos to fall as well. Seeker likely not long for this world. Double kill found. Nice nade though from SLG off spawn. You're trailing by 5. You're gonna need something more, and maybe slowing it down might not be the best choice again. Got 2 players trying to rush through gold though. Gonna spot out that shock rifle. At least you know where it is. Top security. Now, still 2 kills required. Oh, interesting push out for Imagine. I mean, they actually do a fair bit of damage with the 2 players coming out a window. Acid still not taken down though. Like the play you really need to get rid of, and Seeker, excuse me, and SLG both fall. The 50th found for Usubeni. Slowed down. I don't know. I just don't understand how Usubeni did it. The entire time it felt like Imagine just had the control, had the map in their grasp. They had Mighties being so difficult with that plasma pistol, a long gold, pretty much locking down that area for a moment. And then, like you said, he just flowed so nicely into that camo. They only ever had camo. I never saw Usubeni with it. Only in that final few engagements did Acid have the shock rifle for, I think, the first time for Usubeni. And the entire time they kept it competitive and then took the map. How?
Well, because Acid obviously just dropped a 20 bomb in a Slayer, so that's not bad, is it? That's not bad at all. I think the problem for Imagine, you just need to zoom out a little bit. Realize that the grass isn't always greener. Just know you have everything you need. And it was this camo here. I mean, look at the score. This as close as you like. SLG, you've done your best. You've got camo. You've hit Turbine. You've got a... Well, it's just about to be a 2-kill lead any second. Dude, new shock in 25. Slow it down. No need. But in the end, look how they relentlessly pushed tower. They just didn't really need to, in my opinion. Obviously, again, we don't have the comms. We have the benefit of the player outlines. We have all the info we need. But imagine they're still figuring things out, and they're, to use an analogy, building the plane as they fly it, so to speak. But I think it's important that in those types of situations, don't just run at the first thing you see. You got snipe coming up. Just slow it down a little bit. Get shot, get camo shot. You know the game's about to slow down in that instance. There won't be a camo for a while. There'll be 3 minutes to another shock rifle. Ah, dude, you just want to be the team that has shock when the game slows down. They missed that opportunity, and as a result, in my opinion, that's the reason they lost game 2. Well done to Usubeni though.
Yeah, power weapons coming into quite a big play. They're not called power weapons for no reason. Lattice holding that sniper rifle is going to be pivotal. A very open map, and still I feel a map with a lot of question marks over it. Fair to say, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think players like Lattice. I don't really care for it. I think it's all right. I'm not thrilled when I see it in matchmaking, but you know, it's not. I suppose it's not for me, is it? It's for everyone. So I these guys like it. Oddball though, I mean, just hold the ball for 100 seconds, 60. What more do you need?
Well, sniper would be nice, and if Imagine can get the ball, then they've got everything they need to be set up. Although with how impactful Usubeni were with exactly what they had spawned with in the last map, it's hard to kind of go against them. Does get turned over as well, and Bastos unfortunately just stuck too far out in the open, and too many eyes on him. Sniper in the hands of Breaking Shot. Mighties did try and burn some of the ammo, so only 2 bullets to work with now for Breaking Shot. The impact he can actually have with it. Snipe Punch comes through, but the trade for SLG as well. So Acid last slide just sat down, able to find still a bit of impact. Gets 2 players weak, but no one really there to capitalize.
Yeah, really sloppy start to this map. I can't lie. Obviously, we did see Imagine secure snipe. It's not often you see that secured pretty much uncontested. We had Bastos body blocking, but then Mighties couldn't really put it into work, and then Breaking Shot had snipe, and they were slaying down towards kind of ice and towards red, but Yaxin for some reason taking the ball towards blue. Imagine spawned there, they grab ball, and it's just been really sloppy so far. Just missing a little bit of match fitness, if you will, these 2 squads. But looks like the first real setup / hold of the game. And the problem for Imagine, they forgot to account for, I think that's Yak who spawned in behind, and that's going to force a bit of urgency from SLG and the troops on this far side. Bastos just spawned, but he'll be far out of the action, I'd imagine. So big 3v3 happening here.
Nice shots from Seeker as well. Both him and Mighties working in tandem just to shut that player down on that box. So a nice little back and forth, little bait and switch for them. Just keep them guessing on Usubeni. This ball getting rotated out by Seeker, but caught behind. Acid to find him and bring this ball back to where he wants it. Try and play it around. There's only really one place. There is only one place to play this ball, and that's along Snipe Ridge. So back blue hold could be nice, although they're holding it actually on over on this little side of blue. Just keep it open. I think it's a nice place, I guess, because you have the comfort of a handful in your hand of only a certain few choke points. But then if you need to kind of chuck it out into the open in that little area, it's kind of, I don't know, it gives a little bit more freedom maybe.
Yeah, sadly not too versed in the intricacies of this map, sadly. As I said earlier in the broadcast, it was taken out before I got to see it and really lab it and workshop it for a major. So, sadly, I'm not really too sure, but in my mind, yeah, I think you're right. Holding the ball up towards kind of the top of the snipe ramp, exactly where Piggy's standing here, maybe on the ramp above, that seems the most optimal play. Because if you are pressured from low, you can just play the ball instantly. But I don't think there's been enough tower presence for that to happen for either team. We're finally seeing it now from Jackson. He's gone down as well. So as a result of not holding it in that spot, look, they can't play the ball. Now Mighty's with the break, has ball and snipe. He'll be screaming for one of his teammates to come back and take the ball off him. I imagine that will be Seeker rotating through any second. Although, yeah, it's clearly no one... Clearly, everyone's quite happy to just have a team fight over there and say, you know what, Liam, I'll grab ball in a sec. You just get some points for it, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone's attention is averted elsewhere for Usabeni, you might as well
Killing spree.
capitalise on the situation. 45 points to 72. Just imagine I'll just try it. With two players spawning up around this side, SLG would have loved to pick one up, but now you've got to decide, do you want ball time or do you want snipe kills? Mighty's got 5 bullets, excuse me, to work with. 4 chambered, full magazine ready, locked and loaded.
Dude, someone take this ball off him, thank you.
Yeah, it did feel like it was a little bit of a cry for help, rotating that ball round. Nice body shot onto breaking shot. He's going to have to back off. Piggy will get found. Jackson to shut down Mighty's with a snipe, so the sting taken out of Majin's punch. Jackson's problem around here actually takes complete attention away and allows 2 players to wrap round for Usabeni and find that Majin player completely on an island. He's got a nice body shot and does actually capitalise on the repeak. But that will be sniper dropped once again, and Piggy, with everything to work with, now just needs to try and lock down the floor.
Jackson spawned behind as well, I think. So important that you deal with Piggy fast, then you deal with Jackson, who's actually in front. So don't have to worry about too much pressure from behind. 1 bullet left in this snipe that Mighty's been reunited with. This ball might reset here soon. I'm not sure when the last time it was touched, so I think that's what Mighty's is playing for. I think it's a smart thing to do, just try and distract and make sure if that ball gets reset, it will reset into top mid, but no, they're going to touch before. That's so unfortunate. It takes 30 seconds without touching for that ball to reset top mid. Must have been really, really close. I think it must have been around 26, 27 seconds, something like that. I don't know, I'm just making it up, but 15 seconds until the round is over. Last push here for Majin, if they can even muster that.
Yeah, spawning as well, just the opposite side. Really set up for Usabeni's favour. And I don't even think... Oh, actually, I was about to say, I don't even think anyone's going to be able to get there. You're going to do a little bit more if you're Piggy.
Quick, push him. He's got McDonald's grease in his fingers.
The grease will unfortunately be his undoing, as that sniper will trade hands. Just slicked him up a little too much. He's over swinging on his peaks.
If you're just joining us, that's not like an insult to Americans. That's Piggy was late to the series starting because he was getting McDonald's. So
Need a bit of context,
just so you know.
A foreword before before this, but that will be Usabeni picking up round 1. They get the break, big enough break to secure the final 3 points they needed, and Piggy can go back to his food, only for a moment.
Yeah, just for now.
Shovel some chips in and be chewing on them now, likely, most likely, whilst he's continuing to play.
guys.
It always makes me think about the players that chew gum when they're comming. I don't understand how you can do that, not choke, and also focus.
Oh, we all know why they're doing that, Hixie, but we're not allowed to talk about that.
Anyway. Oh, okay, he made up for it. Acid, just with the over-adjustment, makes up for it pretty nicely with that no-scope. Gonna find some more heads to completely mutilate and liquefy. Mighty's, crazy conversion with that bandit.
Yeah, this is getting ugly. for Imagine. You need to get 4 alive here. Get a 4-man push going. No reason to try and be a hero. That's exactly what Bastos is doing as first spawner. And yeah, you'll sacrifice, what, 15, 20 seconds of ball time here. But the important thing is you'll have more opportunities on the map to try and break this Usubeni hold. And it's important to do that because, I mean, look, the score is almost 50-0. You need to show something, otherwise this will get out of hand. It will get really ugly really quickly because Usubeni has looked comfortable throughout this series. There were moments in game 2 and maybe the first minute of game 1 where they looked somewhat human, but Imagine it made it easy for them on several scenarios. Obviously, ping comes into a factor, but listen, man, in the off-season up in like year 2 or 3 or something, we were taking maps off Shopify in the grand finals. So you know what? I don't want to hear it, dude. We were foe. Dude, we didn't even have an org. We were playing for passion. We were taking maps. It was like 3-1 or something in the final against Shopify. So I don't want to hear nothing about connection.
It's always the underdog buff.
You
It's
think
either there
so?
or it isn't. Finally getting points in this round, at least, Imagine. Trying to turn the tide. Mighty's not actually getting TK. Perfectly landed onto Piggy, unfortunately, just not quick enough. Piggy to find that one on Tasuka. Now, again, just... that ball has actually been rotated along Sniper. He's really out in the open. Able to... oh, actually, no, SLG playing around this pillar. Going to try and play ball and do exactly that when things get a bit dicey. So, now not a factor as it's spawning up. And SLG doing a good job living up here. As I say, that acid will find him just trying to milk a little longer.
There were moments in this map, certainly in the first round, where Imagine had Usubeni on spawn. You remember when Mighty had the ball and snipe, and I was thinking, oh, Seeker would wrap back through. But 3 of them team fighting and just putting Usubeni on split spawns, and they couldn't get their feet under them. There have been moments like that for Imagine. That's when Imagine are at their best, when they're all in sync, but it's come too far and few between. Certainly in this map. And breaking shot. Oh no. Oh, can you live? Oh no, can't shoot that. Teammates there. Yep, Piggy. He's finally taken down, and somehow breaking shot survives. I mean, that was awkward. That was an awkward fight.
He's still fighting Impact as well. He's still alive. Half shields. I mean, the fact that he just goes to the smack and just duck away. Wanting to be the biggest nuisance and the biggest pain for Imagine possible on this map. I mean, ball relatively disregarded until now. Mighty's to try and wrap this one back in a 2v2. I think it did actually get caught, so it's still kind of in that window in an awkward spot. That's the one tap onto Acid at least. And expecting these players to be wrapping around from behind. But attention averted elsewhere allows Piggy to get just a little bit further behind the back lines. Nice teamwork though, and a good nade. Means that they can actually try and pick up a bit more ball time and just close this gap a little bit more.
Oh, breaking shot though. Breaking shot snuck in, and it's going to deny ball time if nothing else. And just like that, Imagine setup was looking like Swiss cheese. So many holes. Breaking shot. I'm not sure how he got there with QT as well. I mean, be interested to see that one. It's back on the VOD review, but for sure, Usubeni taking every opportunity afforded to them. It's been far too easy for them to break the holds. And they've done really well, honestly, to just not flinch and not think things can't be too good to be true, if that makes any sense. They're just seeing an opening and they're taking it, and that's what some of the best teams in the game are doing at this stage. And for Imagine, it's just some miscommunications, it's a lack of confidence and cohesion, and no doubt a bit of ping disadvantage probably sprinkled in there somewhere. But again, I don't want to hear that, Pixie, alright? It's not a valid excuse to me. I don't want to hear it.
When we get to the end, there's no hiding. Can't blame ping at all. Jackson just 30 bomb and also ball in his hand. He's an all-rounder athlete. He's a hybrid athlete. Oh, a final point though, not found. Bastos just with the buzzer beater to stop it and actually pick up some points of his own, but they're going to need a lot. Already a round down. 2 maps down. This is their lifeline. Every card out on the table.
Oh, dude.
Just Piggy.
No
Piggy
way,
literally just needs to hold this for a second. And there you go. Unfortunately for Bastos, Piggy just, again, ratting around. We saw it on Aquarius CTF in map 1. Just sat in the base, being such a pain. And again, just able to get through the back lines, find that kill onto Bastos and pick up the final point needed. 2 rounds to 0 for Lattice. And unfortunately, 3 maps to 0 for Usabeni. Imagine we'll be pushed down into that lower bracket. Usabeni going to be continuing. Not a surprise, though, if we look back at last week. 3rd place for Usabeni in week 2. And really just looking for maybe that again. Maybe a little bit more. Top 4 minimum.
Yeah, for sure. I can't lie. I know we're going to be heading to a break soon so we can get into more action. But if there is just anything to sum up how easy it was for Usabeni to break the holds, it was that last play by Piggy. He just found the route. Just was unaccounted for. No one just pressed the back button, checked the scoreboard, thought about who they were looking for, where he was seen last from Imagine. It was too easy for Piggy and the boys. Nell advance.
And as we look forward to the rest of the bracket, we will be seeing Usabeni facing against Legion Gaming versus King's Order. Whoever comes out on top. Let me just refresh the bracket, make sure that game hasn't already finished. And it has. So King's Order are waiting for Usabeni in the next matchup.
Okay.
King's Order roster going to be... excuse my host, Scarcity, Slink, and Suspense. So an EU roster. Another EU roster for NA to take on.
All right.
Piggy and the boys going to do their best. And I imagine they're going to do a pretty good job of it. But we will be finding out where the rest of the matchups are going to be going after this very quick break.
Oh, every time I tried so hard to break these walls, I'd always be afraid to lose myself and fall. And when I took this path, I never ever thought it'd steer me wrong. No, beauty doesn't last forever. The memories I'll always treasure. I didn't know when I found myself I couldn't do anything, and you stand there thinking about what should be without me. Boy, you can try, but I'm lonely. I would be true to my heart. I've always been who I really am from the start. I lost you, then found me. Baby, I don't need your sympathy, your sympathy. I lost you, then found me. So who's the one that wins the game? So who's the one that wins the game?
Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill.
I lost you, then found me. Baby, I don't need your sympathy, your sympathy. I lost you, then found me.
Double kill.
So who's the one that wins the game?
lazy motherfucker, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. What damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? That's the battlefield. 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. At least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. What damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? That's the battlefield. 1974.
All I heard about was all your love, wrapped in lies. Oh, showing off, pretending to be nice. All I heard about was all your love, but you crossed the line. Oh, but I got no heartache, heartbreak, grief about you now. No, I look at dancing, till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. Oh boy, not too boy. I look at dancing. When the game's still on and I'm all the way in for more. But I will keep on dancing, dancing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dreamhack Open. We're getting to this qualifier and getting Birmingham right underway. I'm Hail Monkey Man. I've taken over the booth on the right side of history as we go on to the other side of the pond one more time. Lethal, it was a short break for you, but we're back in the booth together, man. We get to see some awesome action as we're in the quarterfinals. This qualifier is zooming right along, dude. How you feeling?
Feeling great as always. You're looking fabulous as you always do, mate. Always do. And we're going to start with an absolute banger here, which is always good to see, between Inconceivable and Coliseum, and it's going to be a real nail biter, maybe, depending on the circumstances. Both teams have actually dropped a player. One picked up their other player as well, so the fact that they're playing against each other is quite fortunate for us, as we're going to see if those drops and pickups were beneficial for either squad.
Yeah, to see the rivalry immediately come up and be like, hey, you dropped me, well, I could be laying down the law to you. Sab is going to be facing off against his former squad of Coliseum, and they're going to start off with King of the Hill on live fire. We're guaranteed that. Street Slayer and some recharge, oddball, charge ball, if you will. And feels like this Inconceivable squad, I mean, changing a little bit of names right before they're trying to make that top four and see if they can get themselves a plane ticket across the water. But Coliseum wants to change things up. They bring on Envor. And for this squad, I feel like it would be huge for them to move beyond reality check. And both these teams, feels like everyone's expecting them to really throw down into this matchup. Let's get to game one.
Certainly do indeed. Is kicking off things with Valkator's perspective to see exactly what shenanigans he's going to be up to. Already taking one of the players and Penguin taking down Soulsnipe. This is going to be very beneficial, and you can see Coliseum again already 3 down this early on.
Coliseum continues to move fast. Soulsnipe has been absolutely pivotal and instrumental in a lot of their success over the last couple of opens. But this capacity, Inconceivable, they'll be looking for the S7 to change hands almost immediately. This narrow pin gap to try and at least get some pressure. And look how they've not really allowed Coliseum to get up into this matchup. Inconceivable looking at a free half hill already.
Yeah, every win's a win in this kind of predicament. Suppress just biding his time a moment, just holding the angle, making sure to try and keep his opponents back. and 2 now already going around that seaside 3 now. So he's more than aware of the situation in terms of the circumstances. Tries to hit 1, fails to, but he's able to get away just barely, which he does manage to extend his life a little bit longer. Hasn't any snapshots as of yet, just to keep his opponents at bay, but he realised one is at Nest, going to slowly push on forward just to at least lay some ground rules for the likes of Inconceivable, but in the end they do get taken down. It's 3 down now for Inconceivable to see exactly how they're going to work out their next attack.
I do like the early pressure that we got from Inconceivable. They wanted to land this first hill. That is going to be a good nuke combo usage. They might be able to get a double kill from off of this one. The repulse will blast them to the wall, but I like the positioning that we got out of Coliseum. They pinned Inconceivable to that front side corner of green, and then they decided, hey, we're going to take this top lane and start working to this top side C hill. Now, Inconceivable started for all of a second. Half the hill is gone for this second rotation. Drunk is now stuck in the corner. 7-3, looking pretty lethal. We still got a big red stick and donut for a couple of his teammates. Soul Snipe will add to at least one of those. It's a lot of rotation on the low side of this tower. It seems like Coliseum has regained control.
Well, the main thing is, mate, is the fact that Druck is going off on 1 in this game, getting 7-4, so a nice early start for him. And he's one of those players where he is quite momentum-based. Once he gets a very good head start, it's very hard to actually put him down in any way, shape or form. He's on ball now, looking to try and stay alive after that little engagement, which he manages to do. Sometimes beautifully there and still able to stay alive. Almost managing to take down 1 more, but in the end, not to be. As Soul Snipe also getting cleaned up by Falcate. That's going to be 3 down once again for Coliseum. Suppressed with the camo, and he's going to look to do work here.
That extra camo. Oh, taking down the would-be teleporting player, but Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up just face planting into the water as they try to use that relay to get out of there. It's just Suppressed who's making the best use of being the ghost man on third. So they lay down some early pressure. This third hill has not been touched by either team as of yet until we're moving about halfway through it. Sab will maintain control from this position of window. And Coliseum has been doing a lot of mid work right now. Oh my goodness! The jet stream would make you believe he was shot through that box, but that one landed straight in the helmet.
Certainly did indeed. Still 1 apiece here with Inconceivable with a slight edge of a lead. See Onward just being very patient around top mid. Must get 1 through troubles. The second bit in that 1-for-2 scenario. Best, as if that actually happened as well. The best situation they could have had was to get bare minimum of a trade after that first engagement and managed to do it perfectly. 3 down once again for Inconceivable. Finally managed to get 2 back up. As Druck is trying his best to get as fast as humanly possible to cut them off from bottom mid. Big ball, but he was able to do a little bit of work there. And that's going to be 3 down now for Coliseum. That's trying to back away, but you can see more than highly unlikely he's going to be able to stay off here bottom mid, but manages to do so until Sab actually managed to clean that up. But Penguin trying to finish his heal, because as you can see, only a few seconds for Coliseum, and now Inconceivable now trying to snatch it, and they do, and it's going to be now 2-1 in favour of Inconceivable.
Could have coughed at it weird, and that hill would have gone the right way for Coliseum. Yeah. Desperation trying to collect it there, Lethal, but unfortunately, that's the overstay onto that. So they staggered the spawns. You ended up having some good sentinel positioning from off of that low side of mid, and suddenly can't really do too much with it. So good takeaway by Inconceivable. Early hill time by Coliseum. A nice spin around as they turn this one into a quick SWAT match. That's hard to say. Suppressed with 7-5, 10-4 for Falcated, who has quietly been on the other side of the Blue Man group, just really laying down the law in terms of slays. And Ooba-dooba, much to the opposite right now. Coliseum needs to get some morale boosting going on for the low side of their squad, as they intend to take this camo, but Inconceivable's on it.
Suppressed just being an absolute nightmare. A fawn on the back of Coliseum, just getting some picks here and there, managed to get a little bit damage done, a lot of pressure, even whilst being really weak in so many different scenarios, and just getting away with his life on so many occasions. It's now still 2 down now for Inconceivable. Suppressed just trying to feed some info to the rest of his teammates to find out exactly what on earth is going on and what exactly to do next. Got Falcated just been cleaned up there. It's Druck does manage to get the trade on him anyway, and Penguin, a nice little 5 of his own against Soul Snipe, but Suppressed trying Gonna get this top tower, but actually managed to go off. Didn't fall off entirely, but at least gets cleaned up again by Penguin. So again, one down now for Coliseum. They do have the numbers. They'll try and take advantage of it if they can, but Suppress does get taken down. Penguin managed to get away, but for how long? That's the real question here. So get a few combo shots, puts both of them weak. So Penguin stay alive in that entire moment. It's definitely given a helping hand. They only took down 1 out of 2, but still the damage was already done.
I think that we can really sing praises to some of the patience that we're getting out of Inconceivable. They held that low side of tower and really cleared out the rest of the back base just to be able to see those two running down into ramp. But they had that long cross placement for Coliseum to still have to go into the funnel of death. Now that's a fantastic connection from out of Druck, 13-9, trying to match the same level of lethality from out of Falcated if they can match it. They have one man that's on deck, trying to be able to take on anyone. They land a no-scup as they give their life a party hat and a unicorn straight to their forehead. That's going to be fourth hill. Now as we're tied 2-all. Inconceivable, maybe a little too patient as eventually Coliseum's pace was able to push them out.
You saw there as well, Inconceivable were 3-did at the perfect time, which means they should be able to get this C and tower control in order to hold this top mid hill. And as you know, Matt, it's a nightmare to break, especially this setup in general. It's probably one of the hardest setups to break overall. And we'll have to see now if they can actually make a good go of it and to see if they can get some picks here and there in order to try and collapse this setup. Already Soul Snipe has been cleaned up now back from Druck's perspective. Been doing really well for this entire game. Booby Dooby's been lacking a little bit, but has been putting the damage done, as you can see from his assists. But we'll have to see a little bit more from him if we can.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get to have, the kills. You don't get to have the highlights, but you are at least spreading the damage out. To be able to get those assists, you have to put in at least half of the total bar.
Oh,
and then have it taken away.
let him off.
A little bit, yeah. But another camo coming up, and with 3 down, Druck can't really do too much to defend against it, so that means there's going to be yet another Phantom Man. And this one, we're going to be online with Sap, the dude that was traded away, and now trying to make things difficult for Coliseum, the squad that let him go. 20-9, by the way, as Falcated just falls. Mid control has been exchanging hands, just a little bit of handshakes here and there. Coliseum, they're playing from the outside in, just seeing if they can be able to eventually force Inconceivable into a tough spot because they're already taking now half this hill.
Falcated has been an absolute menace in this game. There's been no stopping him at all in the slightest, clean up everything in sight. Druck now coming from behind, nice killing spree coming from him on Falcated. Sab also takes down Soul Sniper, and Onvor was able to get the trade straight after, but Suppressed, able to finish up, so that's going to be 2 dead now. Coliseum, see going in for that top mid to try and contest that hill, which they have done perfectly. A trade was one of the probably better outcomes considering the circumstances in. Soul Sniper just trying to stay alive with those grenades, gets baited out, and Sab is cleaning that up, and Onvor now trying to back away, manages to stay alive in that last engagement, but this is perfect from Onvor. You see he had the tail control at the very end, but it doesn't matter though. There's only a couple of seconds left in the hill, so it wasn't really necessary. That's all about this B hill, and then as you can see, only a minute 32 left on the clock. We'll have to see if it's going to be all tied up or if the likes of Coliseum can take this 4-2.
And hang on to this as long as they absolutely can. Onvor has been doing a fantastic work filling in, especially for some of these positions where they've been rotating from the outside of the net. Now, just as they hold on to green, Inconceivable has not allowed them to really exist on the hill. They are at least able to hold on to this position. You do have Sabinator trying to infiltrate from just off the corner. They're going to see them coming through. Onvor's going to back on up. Some of this early connection, early skirmishing is where some of that big value has been coming through. But Falcated, again, doing big work. They have him backing on up Penguin. See if you can be able to hold, lock, and key to this side of the map. They've got that S7, got a couple of players that want to vie for camo, and they may actually let this one kind of roll back through. See one man nearby, land on the connection. That's a body shot. Now that's going to be blasting one man right back in. I think they might be able to pick up more of that power weapon. Still, this hill is burning some extra neutral time, and we're at 70 seconds to go. Sab's the last man on deck.
It's so unfortunate. You probably know this, like literally almost every spike is connected. It's just at the worst of times when you've got a snipe or when you've got a camo, any kind of power up or power weapon when you've got an inconceivable advantage, and then that happens every time. It's been a real nuisance. But Sab though, Just trying to hold the hill for as long as possible. Does have the most assists, has the most presence on this map. Oh, finally gets cleaned up from that previous grenade. Soulsnap just going to dive right on in, willy-nilly, just to see what else he can do. Get some clean-up duty here. And you can see now 4 members of Coliseum are now dead. Booby, the last person alive. And they know exactly where he's going to be, considering the positions they were in. But it's now 3 apiece here. Whoever's going to get this initial tower control first, it's going to have a huge advantage now for the objective. And Sab is now also trying to go bottom mid to cut them off, but it's a little bit too late, but still manages to take Boo Boo down. And Falcated just chilling in the hill, might as well take as much time as possible, looking to flank to see where the spawners are going to be at. One hiding behind the back of B, but watch out for this fork coming up from Coliseum, as they only need to hold maybe a couple of pushes here and there, and then they should be good to go and able to secure this 4th and final point for themselves.
They need not overextend right now as they're trying to go into kind of 1s and 2s for some of this fight. They've got a third of this hill already unlocked. As you have, what, 40 seconds on the neutral clock. They don't want to let that one go into overtime. It would be plenty for them. Inconceivable is holding complete big brother to little brother, arm onto their forehead. Coliseum has not been able to enter this area. They keep getting assists. They're trading the right way. You have one man from the top deck able to get a nice back smack. That's Penguin. He's going to put him on ice. Now still, everyone goes neutral and out. You have 2 trying to infiltrate from the back line. Big blast. Maybe he'll do it again. Boo Boo Doo Boo having to back on up. They've been doing that the entire game. Nearly quadruple negative into this matchup. And yet Coliseum still has a chance to maybe find a fight. Envor will take this one from distance as Suppress hits the deck. A nice trade out again from backside tower. We are destined for OT at this point.
That was huge coming up on Sabinator. Then you saw that he was already quite weak from the first engagement, looking to try and stay alive. The trade was probably the best outcome he could have asked for, as it's so important to hold the back of the tower and to keep your team in it. But he was able to win, but Inconceivable got a huge point lead here, but Druck is going to try and eliminate that. But now 1 dead, 2 just come up from spawn for Coliseum. Inconceivable now do have 1 dead, but Penguin just coming up from Nest to see what he can find. He realises that there is going to be a couple of top mid and around cuts. Good nade coming out as well. Good shots coming out. That's going to be 1, but the problem is 2 of his team is already down, but at least 1 is already with him. It's like I said before, this tower control is so important to get this whole heal, and it's been a real struggle, isn't it? They only need about 7 to 10 seconds for this heal to complete, but just not really giving much room to breathe, no matter what they do and what kind of map presence they have.
This is going to be it. They end up clearing the last 3 on deck. The last man available was Soul Snipe. He had the QT, but it was ultimately going to be signed and sealed up. Coliseum can't keep up at the very end, but they put up a hell of a fight for our first game. Went to hill number 7 there, Lethal, as things all end up mellowing out. But Inconceivable, well, they were able to conceive a plan just before we hit the streets.
Exactly what we wanted in the first series, wasn't it, mate? 4-3, you know, going into Sudden Death as well, and that's exactly what we wanted going into our first series. Oh, well, I said first series, didn't I? First series for us, anyway, going into this matchup. And Falcated, again, 25 and 17, unreal stuff. Huge shout out to Penguin as well. He wasn't really in the limelight during the first half of the game. He wasn't playing bad, wasn't playing, you know, incredible either. He was kind of just playing quite average, and then all of a sudden he came out the woodwork. His slaying prowess was really developing through the last half of this matchup, and he was just lights out, playing extremely well indeed.
I like that. We saw the pendulum swing the right way at the right time. There were key moments, especially I like the pickup of Envor. I feel like they fit very well and very smooth into this squad of Coliseum. So some of that movement between putting Sab onto Inconceivable feels really strong, but it feels like Inconceivable were just able to take advantage, especially not just of the moment, but when a Coliseum was an overextended play into some of these hills. Still, I feel like this could be a 50-50 for anyone that's trying to run the Vegas odds, Lethal. And for us, I mean, we get to see it in real time. So let's hit the streets. Let's run it up and Red Room and some good old stalker rifle alongside some camo. Let's hit it up.
Front row seats, mate. Not complaining. Suppressed now. Just going to Tyres to see what he can find there, but we'll be greeted by 3 different people, 3 different angles, which is a little bit unfortunate for him. Drug does get taken down by Falcated as well, with Drug just making that rotation around Purple Bend. Will be seen by the likes of the players around the top C stairs and one full spawn, but Truck doing his best to stay alive. Soulsnipe just getting up 1, which is going to be extremely important for him. But now we'll be called by 2 of these players. Even if he just gets 1, that's going to be huge, which he does manage to, as Sab was there to get that important trade.
Good early start here in our first 10 kills, which really establishes basically your new spawns from what you did from across the map. Being tracked down as all the scoreboard just went away. So guess who and guess check, as we will see the lower side of the left hand corner to see what's happening. But as we're online with Sab, who has that active camo, they're going to allow themselves to lurk. Nice pressure over into Arcade. You have an absolute wolf pack of players from Inconceivable taking down one player as we're all tied up through 12. So I don't really start counting my chickens at this point, Lethal. We look to really what lands, and apparently it's the nade under one man's feet as you have Suppressed being tracked down. Some of these ratty corners, Inconceivable is taking a momentary lead.
Sab is probably thinking, if only my teammate's previous nade wasn't so effective, which is yeah, a little bit of a shame. We've seen these things happen, but yeah, that was very, very unfortunate considering he had the camo as well. We had quite a lot of time left on it to boot. And Falcator now just holding top A, just trying to see what he can find, just trying to feed some info to the rest of his teammates, but it's found absolutely nothing. And there's only two ways to ban it. It's just common sense at this stage, especially so long into Halo Infinite's lifespan, where if you can't see anyone at that point, you damn well know that it could be round B and Tram. So looking to just try and sit back and wait for him to make that push. And Sab now looking to see if he can find anyone else. Does find one, but he's got to be a little bit cautious though, because two members could easily just push on in and take down Sabinator. But again, trying to get a couple of shots in. We're going to see the stalemate situation for quite a while, depending on how this is going to go. But Colosseum seems to be a little bit more keen, as you could say, pushing towards B. But every time I do try and make that slight aggressive push, I say aggressive, but it's more of a jog at this point, trying to get towards the area of the map, but towards PD. Sabinator now just trying to stay alive the best he can, but still just 10 apiece, a very slow start considering what happened at the very beginning of this matchup.
Everyone trying to dive now onto mid. The storm was brewing, and eventually as we got through the eye of it, the crosswind started flowing. That camo will trade over as Boo Boo Doo Boo doing much better into this matchup as they're at 4-3 and not sitting on the donut for as long as they can. Inconceivable have taken themselves a little back seat to Coliseum. We saw a very a reputable calm, if you will, as everyone just stayed onto their half of streets of this position. Falcated has no idea they got Boo Boo Doo Boo right behind him. Swing and a miss! Oh no! Does it all go wrong? They're able to at least get one. I feel like they could have gotten such larger numbers, especially with 3 falling out for Coliseum. It's all been fumbled out.
That was like, you know when some players make incredible rotations in order to take maybe two players down? That was literally given to him. He couldn't have asked for more, but yeah, it was just unfortunate how that beatdown didn't connect, and then he was like, oh, okay, I could be on stream here for not the best of highlights, so to speak. But at least he took one. That's the way he took one, but sadly he did get traded straight away. So camo wasn't as effective as he would like it to be, which is probably not the first time and maybe not the last time we'll see something like that. As we're now going over to Suppressed, going 4-7, which means with those 7 deaths, he's been looking to at least be the game changer to make his mark around the map, but hasn't seen the opportunity arise for him, but does take that run just for a second. But he's got 3 other people, got 4 different angles on one guy. Yeah, that's not going to happen for him as Boo Boo does manage to take down Kate in the end.
Line in the sand has been ignored, and the paint on the pavement has now still been reestablished, I guess. As Coliseum goes back to their corners, all of Inconceivable will do the same thing, and Streets is starting to feel a lot like when I see Recharge Slayer, and everyone just kind of picks a half and stays to it. Though it's going to be built around the next 15 seconds or so. As the camo will come up, you're going to have a lot of fighting that's going down over towards Window and Arcade, as Inconceivable wants to have an insurgency here. They came up with the camo the last time round, but they don't want to leave it up to a 50-50 coin toss. And so that's why you've got Suppressed trying to track one man down. They throw a sticky behind him, and it is so low. Druck is running for his life. I think that if you trip him and skin his knee, he will die. You see him just around the corner. Suppressed ends up getting down after tracking down their teammate. Coliseum with some good coverage. That camo is available, and all of Inconceivable is stuck in the bin right now. That's maybe where they're gonna live. Sab trying to just slay out, see if he can survive.
They still up, thank you. There we go. I was going to say, there was, at this level, it's very surprising how you could be around bins towards that area, even outside the top C, and just be able to value your life there. I was like, where's the nades coming from? Why has there not been a collapse? It was, yeah, pretty unreal, but that's how this match, this particular map has been going overall. No one wants to really overextend. No one wants to really take too many risks unless there's a probability of at least 80% they're going to be able to take some of these kills. But yeah, I thought that was going to be a no-brainer, and they're still able to get a trade overall. But a double coming up on Fabricated, as you saw there, switching over to Suppressed. It's now looking to see what he can find around C, but he's a bit cautious though. Penguin is there to clean up if need be, which he has done. Good stuff onto Druck, but the 5 from Boo Boo onto Fabricated is going to pay dividends as well. So still a 3-kill lead, and Coliseum now are looking to see how they can try and bring this back. But it's still possible, nowhere near or no by means out of it yet, but this next cam is going to be extremely important.
I feel like we're holding up a mirror to game number 1. As close as that was, Inconceivable still held that lead late term in that game of King of the Hill and Live Fire, and it felt like eventually Coliseum was forcing the issue instead of being able to play their game. Inconceivable now has to have Coliseum come to them if truly they want to go through and get some kills to catch up. 3 down. Druck gonna hang up to this top side of PD. He's going to rotate underneath it, and Suppress basically has a line for him now. He's 7 and 10, not exactly having their greatest. Boo Boo Doo Boo, as everyone tries to buy now, positioning over into Camo, trying to take on this arcade position. They will go for a 50-50, come out with that assist as well. Up by 4, first to hit, 40. Inconceivable. Now starting to give up a few too many. I feel like they didn't need to sacrifice anything there. Falcade in an odd position. They know they can be rushed at any time. They have that repulsor. They have a teammate right around that back end, and suddenly you cut this lead in half. Coliseum, they're just down by 1, and suddenly that game that you're talking about that they could come back into, I mean, it's right here.
It certainly is. So snap. At least you've got that trade on Penguin around the back. See, that's absolutely unreal. Druck takes Penguin down straight away. Penguin's actually getting 15 and 10, so he's been playing pretty damn well so far this series. Druck now does find another onto those stairs. There's Soul Snipe taking them once again. Assassination onto onboard from Penguin as well. Very back and forth there, just trying to stay alive, but in the end, does get cleaned up. Penguin also trying to stay alive as well for the absolute knife. We're going with Bend as well, and now at B side, I can see again, this is where the collapse, this is the collapse you need in order to try and at least extend your lead, and they have done beautifully. 4-kill lead now in favour of Inconceivable to try and make it a 2-0 series, and Sam just pushing around mid, so we can find this greeted by one player, try and rotate back around, but decided to value his life and just keep himself at bay here. And you can see 3 of the members already at B, 1 around C now already, and now we're going to back to that old faithful stalemate here.
Maybe built around one final camo, but still, it's all down to just one single kill. A trade will do it. Sab is trying to force the issue. You have 2 fighting over a long ping streak. Soul Snipe may actually end up being the one that goes down as they have to take some extra contact. As Sab is looking to get some bait going. They do get 1 man out. Soul Snipe ends up being that final kill, but got to give it to Coliseum for hanging on for dear life. But their fingernails are starting to be a bit ripped at the cuticle as Inconceivable has them in a 2-0 hole. They're going to be on match point, trying to make the semis.
Something we'll do indeed, of course, a place guaranteed top 6. If you guys aren't aware, top 4 from these qualifiers will get their expenses paid to Dreamhack Birmingham. If you are not aware, going back to the stats, 50-48, it was pretty close throughout the entirety of that game. There were some stalemates, very, very little aggression here and there, depending on the circumstances, because neither team wanted even one member to be low to give your opponents that kind of ease to push from B side around PD and then get full map control. Yeah, and we've seen some very interesting plays as well, especially with the camo. But, you know, we had some plays where they were able to go around back of tower to finish on the players off. We had some where some rotations were pretty much given to them, which was pretty insane indeed. But we'll see what happens. It would not surprise me if the likes of Inconceivable may drop a game or 2 going into this series. We know they've got a 2-0 lead going into this, but it's all to play for here, as you rightly mentioned, going into Recharge Ball.
Remember, folks, with all the points that are happening, those points are made purely for that seeding position, both here into this qualifier as well as for later events for all the DreamHacks that will be happening, especially for Birmingham. But the top 4 outright that make those top 4 through this tournament will be able to move across the pond. They'll be able to jump over into that big land. This charge ball is going to be big. Penguin already taking a big slapper to the face as you have Coliseum that wants to own this top level position, fight for that camo, have that shock rifle, and Druck is literally fighting the floor, hoping that some ghosts don't come and haunt him.
So he did indeed. He's all on his own down long, but the problem is for them, it's the fact that actually he managed to get a great rotation and cleans up. Oh, he does actually clean up either of them. They're both so weak. Great teamwork coming up from Inconceivable. This is what I mean. They've got that small talk in those very, very minor detailed situations to try and revert any kind of good pushes or attacks coming up from Coliseum. It's been a night and day difference really. Now Druk is on the back end of it, gets chased and hunted down. Penguin does manage to get one, and now we're switching over to Envoy now with the old favourite H2 combo here as he cleans up one, trying to back away and will be able to survive. Oh, Sub doesn't manage to get him in the end. He's a little bit distracted there. It's going to be huge. It doesn't get the initial kill on the Penguin. It was a little bit of a shock to the system, but that doesn't matter. Drop so to clean that up beautifully. Managed to get a double for his troubles. And now it's going to be 3 down now for Coliseum and Inconceivable now. Their opportunity, their chance to get at least 10 or 20 seconds more ball time.
Very scrappy to finally force that ball after that first opening volley of just pure Slayer to move up into this top goal position. And still, Druk has proven them kind of their worst through some of these fights. Feels like that this was kind of a slow marker for them, but that ball eventually does move its way towards long haul. And now with Soul Snipe onto the shock rifle, they can cover anyone that wants to be able to pinch in. So I would not be surprised if Coliseum holds this long haul position, and then they basically hold this top gold into red pipe and force them to make this long entryway. Now they don't have the reset point over towards Hydro as of yet. Oh, 2 nades, Boo Boo Doo and Druk going down. Soul Snipe has to be ready to go. They do not give too much support as they miss that shot. Now they're the lone man left. They're able to get it perfect, hoping to get anyone else that's still lurking behind. They're gonna use the rest of us in this magwell. So the shocks are gone, but the ball has changed hands.
Certainly has indeed. Sam now just trying to survive. Life, it managed to get a perfect 5 onto. Want to play that on to Boo Boo, but Envoy came in clutch with that trade initially, but suppressed. He's in a very, very good position. But still able to stay alive here, but he knows that he has to stay alive around Spiral. If he does not, then it's going to cost him dearly here. 2 players able to go around that Spiral area, but fabricated with the camera. This is next level if he gets a very important rotation going around, but doesn't get the initial kill, but needs to stay alive here to at least keep this camo work, but was not able to. But he did quite a bit of damage considering these circumstances he was on anyways. Same reset again, trying to stay alive, doesn't get the ball, gets cleaned up again by Boo Boo. And Soul Snap now just laying down the law a little bit here as he managed to get a beautiful double here, Monkey Man.
Really give his team some extra breathing room, which has been very tough to find. And I like the timing now. 10 and 6 out of Soul Snipe. And it's been a long time since I've had any point scoring. I think at least 2 minutes of this neutral clock has been straight up slaying. Finally, the calm comes in and falls upon recharge. Inconceivable is going to be rehashing and reconvening just around this control room position, waiting also for that reset, as maybe Soul Snipe will have to play ball. They're going to burn as much time as they absolutely can. They're going to hold that top level of C, and control room is basically a kill box. If you go in there, you're going to have to go straight into the hands of Druk, but they go underneath that door. So about timing, I'm going to be able to catch one man lurking. He's going to hang out underneath the bridge. No troll toll today. Valkated eventually clears one, but that ball will get played.
Just like that, 2 dead for Coliseum as you see now Penguin just pushing towards them to see what he can find. There's a cool glimpse of one. Just biding his time, wait for his teammates to feed more info as you can now try and push towards goal, but you can see Soul Snipe at top A just making sure that does not happen, but he is pushing back because Sab's just been an absolute nuisance from top control to top A. As Penguin managed to get to top goal, but oh, the timing, it's like one of the worst things as he actually selected the perfect moment to push, but kind of was delaying just a little bit too much. He was waiting for the perfect moment to push in, and then when he got towards top gold, he had another player shooting in the back straight after, which was just a little bit unfortunate there. But suppressed, tried to stay alive, but it was probably a disadvantage rather than an advantageous play there, which is a shame. But never mind, as Valkated trying to stay alive around this area, but is not able to. It does get cleaned up, and now switch over to Sab to see if he can find any more members around that combo side of goal, but it's not able to. But putting a lot of damage down in the end. The suppressor gets back away once more, but at least he gets the trade before being cleaned up.
This map becoming just straight up Slayer. Three minutes of this at this point, because they doubled up that lead earlier when they were holding towards Hydro. The camera was going to be live and available on the floor, and Coliseum, I believe, has that called out. Sab is aiming to go and recover it, but I think that's now gone the right direction for at least one of these players. And for Coliseum, it is keep away time. A minute to win it. Trying to hold on to it. Have just enough time if they really want to still win it with actual ball time. They're going to retreat with it, and they do so. A double kill for Druck. An extra little plasma pistol can be very abusive, especially when you're in full camo. They never see you coming, especially if they just confirm with a beatdown. And so much of that extra harassment right now, Lethal, as they extend this play over towards basically that C-plat spawn. Now, because they've done that, this map has completely flipped open. Charge rifle will be up in 5 seconds. They do have that ball elsewhere as they rotated it down long haul. It's 30 points or 45 seconds, whichever comes first at this point.
It's been quite an interesting ball game to say the least. The Soulstone now looking to rotate around. Inconceivable. Goodness me, still need 44 seconds. If they can do it, that's going to be another question here. But by the look of things, it's debatable. They're trying to stay alive, but isn't close enough for the beatdown. It's moving out. Just in a, this is one of the perfect spots to be in as well. Just lay a few bullets down here and there just to get him at least half to quarter shield and then let your teammates do the rest and run long. And that's exactly what he was able to do. And look at just like that. 4 down now for Inconceivable. 2 just come up on a respawn. But this could well be G, considering how well they've been set up, how well they've been able to play. And some good setups along the way here as now Boo just trying to add a little bit more damage. And he's just using that angle to such a high degree.
Little beat down, ride the skull. Now the problem here is because they were hanging on to it for that long, the differential was actually in favor of just letting this clock run out. There is a world where Inconceivable makes it very conceivable to try and be able to take this round away. All they needed was to let that timer hit 0, and we would be moving on to round number 2 a little bit faster. Instead, they decided to go for points. They're trying to be able to take this one from just down long haul. 3 seconds to go. You have to maintain possession. It's so much easier said than done. Sab is the only guy alive. He tosses it to a teammate. They cannot catch it. Coliseum will be able to steal this one out. I think they only got 97 points. Came up just short of hitting the full hundo, but now we go to round number 2. They absolutely need this one if they want us to believe a round 5's in the future.
Yeah, Sabernator put a pretty good fight towards the end, but you saw after he got that ball, 3 of his teammates were down. He had 3 different players at every single different angle. No matter where he rotated, he would have been absolutely lights out. He would not have got much further at all in the slightest. But this is a very, very strong zone from Coliseum. I do feel like those first 2 maps could have gone either way. And now it's hoping they don't want another coin flip situation. So that first round was a dominating start coming from Coliseum now. We now switch over back to Buru, and he's looking to try and back away from that last engagement. 2 of the teammates are still down, so the only thing he can do is to try and stay alive. He made the best of a bad situation, but that was a good trade coming up from him, and now Sab back on that ball game again, and to pick up the combo just as a little treat for himself.
Wash, rinse, repeat into the same situation we started in round number 1. Shock rifle has not been picked up at this point. Trying to use that noob combo and does so to full effect. Hoping to have a greater impact alongside his team and some of that crossfire that they can set up, as everyone was on the other side control room half of this map, and now they can start rotating. This is something that Inconceivable didn't even get a chance to do last time around, as they finally move from that top nest into long haul, and they'll be able to get right around this whirlpool section, and rather to this hydro section. But being here, they don't want to have to settle for just having that reset. They know that Coliseum is now trapped towards elevator. Soul Snipe, Boobadoobu will be on first contact if they can, and that's also where Falcated comes into play. Dude is a menace. He's able to take down 1, but he gets some intel. The next dude's coming up.
So he is indeed. Is Sab now just going to dive on in? He's like, I'm not going to hold top control anymore. I'm just going to drop straight down and take it down, which is fair. Oh, fair enough. As Drag manages to get away. Not as bad as Suppress's unlucky grab fall earlier, which was just a bit unfortunate around batteries. Still able to stay alive. Finally get taken down with a stick. And again, that's another annoying factor, isn't it? You value your life so much for 10 to 15 seconds, and it's a simple stick that absolutely does you in. So we'll now just look to back away around bottom A to try and stay alive. His teammate's also in the same boat, so he's not going to be looking for too much help coming on in. But this is much, much better for the Inconceivable. They're sticking in numbers a lot better. They seem to clean up the kills more efficiently, and you can tell from the difference as well. You know, at one stage they had more kills in seconds on the ball, which is not something you see every day. And now they're up 45 and counting to 0.
There's a completely different identity to what they've been able to do. They really slowed down Coliseum, and that can happen a lot on to recharge. You see it in Slayer, you see it in Oddball, especially with the way that you've split these spawns. They did it very well, now forcing all of this to be this elongated fight coming out from Blue Pipe. They're gonna rotate this one out and low of this pit to try to be able to catch it. They do, and great movement from out of Penguin. He's in the negative right now off of these 2 rounds of play. They're gonna finish off at least one, hoping for a double kill. Druck will at least trade him out. Druck is now trying to be able to hide a little bit closer keel over to this side of bridge, but I mean, they still have to go and get this ball. It's gonna get played. They're trying to get the guy in Sabinator that's been putting some damage into their backsides. Valcade is gonna hang on to it for as long as he possibly can. That's a nice double kill, but it comes to the expense of having to give and chase. Soul Snipe hopes that Penguin becomes their next statistic at the other end of their gun. As this ball has been reset, we have half of a neutral clock to go, but more than half of this has been filled up, and Inconceivable is looking at a round 3 if they can.
Will do indeed. Is Druck on a stay alive, but he's in the perfect spot to interrupt this ball rotation. Barely takes him any damage either, so he can continue on the aggression, finds another top control. And you can see Soulstorm also coming in from behind. This is a lot better coming up from Coliseum, but the problem is the ball is still being picked up, it has been thrown, it has been played. But Sab now needs to stay alive top 8, absolutely crucial. You can see the members of Coliseum all around C. Yes, they do have to shock, but they are not in a prime position to get this ball or to contest it. They can contest it, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be extremely difficult to try and rotate and flank back around. But Booby Doo is doing a good job here with the shock, just making sure to be a real nuisance and a nightmare with the shock. Finally gets into position he wants to be in. The ball still hasn't been picked up as of yet, which is perfectly understandable. We've only had like 1 member down here and there, and no one has really got a manageable position to go and grab that ball. But Camo's going to be up shortly as well. But I'm sure after this next push, it's going to be debatable. Lovely snipe coming up there. And now Druck is going to come in as well to see if he can clear any more of it. It's already done, so he doesn't have to worry about it too much. So that's a lot of work he needs to do during those last 5 seconds. But again, for the Coliseum, this is good. This is better. But it should have been earlier in the round.
And then you get back tapped. There's 1 shot left in the shot rifle. Camo falls into the hands of Penguin. This looks like it might be wraps, depending on how this last possession is actually positioned. Still, for Coliseum, there is time, and it's still ticking. And in their favor as those points do climb. Now, for Inconceivable, the best thing that they've done is not allow the battlefield managers and for Coliseum to win that neutral space. Able to win this 1-on-2, taken from that top level. They actually have about 75 seconds approaching to just get 24 points. Able to back on up. They've got that camo. Does that stick land? No. It will go away as a shock rifle. Respawn off the deck will be coming through. Don't lose this fight. Okay. I was like, how in the heck did Druck live on that pipeline for so long? A triple kill for Soul Snipe, and he actually maintains ball possession.
Nice. That's what we like to see. But like I said, you know, it's a little bit late. Maybe too late. We have to see what circumstances are in the next minute. Still down by 49 seconds here. Soul Snipe just doing his best to stay alive at the moment. Not really too much he can do here. He knows that they're all pushing from A into pipes. And this is where Soul Snipe's got to decide exactly how he wants to go about this. He hasn't got the utility, so just needs to fire. But in the end, neither teammate actually able to cleave that up at all. And there's going to be 3 members on gold stairs shutting Druck down. And this could be a wake-up call for Coliseum in this 3rd and final round, as it looks like Inconceivable we'll be able to finish this shortly. Just 1 more set of slays will do it. As Valcated just waiting, daring for them to go through pipes once more.
This sings of what we got to see at the end point of King of the Hill, of the timing that Inconceivable can push up with. I love that 2-man rush. They absolutely came out with top profits and then finished it off by just forcing Coliseum out of where they originally set their feet into the sand. So we go to round number 3. This is a 3-0. Does Inconceivable guarantee themselves at least a top 6 berth for tomorrow? Or does Coliseum get their feet back underneath them? Need to be as lethal and as surprising and as ferocious as they were in the beginning of round number 1.
And you can see the stats across the board as well. No one's really sticking out like a sore thumb, and no one's doing really bad either. No weak links, nothing like that at all. It's been very, very tight between both of these teams. It's Suppressed really needs to try and make good work with his camo in order to secure them a decent sized lead. going to his next bounce. But you can see Sab takes down one, Suppress gets another. That would have been huge if he took that the third then, but just isn't to be. But that does not matter. It says 3 down now for Coliseum. Falcated just going to keep his distance back away from Whirlpool, and now looking to go towards Pipes to see if they actually chase him down. But luckily for him, he's got a couple of nades, so can at least keep him at bay for a little bit of time. A few shots planted around Whirlpool, and yeah, like the worst thing to happen there in that kind of engagement. And Sab also gets taken down by Drug. So again, trying to rotate with this ball. Penguin gets a few shots down, and Suppressed able to clean them up here. So you can see there, Coliseum all around that A and Whirlpool side. They need to stay alive and get prepared for this next push. But problem is now they're already rotating back once again, forcing Inconceivable to make the next play.
Gone point for point, and that's about it. Possession is still at least being fought over to try and just have this position of elevator, and it looks like there may be a safety net for Inconceivable if they want to start getting this ball back this way. They want to rotate top end, and that way they could have it, that rotation of escaping through control room and having that reset outwards. But I actually wouldn't be surprised if they decided to just kind of throw this one back to where they've been in gold. Whoa! The trade up off of that ball, able to land one man down. Penguin trying to do it twice, can't do it, as you have one guy hanging out into the corner. But Coliseum hoping to have the same level and line to go right back to elevator. Only a handful of seconds. Make it 2 extra fingers for Inconceivable. They have a 6-point lead, and Coliseum has been kind of stuck on this non-stop Groundhog Day as they've been rotating non-stop through C-plat to control room, and Inconceivable has been resetting them.
Great rotation coming up from Sab there, as you can see there from that previous fight around top C, where it looked like his days were numbered in that 1v2 scenario, but was able to get out scot-free, which was a little bit of a shock factor in my eyes, really, considering at this high level. But again, just able to stay alive. Picks up the ball now, gets a little bit of time just to add to the cranny. He's got 70 seconds plus, whilst going positive, which is a feat in itself. But 2 down now for Coliseum here. You can see they've got the setup. They've got 2 players top A, just trying to keep the guy at blue box delayed as much as possible. And you can see everyone around Coliseum, they're very well spread out here. It looks like they are going to be planning some kind of attack around top control and from Pipes. But if they can even break through one of these setups, that's going to be another question here. As you can see now, Inconceivable up 34-1. And Savage is daring for him. It's like, you know, just come on by, try and get me if you can. But he's going to get first shot and take it down no matter what. Beautifully done there by Sab. And now 3 down here for Coliseum, which means extra ball time.
They've not allowed any of these infiltrations or crossfires to be broken, because you've gotten one man that went to the back end of elevator, and as soon as they did, they'd already rotated this ball back to where they'd like to be, and that's to that red pipe and gold room. So Inconceivable has been controlling the pace of this game. They have been leading Coliseum by the nose. We've just got a little over 2 minutes of neutral time. It may not even come up, as 50 points and less than that are ready to be acquired. Suppress doing well, but they've not really done too much of this game, and it's actually hold possession. They've got the shock rifle, so they're going to be told to get back online and start looking for extra targets. They start to invade. It's going to be a 2-man rush. He's got too many to have to get to, but it's actually a couple of beatdowns as everyone starts rushing back in for Coliseum. That is 3 out, a double kill for Falcated. This might have iced the game over. Hold on. You got someone still in the back end of elevator to try and vie for contention. Penguin will clear them out.
We're going to see a lot of back and forth for the next 30 seconds. You can see there was another spawn coming up from Coliseum where they managed to push into bottom control without too much contention there, which means, yeah, no teams are going to get a proper, decent, sizable amount of time with the ball yet for a good while. But Coliseum are going to be a little bit edgy here. They're going to be a little bit impatient because they're more than aware that there's only a minute 20 left on the clock and they need to get something done quick. But the problem is, Inconceivable have got the number. They have strongly adapted after that first round. They were more than aware of what occurred and what mistakes they made for Coliseum to win that first round. And look, they've barely gained any time in this second and third rounds. And the question is going to be, will Coliseum be able to readapt and be able to correct their previous mistakes? It's looking unlikely at the moment, as they're never having a numbers advantage. Always seems to be 2 or 3 down, and they're never perfectly pushing in sync. So this is going to be quite a difficult sight to behold here. Still up 56-10. It's looking more and more unlikely as time goes by, Mickey Man.
Yeah, if Coliseum aims to get back to this ball. Inconceivable knows the sidelines that they're going to have to go through. Taking down Spider-Man as Green Goblin in the form of Suppress just slaps him straight out of the sky. Looking for a triple kill, doesn't need it, gets an assist anyway. 3 down for Coliseum, 40 points left. They could be able to do the timer a little bit faster than that, but they decided to go for full-on points anyway. And Coliseum is left in a bad situation. They have to go all the way up into gold, and right now they're feeling like silver medalists because they're going to end up second place into this matchup as Sab tries to be able to help out his teammate. They'll retreat. They finish off one. Coliseum's able to at least thieve the ball away, but is it just like a toddler taking a cookie out of the jar? Will mom be able to take it out of their hands? And they're trying to do it almost immediately as Boo Boo Doo Boo is being guarded by Mama Druck. They are both one shot, and they're going to let them hang up top glass as Penguin's coming to punish them.
Deary me, yeah, that was an accident waiting to happen there. 3 down, make that 4. Surely that's going to seal this third and the final map after that first round's nail biter from Coliseum. But you can see every single member now trying to get through pipes as fast as humanly possible because they're well aware that they're going to make that rotation around to Long and to Sneaky. But it's going to be way too late here. Not enough time left on the clock. That was a brilliant way for Inconceivable to finish that off. But it's like I said before, with a lot of his players stat-wise, nothing really sticks out in terms of how well or how bad anyone performed. It was a huge team effort there from both teams, but Inconceivable, you could see notable. It was a night and day difference in terms of how they adapted and how they prepared and strategized methodically around the map in that second and third round.
Yeah, the first round really spoke to just pure velocity of let's go, let's kill. Let's making sure that Inconceivable was not at all comfortable with how they were trying to hold these possessions. They obviously had a game plan to play much towards that gold and red pipeline and then eventually skirt along Coliseum. Coliseum, it was whole slash and dash. What can you do?
Yep.
And as soon as they were tripped at the line, Lethal, they were not able to get back up.
They certainly weren't at all, mate. It was a little bit unfortunate. I think we did... I don't know if we both agreed, or I could just say I said it, and you could say I was probably could be wrong anyway, but I assumed this was going to be quite... Not nail-biter, actually, that might be my word earlier, but I thought it was going to be a closer series in this. But it's like I said before, those first 2 games really could have gone either way, but Oddball kind of separates the men from the boys in terms of their objective stance across the board, and they were Inconceivable were really able to do that in that second and third round of ball. Honestly, they barely got any time in the second, third round, but the first round, yeah, Coliseum, that's when I was starting to think to myself, hold on a sec, we did replicate 4 or 5 here.
Well, we got to see what was close on paper, but if you look at the 3-0, it was still Inconceivable taking it with authority. So they'll be moving on into the semifinals for day number 2. We've got another quarterfinal matchup for you guys as the upper bracket continues to move along right along with the lowers. We'll be showcasing some of the round 3s, 4s, and 5s down there for end-of-day entrances. But if I'm not mistaken, we've got an NA versus EU matchup on the other side of this short break. More of the Dreamhack Open Qualifier will be back right after this.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to?
kill. Reversal double kill. Double kill.
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from
Double kill.
strangers don't lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers don't lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Strangers don't lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers don't lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers?
Welcome back, everyone. Qualifier to make it over to Dreamhack Birmingham is underway, as we've already gotten through one of our quarterfinals and a whole lot of previous rounds, and we've got another quarterfinal set to lock someone into the top 6. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Lethal, and this next one, Lethal, it's for the homeboys out there. It's for the ones across the pond over in EU land. As we got Usu Benny trying to reaffirm themselves as a top 4 berth versus King's Order. I feel like there's a lot of folks that didn't expect them to be there because they won Game 5 over Legion Gaming to get to this point.
Yeah, that's pretty unreal considering the position they were in at the start as well. And we have to see suspense in the boys from King's Order to see if they can make or break this matchup, because like I said before, it is for top 6. This is going to be absolutely pinnacle for them in order to, you know, get to that top 4 spot. That a lot of people are going to say it's pretty unlikely, which is understandable considering their reputation. But honestly, these guys are definitely a little bit underrated, and we'll have to see if the likes of Piggy and the lads will actually not try and underestimate them too much here. But as you can see, starting off with Live Fire Heal, Street Slayer, Recharge Ball, Origin CTF, and to finish things off, if it gets that far, it will be Live Fire Slayer. So yeah, lots of Live Fire, but can't complain.
If we're gonna see these EU lads get through, it's probably gonna take at least 4 separate maps. But I'm here to be surprised.
Yeah.
Getting to this top area of the bracket is already huge. S7 will be online for anyone that wants to go and grab it. Are you a green first hill rusher here, Lethal, or are you more for trying to skirt around, wait for camo, and then go at second attack?
Normally if I spawn garage, I'm going straight to C, no matter what. Like, literally, I want to try and get the quickest and easiest rotations behind them as possible, but it really does depend on some of these players. That's coming from me, who's awful. So I would say anything I say, just do the total opposite, and then you'll be fine. You'll be all good. It's like, you know, try and keep away from any engagement on B as much as possible, because it can be a little bit of a time waste depending on how much they push, or if they do just stick back and just try and feed their teammates info. But yeah, some of those rotations around Camo and Tommy are going to be absolutely vital at the very beginning of this matchup. It just depends who's going to be able to execute it first here, because we know it can be extremely dicey, especially from that sniping camo during the first minute of the game.
I'm always that guy. As soon as an objective pops up that's not just Slayer, I start immediately rushing to the objective, because none of my teammates ever do it in the first place. Everyone just keeps maintaining Slayer, but Slayer in its own right is an objective to open up all objectives. So here we go again one more time as we drop into it. This King of the Hill went to Game 7 just a moment ago in our other quarterfinal. Was it all for naught? Is it all just a ruse for King's Order to be where they are right now? Can they repeat what they just did a little bit ago and not have to do it in 5? Usubeni has been to the top 4 at least once or twice through our couple of opens, so we'll see if any of that ends up changing up. Meanwhile, you can also see that there's another matchup that's happening. That Sick by Nature and the Old Guard are chilling on the other side of the bracket, so some of this lower bracket side, as we'll be doing some coverage of that as well once we're done with the uppers.
Unbelievable. Monkey Man just teasing you all. Just trying to make you think that there's going to be a series going on between Kings Order. But no, not to be. But at least we've got another match going on, as you rightly said, the Old Guard. The Aussie team to see exactly how well they are going to do and how they have been so far. I wanted to keep up with them actually to see exactly what we've been up to and how far they could be progressing. But looking good so far, as at the moment they're only 9 seconds behind. Cool come up from Noble there, but again you can see 3 down at one point by Sick by Nature, and now this is a perfect time for the Old Guard to try and stay alive and just try and boost as much ball time as possible, especially with that snipe.
Oh, it looks like we'll actually flip back on over. Also, just to point out, is that accurate? Hey, Australia, New Zealand? What? Old Guard playing from like 500 ping away. Okay, give him some love over just stringing the Ethernet.
You need to understand, if you're if you're someone from Australia, New Zealand, or EU, we're used to high pings, trust me. We are, it is literally in our DNA, and I'm not even kidding either. Especially like in the old days, we always had to play on 100 plus ping, and especially on horrible connections. But nowadays, it's a little bit better. It's not as bad, you know, in terms of that situation. But sadly, the lads in Australia, New Zealand, yeah, they are going to be living on that, well, riding on that struggle bus in terms of that ping advantage or disadvantage, depending on what the crack is. But yeah, it's one of those things. But I would be interested to see how they get on later on in that series. But going to this one though, this is exactly what is going on. King's Order currently 2 down, haven't got any hill time, but as I say that, now Slink able to try and get a little bit more time on board if he's able to stay alive. Ooh, and he does not. 2 perfect nades, hits his cranium, and that's going to be him down for the count. His Finners does get the trade, and it's now 4 down for King's Order, and you can see Yak managed to claw up that hill time. The only problem is for them is that King's Order all spawn around C, looking to try and make a crucial flank around the outskirts that cuts in camo as well as top mid. But you can see again the lads now just sitting back and just patiently waiting for a good kill come up from Yak once again.
Suspense ran straight into the Lion's Den after one of their teammates went down and they called out that there was a player with no shields. Well, then they were caught literally in the sidelines of everybody else. Jackson has been babysitting Green at this point in time, and Usubeni is making life difficult to anyone who wants to get in here. I still remember the player that we were online with, and that was Acid, when they were here with Drift and was half NA, half Mexico. Then they brought in, with Drift dropping out, Breaking Shot. So the fact that this squad continues to be so impactful is done on the hands and the lethality of what Acid also brings to the table. But EU with King's Order, this is, in the previous opens was Conspiracy. Suspense is one of those big players as well. If they can be able to just provide some coverage, they might be able to thieve this one away, but you could spit at this hill and give it to Usubeni.
Yeah, every single member on King's Order, in one way, shape or form, have something to give. Suspense just trying to stay alive. Goodness me, I don't know how he's able to stay alive in that engagement for such a long period of time. But the problem is, all 4 down to King's Order. That's going to be the first hill going to in favour of Usubeni, and Breaking Shot just continue to add more to the path of destruction there, as Yak now just having to back away from that last bounce. Does have camo though, which is not going to be so good for King's Order here. See if I can try and nip it in the bud, but problem is they're not really in a position yet. But that nade may pay its dues, but it does not, sadly. It doesn't manage to get round behind him. Does he take it out? Yes, he does. That is a massive kill there on the camera player.
It could have been a lot worse for anyone that they didn't sight Jackson, able to just spin right back around in a nice head cut as it S7 at least blasts through some Mjolnir. Now, third of this hill does go away. Suspense is trying to be not the damsel in the tower, but the one that's raining down hellfire upon Usubeni. Still can't get the feet back onto that C plat. So all those platitudes, with all the attitudes, at least keeping them at arm's reach. S7 now trades hands. King's Order will trade space topside for 1 in a grave.
Yeah, Yak with the snipe now, just chilling at the moment, just waiting for the next set of info to come in order. Do some damage, but does find one, but gets double teamed straight away from that dummy's ramp and cuts, and that was a beautiful way to have how they're able to collapse that setup here. So 2 down now for King's Order. Finn has just come up on the respawn. Slink is going to come up very shortly. Piggy now finding his time and just needs to be patient, which is exactly what he's doing. He knows they'll come around eventually, but a bit too late here. He's now trying to catch up the rest of his teammates, but there's already 2 down. Maybe to get a couple of finishes here. Some of them are literally just licking their wounds, but Piggy does get 1. One more is going to be quite weak around top C, but he did his best out of a bad situation there. He easily could have just done a bit of damage and they could have recovered, but instead had to take down 1, and you can see the lads on King's Order are just trying to survive for dear life. Piggy finally taken down after laying down so much damage overall, and Slink here again just doing his absolute damage to try and take that tower control. How he's still alive, but that was a very important trade to keep him out of that tower control.
Sacrificial move as well. They knew that they were going to be pressed out of position, and so they drop a nade right onto their feet, trying to be able to slide up that ramp and find some further contact. And it feels like King Order might finally be able to get this hill. They have 1 man above on the QT online, and that is going to be a big blast as both Jackson and company come through. 3 out for King's Order. It was looking promising until it wasn't. This one gets stolen by Usubeni. Slink has his camo, knows Acid's right around the corner, and Acid has now gone, what, 15 and 9? Dude has been absolutely lethal across this map. Well, you're lethal, but they're lethal. I hope that you're okay with them sharing that with you.
It's all right. I've heard the word lethal or some phrase of it in the last 4 or 5 moments, so I've kind of just got used to it now. And you're right there, yeah, like, not really stat-wise, not too much is sticking out here. I'd probably say Acid going to +5 and Yak was +4 as well. Have definitely been the stat lines to definitely look upon, I must say the least. But Slink does take down 1, but finally gets cleaned up. 2 down now for King's Order, but still getting a bit of hill time here. But even though they haven't got any numbers advantages, like that previous engagement really was beneficial in a lot of ways. In that Suspense, it's giving a helping hand to Finners. Working them one way. Beautiful stuff from Suspense. And this is a good example, just valuing your life so well and just being so proactive around the map. And it's just sitting at that one angle and just being a real pain in the backside here. Got one player around scoreboard. Piggy trying to clean him up with a one and done, but isn't to be. King's Order hasn't got the numbers as of yet, but there's definitely trying to lay some map control around that B side, and a beautiful no scope coming up from Piggy.
So smooth. They have someone else trying to move on through as they give several of their teammates right around the scoreboard position. That's given a great sight line for Piggy to just continue to do work. Now, eventually, Usubini goes forward down, and the rest of the mag well will be emptied out from that sniper. Slink will finish the job here, what they could not do, onto that tower side hill. So we flip back over. We're going to go towards Mud. And Ass is already here to take advantage of anyone that's car rotating. The last bullet in the chamber works out. A double kill not to be. Piggy survives as they slide out from green. Thought that was going to be a sure thing. Fenders wants to take over this high ground position. But they already have an eye for him as he's being hunted down. Doesn't want to give up the goat, but eventually is put on the roast.
Yeah, if he managed to get that one initial kill around Mud, then we could be seeing a completely different outcome from the last 20 seconds. But it is what it is. That's 3 down now for King's Order. Acid to push around, but just going to try and bait his opponents to stop the camo guy from getting any damage done. As now, yeah, this is such a great play. Looking to flank it around Cats. Does find some of the players, but the lads on King's Order able to rotate away from the camo guy, but Yak is able to get that camo to good use finally. After a few initial shots around Cuts earlier. 2 down once again for King's Order. Just their death cycle isn't to be at the moment. Just need to be a little bit patient, wait for each other here, and then fork when required. But the problem is with Yak and this camo, he's just not fully abusing it, but making sure to just try and do the best he can in terms of the angles he was holding. And this is looking very good indeed. A very dominant 4th hill. Should be a 3rd point going in favour of Usubeni. God, that is a name which I'm trying to unravel my tongue with. And 2 down for King's Order once again. And Yak having that top tower control.
Jackson definitely is a battlefield commander at times. Feels like they don't need to do everything all the time. They have that hill. And also, look how they're playing with their food. King's Order knows that this hill is given up. They want to get just one extra last spawn, force King's Order to at least step up into the map, and then see if they can get some information of where they need to rotate next and then start getting some of their guys moving out. So with 69 seconds approaching, Usubeni could play this one out for time. They could also just lock in this last hill, especially because it's top mid. Tough one to gain control over in King's Order. Feels like they're running for their lives, trying to do so. Killing spree for Jackson just before he's become a pinata. But King's Order is in a tough spot to try and engage.
Now, Yak did an extremely good job holding that back tower. Ferrari peeking when required in order to just put so many members of King's Order very weak. 2 down, only 1 down now for King's Order here, but the problem is there isn't much time left on the clock here. Monkey Man is Piggy looking to try and rotate and get a different angle, but I mentioned it before, the C tower for top mid hill, a very difficult task in itself to break. They just need one initial kill, and Piggy's already done it. And that player around B, he can just leave him. He can just push straight towards tower and help the rest of his teammates. But the player top mid able to stay alive, finally taken down. 3 down for King's Order. Even though it was a 1v1 scenario, made that 2v2. Yak is the only member now around that hill. But it looks like his teammates are looking to try and give a little bit of a helping hand. But Suspense puts an absolute note and stop to that. As Piggy does take down Finners here, so if you're in the scenario, that would have been such a crucial hit for them to take him, but that's fine. Breaking shot does clean him up here, and I kind of feel like it's just a matter of time here, Monkey Man.
It does feel like that. The inevitability might be there. Still has some thievery, but with all of a single hair was what was left to take that hill. Usubeni put that much effort into it. King's Order slapped away here in game number 1, and it was a lot calmer on the end of Usubeni. It felt like they just really couldn't do anything after losing out to that tower hill. Once we saw green, and once it went towards that C plat lethal, everything slowed for like 2 straight minutes, and then they just couldn't regain control. So close to having it 1-1, but that lead just was never given up by Usubeni.
It certainly wasn't at all in the slightest, but if you look at the stats there, you can see the lads Acid and Yak 25 and 16, 24 and 14, which is absolutely unreal. And Yak even had 12 assists along with it, so dealing a heavy amount of damage across the entire map. Probably one of the most proactive players on that map by a country mile. And King's Order, they were able to, got to give it to them. They were trying to keep themselves in it up to the first half of that matchup. But you can see Usubeni was able to adapt quite well. And one of the main plays was especially from Yak, holding that tower control for that fourth hill. And then you could tell he was clearly 3 steps ahead. He was just trying to be on damage control, making sure he would stay alive, as well as being proactive around that tower, knowing that he needs to prepare for that top mid hill straight after the mud hill as well. So we've got to give him props to him. It wasn't just his slaying prowess and the heavy amount of damage he was doing, but also just establishing such a huge amount of map control across the board for those last 2 hills. And no one really had an answer. No one was going around dummies to give him another angle to try and take him out. They did at one stage, but then they were just like, oh, do you know what, with the Ferrari peaking coming up from Yak and just being an absolute nuisance, we're just going to try, something a little bit different, which sadly for King's Order did not work. But all given credit though, slaying wise it wasn't too bad, but for King's Order, it's like I said before, these players, do not underestimate them. They do have a lot of slaying ability behind them, and it's just a matter of what they can do in these next few maps.
Really speaks to what's going to be seen in Slayer. Obviously, we have some nasty shots at times, and that was Piggy had their shining moments, especially onto this hill, just to force things forward. But it feels like if we walk into this Street Slayer with Usubeni a bit too confident, then King's Order might be able to take advantage. Now, you don't have the S7. You have some camo. Last time in last series that we were in, 3 separate major team fights were the turning point to define how the Slayer went around the middle of this map. That's pretty much how it's always going to go. And where we're going to go is now down to streets.
It is indeed. Breaking point fully was literally a breaking point, just trying to stay alive as long as he could. But sadly for him, he's been cleaned up in that 1v2 scenario. Suspense going to try and wrap around from Red Room. But I like this as well, faking out the aggression and then just holding back to wait for his teammates to come by. But actually, sadly for him, his teammates were like, nah, you can go on your own, mate, and we'll just chill around top C and C stairs and see what we can find. So you can see from this team that they've got different, what's the best way of saying it? They've got different ways of trying to see how this game should play out and different ideas, but they need to be on the same page. But it's right at the very beginning of this matchup. I'm sure this is going to change up anyway, because you've got to remember King's Order are currently up by 3 kills, probably could be 2 after that initial engagement. Actually up by 4 now, so Slink looking to try and stay alive, but also keep his teammates alive around that B stairs area as well. So King's Order are really coming out swinging and now valuing their life a lot better compared to what we saw in that first map.
Absolutely need to, and right now a 5-0 burner for Scarcity. They've already got themselves a killing spree to kick off this Street Slayer, and with Slink online, he's going to try and provide even more assists to that, as they have a couple of them to give over into their hands. So King's Order in a greater position, but I want to get an identity of what the first 20, first 30 really do look like. It's a good starter kit. Usubeni, bit of a slow and sluggish pace, especially as they were basically dropping into the arms of King's Order. Seeing what they can do from top end as 3 go down. So Arcade not exactly where they want to stay, especially because they end up just letting all targets see them from all angles. Usubeni is now spread. You see him kind of up that mid. They have separate angles to look from. They have red, they have window, they've got top mid and that A plat. So King's Order basically has to live all the way back here in Tram.
You certainly do, and look at that. You can see almost every member of King's Order are just baiting all the lads on Usubeni. You can see stairs and a lovely triple coming up from Yak. And we have to admit, when we saw from Suspense's perspective, it looked like this should be an easy 2 or 3 kills, may take a death depending on the situation and be able to extend our lead. But instead, they're able to come up trumps, which is unreal. Yak with that rotation perfectly timed, coming in with the triple as well. And now we're seeing a tied game, and Peggy has got camo as well. So not only were they down by 3 or 4 kills, now they've got the lead, and they're definitely looking to extend it, especially with this camo.
Thin lead for the moment because King's Order is still kind of nipping at the heels, but they also know pretty much where everyone is, so they're going to take them on 1v2s, throwing one man to the wall, and the rest are going to be around that PD and arcade section. Still, it's all of one. Camo online for Piggy. You got 3s all the way across the board for them. And they're going to aim to continue living on. King's Order none the wiser of where they're going to try and split the difference. They've isolated one guy towards PD, and the rest are going to be towards the stair side. There's going to be one quick kill in succession. There's going to be a teammate helped out, as now several end up falling. At half strength, it's King's Order. They can't get rid of the Ghost Man. That's going to be a killing spree. They're all trapped on the opposite end of the map. And suddenly it's a 4-kill lead for Usubeni.
You can see as well, all the lads on King's Order were playing quite defensive in a passive fashion in order to let that camo deplete, but they did manage to do so, but a few deaths came with it. And you see 2 kills in favour of King's Order there, but Breaking Shot was able to clean up 1. Scarcity now taking down Breaking Shot straight afterwards. Piggy trying to stay alive. It's not to be, it's Slink now. He's feeling a bit mean and keen here, Monkey Man, trying to push on forwards, as he does manage to get 1. Beautiful stuff there from Slink. Looking for more, but there is no more to be found, as they've already been on clean-up duty there. Just a 2-kill deficit for Usubeni. Still with the lead. Did have a 5-kill lead at one point, but the gap has been closed, and Slink was hoping to get away, but caught with his trousers down there. And so has Finn, sadly. It's just very unfortunate. A lot of these players on King's Order are just so weak or no shield. Making the assumptions that they should be able to get away with their lives, with the position they were in. But you can see Usubeni, some of the guys, they were just consistently holding those angles. Jack managed to get 1, Slink got the other. Piggy's managed to get 1 more. Natali finds another on Beast there. Would be able to take him down though. There's an advantage. And he's keeping another player back around back C. You can see again, just good teamwork coming out from Usubeni. A good amount of small talk you can tell from their interactions with each other. Now a 6-kill lead for Usubeni.
Perfect.
Garbage able to stay after getting that kill. That's going to be a quick rush. You're suddenly jumping into 2 players. Even that's not going to work out for them, but they're trying to be able to defend against this camo pickup as Jackson is primed to maybe get over towards. They're going to slap down from that window. Still, 5 kills up is Usubeni. They've been making King's Order panic. They've been isolating themselves into these basically funnel positions and can't do too much with it. And anytime they're playing back defense, they've not been able to get away from Usubeni, who has just been tracking them like the predator. So King's Order just under the influence of direct pressure from out of Usubeni. Breaking Shot, positive by 2. Trying to just defend over towards his pink streak, but that glow will give his armor away. The glint of it not making King's Order squint, but they still fall out temporarily 3 down, and it's only 6 kills left for Usubeni to get up into a 2-0 margin. It feels, again, like it's all but inevitable. King's Order still needs to be able to play patient. They're going straight into the hands of multiple players that they're just not ready for.
Certainly not indeed. Only 4 kills left as Breaking Shot just trying to stay alive. He's aware that 3 of his teammates are trying to go from PD to back A to give him a helping hand, but at least he managed to waste some of their utility as well. It's now 49 to 43. One more's going to do it. Piggy playing a mean and keen game to try and at least push on forward, but doesn't matter. He's more than aware that Breaking Shot's going to get the final kill. It's going to be GG. And now Usubeni up with a 2-0 lead here. That's to see if King's Order have anything in the tank in order to create that reverse sweep or not, as we do have Recharge Ball coming up next, Monkey Man.
I feel like statistically that looked closer than it was late term. There was a lot of good start, but also some of you were curious. We've got Old Guard and Sick by Nature, and Sick by Nature was able to take that first one. It is a tight one here at the end of Solitude Slayer, as Sick by Nature is trying to go up 2-0 into this series. Sways and company, it looks like it's been a lot of plasma, but for them, it's going to be a slowdown. Solitude is so prone to sudden surges of activity, especially because you're able to separate. And it looks like Sick by Nature wants to finish this off with 3 kills.
I was going to make their team name 200 ping Juggernauts or something like that, because it's absolutely unreal. But yeah, it's going to be quite tough for them, because I assume from where they live, they'll be playing on West US, something like that, and I think they pinged about 150 to 180, something like that. I'm not 100%. I'm sure one of the Aussie guys can confirm that for me. But yeah, like I said before, you know, if you're an EU or Aussie player, then you're kind of used to those high pings anyway for, you know, a lifetime, as we can say. As now we're going to head into our next game, which is going to be Recharge Ball. But just to let people know, with Sick by Nature, they're currently up 2-0 in their series currently.
Also, some of you were asking, Majin did in fact beat 777 3-0. Legion Gaming beat Phantom Halo 3-0. That means that Legion Gaming and Majin are facing off in a round number 5 to determine who is going to have next day berth into that Sunday. Because remember, we're taking our upper semifinals as well as anyone that is able to make it into lower round number 6. So a lot of movement happened on the lower side of the bracket. Well, we go to Charge Ball. So last time we saw this, Lethal, it was a ton of Slayer. Basically isolating a lot of early fights in round number 1, but then ultimately controlling entry points into gold and red pipe that eventually won the day.
Certainly did indeed. King's
Double
Order,
kill.
not to the best of starts, but early days as of yet. And I kind of feel like one of the biggest problems with King's Order is they're just really struggling to contest the power-ups, if pick them up at all, full stop. You probably noticed it in that last game of Street Slayer. I kind of felt like Usu Benny, did they have every camo? It was almost every camo, if not all of them. And it looks like the trend is going to continue here. Is Breaking Shot just biding his time here. So we've got a little bit of camo time left. Not really getting too many shots down, but just being used as a terms of feeding the rest of his team info and trying to find out exactly where they're going to rotate from. But managed to clean up one, and the other will get traded out anyway. That's going to be 2 down for King's Order, but also 2 down for Usu Benny. Acid just coming up on the respawn. Piggy just keeps it down.
Head on over, by the way, to LVT for giving us a fat raid. All 1,000 of you that showed up. We've got our upper quarterfinal, the second one that we've had on stream, as King's Order is trying to fight back against Usu Benny here into game number 3. They're currently down 0-2, so now our 3 players down for Usu Benny. Eventually slowly rotating up, and it looks like King's Order finally got themselves a good play decision. They're finally able to clear out the middle of that map, force them over to the control room, which was a good crossfire position for them. But now that ball has moved. Slink will be the one hanging on to the rock, and eventually Yaxen is put to the metal and the dirt. Slink almost committed a foul there, as there was 2 players from Usu Benny in that long haul. Luckily, they decided to throw batteries instead.
Yeah, he's not in a position to rotate anywhere. You saw there was 1 around pipes, 2 around long, literally gagging for him to come by and feed him the ball, because if he did that, they would have had the ball around long. Even if there was only 2 members, they could have milked time for 10 or 20 seconds around Sneaky. And yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. And I'm glad he didn't as well, just throwing it around batteries. It's one of those situations really where if you're not too sure where to play the ball, or actually, better sense, rotate the ball, just throw it in batteries or bottom middle. It's always the best plan of action if you're not too sure where you should play it or where you should rotate it from. It's Breaking Shot again. Another camo monkey, man. Another one. Like, how many camos have they had in a row, including Strix? It must be like 5th, 6th camo, something like that.
Oh, wow, yeah.
If you can count, I don't
fire
know,
as well.
I can't.
I mean, I barely can. American education, you know how it is. But Usu Benny continues to just dominate utility, and I feel like that's really the key thing that's been keeping King's Order, along with some of their slaying, just at odds and ends, trying to guesswork how they're going to move through. And it's given both Yaxen and now Breaking Shot good information across the middle of this map. Doubling up this lead on top of King's Order as 3 fall out, and Suspense is the lone man trying to run point. But they're just getting caught in crossfire. There's a shock rifle with Breaking Shot's name on it as he's got a 3.0 KD. He had someone running around, but Slink and company end up going 1-on-2. That looked foreboding as someone's feet were just dangling and shot, and eventually the ball will get reset from backside of Hydra.
I know what you were thinking, and Acid now going to win that engagement. Gets cleaned up. Another player on Spiral gets traded. Piggy is just pretty much valuing his life, and he has no, he hasn't. Okay. I was going to say something great about it. Yeah, sadly he didn't, but it was a few extra seconds nonetheless. Breaking Shot gets taken down. Yeah, looking to push on forward. Good shots coming out from him.
Double kill.
And a double added to his name. It's King's Order now, and not in a position to make the initial push from earlier on. But all around Whirlpool, as you can see, if Yak can at least get 1 kill here. Oh, he does. That was a great trade, which means Breaking Shot, if he cleans this player up, then he can push on forward to finish up 1 more in pipes, which, sadly, he doesn't.
He got Goomba Stomp there. I swore he's gonna get at least lit up, because you had the shock rifle player that they were definitely half lit at minimum, so I thought they would be able to clean that up with a melee, but no. It ends up kind of flying into 2 purple players. King's Order, shocking revelation to be able to put down Acid, so they've been stopped at the door. Still, for all intents and purposes, as much as we've seen some good slaying from out of King's Order, we have not seen a lot of the points. Double kill coming out from Slink. Main man that's been holding all the points right now for King's Order at this point in time is going to guard one of his teammates as they're saying we need to escape. Rotations came through from Whirlpool. They're going to go to that top area of gold. I'll protect you as you go this long haul position. Going to get one fat melee. They will get the next one, somehow survive. Piggy going down there while they live for at least another shot was actually a miracle.
It certainly was, and Acid's got that ball round sneaky. Yak is at C. If he wins his initial duel, which is going to be a trade, that means no. You don't want to rotate there as of yet. You're going to back away and just wait for where they're going to come from. But you can see they're falling from all angles here. More prioritising C. That's massive clean it up, and Piggy is able to get one straight afterwards here. So this is perfect from here. Coming up 70 to 25. You can just chill around back of Spiral. Breaker's Shot now just playing catch up here in terms of the position he was in. Piggy should want to get at least another 5-10 seconds before this initial push. As Breaker's Shot gets one. God knows how he's able to stay on for so long, especially at such an open angle. Good teamwork there coming up from the lads of Lucy Benny, and it looks like they may be able to secure this depending on how this engagement goes with Piggy, which does most of take him down as it finishes him off.
Just toss that rock down. Everyone's been funneling to him. This should be able to finish out the round. And round number one goes over to Usubeni. King's Order, late term, just couldn't really get much started. So, got to find if they can get that gut check going. Otherwise, they're heading down to the lower bracket. At this point, Usubeni looks like they're in a very comfortable stance. Early slays to get maybe early days as they could qualify to Sunday and not have to do much work left for this early evening here on the East Coast. For you guys, a little bit later, Lethal. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's alright. Like I said, we're a little bit used to it at this point. As we've now got 2 down now for Usubeni, and this is going to be not their last chance. Of course, this is an upper bracket matchup, and if King's Order do get taken down, they've got a longer rotation. As you said, it will be a late night for us EU citizens here. And as we go over to the stats, Breaking Shot going 15 and 7, and he has the most assists, contributes 25 kills. Been doing work, and it's probably an understatement actually, as now he's just staying alive with his camo. He'll get greeted with one, cleans him up beautifully there around pipes. And still no ball time as of yet, and with a minute in, but as I say, that Breaking Shot picks it up. It was 3 down at one stage for King's Order, but Breaking Shot now just backing away slowly but surely. 3 members around that long haul to C-plat area, but this is going to be a make or break push really for the 2 members pushing around long for King's Order.
Feels like so much of this round, so much of this game actually persists on the back of whatever happens in this next team fight. So they'll be able to just force King's Order to come to them, and continuously they isolate both of these. Oh my goodness, because he had them right behind. I thought that would end up being kind of a trade out, a killing spree to open things up. Breaking Shot not only has gained 38 points, well 25 into this round, but is also 18 and 7. Dude feels like the immortal just Demon King right now, as Usubeni continues to dictate the lanes that King's Order is going to travel. They're about to hit halfway onto this marker and force King's Order to the lower benches down there.
Yeah, it's crazy to think Breaking Shot had a slow start in the first game of the series, and now he's going 18-7 with most full-timers. It's like another player just picked up the pad. Honestly, the way he's attacked within this series, so good. King's Order, we need to see just a little bit more from them in his third and potentially final map here. But do manage to get a bit of ball time though, to see how their setup's going to work here. Good combo coming out there from Acid. Looking to try and find another, which he does manage to, but in the end, Piggy steals that kill. How dare you? It's Acid. Picks up the ball once again, extending their lead by over 40 seconds. I must say, this is some really good stuff coming out from Usubeni, and just Acid now doing a lot of work for that combo, picking up the ball once again. 3 dead for King's Order. And the question's going to be, how are they going to collapse this push when you've got 2 players at gold, play at Whirlpool, and Acid just chilling like a villain on top A?
Acid doesn't have to really worry too much at all, but they have 2 players rushing in, so I will eat my words, and they were tasty. Bit of an assist as 3 end up falling out for King's Order, but look where this ball went. Tossed it right over their heads, and this is going to be final draw. This is going to be one last team fight for King's Order. They cannot be able to recover this from Blue Pipe. It is basically done. as this is going to be all of a bait and switch position. I like what Breaking Shot's doing. They have that one into blue pipe. That camo does give them an extra advantage. They nearly give up the ghost right then and there, as they are forcing King's Order to be off of this next spawn cycle. That's actually hanging out into this hallway. They know someone was lurking from behind, and now they can get back to scoring some extra points.
Certainly do indeed. Only 25 seconds left remaining there for them. I'd be surprised if this goes to the clock unless King's Order pulls something like a miracle out of the bag here. But already it's got to a point in this game where they are good. The side of Usubeni have had good setups to be able to control the collapses coming up from King's Order, to now they're the aggressors with the ball, and that's a strong showing and a big sign. But yeah, it's only going to get worse from here, as only 5 seconds left. 3 members of King's Order are down. That is going to be it. It's a 3-0 series victory for the lads on Usubeni. But don't worry about it. If you're an EU fan, like myself, it's fine. King's Order will be lurking around the lower bracket and are going to try and pave their way into Sunday if they can. So commiserations to them, but we'll see what they can do in the lower bracket later on this evening.
Even better news for Usubeni is they now are done for the day, and they get to move on to Sunday. They have a top 6 berth regardless. That's still not the job done, but that is pretty darn close, as they are looking to go top 4. Their collision course, let's see, where does that end up placing them onto this bracket as well? Because we've got Rebellion that will face off against Inconceivable tomorrow. On the other side of things, Luminon Gaming will be facing off against Usubeni in both of those semis. So love that for those guys. We're gonna have some lower bracket action as Sick by Nature and the Old Guard are live and online, and we've got some Origin flag cooking with already the first capture going to the Old Guard.
Yeah, we've only got 3 minutes left remaining on top of that as well. 6 inches on this time with a snipe. Managed to get one. Trying to get another to the tally, which sadly he barely misses. But this is a good hold from him as well. He knows not to get over aggressive at this angle, because it can happen in those kind of circumstances here. But again, just keeping him at bay and just refraining him from having any aggressive pushes coming in from that snipe side.
I mean, we get the quick swap as well. 6 in, hoping to land one target. They do off of Plasma. And remember, we saw Plasma be very effective in previous matches, and so far they've still been sitting onto that. But it's all of Noble being the last defender up. That means Sick by Nature can be able to swarm this flag, and very necessary to do so if they intend to take a cap with only a couple of minutes remaining, get a tie to the Old Guard. They want to lead it down this S7 lane right by this perimeter of the pyramid. You've run out of big bullets. Now you have Sways trying to at least lay down some damage. It is so tough to be able to move from this lane, but if you do so, it is basically home free. Rockets and somewhere to land them. Dude is just doing a 360 on a kneecap, and now eventually looks like this flag can finally move.
It certainly could indeed, but there's 2 members for the Old Guard down. One just come up on the respawn, and Camp is just trying to get to the Marcus side as fast as humanly possible here. If he gets away with it, that'd be huge, but no, he's been caught with his trousers down from behind. 2 members there, he gets a trade, but the whole point of managing to get that angle is to lay a huge amount of damage. But that one player going across the Rocket side there to really stamp out the authority of Camp, to even be able to cause any kind of catastrophe for the team, just managed to get stopped in its tracks straight away.
Minute to go, and for all the effort, for all the distance that was gained, that flag ends up going right back to the table that it was at least spawned from. Great snap down by Noble. They know they can lay out some damage, and that flag did at least move. They wants to get rid of anyone that's off of this back bench so they can start cross-mapping a little bit. So for Sick by Nature, they have maybe one last gasp to try and run towards this platform, and this is actually going to go right back to table instead. Old Guard have really shown up. Could have been a 3-0. Toss to the bin and just moving on to round number 4. Instead, they have been able to pick up the controllers and start fighting against Sick by Nature, and hopefully they take their flu shots, because these guys have been consistently just meeting at the other end of these reticles of the Old Guard, and I feel like they might be able to keep them across the map for the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Just any kind of cross-fire defensive setup should be able to do itself justice. The problem is, like, Reese is now already just spawn killing like an absolute madman here. He's going to go for a double. You know, I was going to say you could go for a defensive setup, but it looks like, you know, they always say, you know, a good offense is a good defense anyway, and that was just a pure example of that anyway. Sick by nature, even if they've got a crossfire going to stop anyone from push onto their side, yeah, there's nowhere near enough time for them to even grab the flag. It's not humanly possible, but it does mean, though, that Sick by Nature will not be closing out a 3-0 series. The old guard still got a bit of life left in them, taking that third map.
They say that us old gamers, us 30-pluses are part of the old guard, and I just like to think that I was always an old man at heart, watching everyone get to play, but maybe the old guard does pull up today and is able to put Sick by Nature into a game number 5 and test them. So, some updates across the lower side of this bracket. Some of you have heard the upper semis. Well, how about for some of this? Divinity defeated Achilles, so they're waiting on the winner of Paradox and Clutch Academy. All of that funnels into noobs. For BH3, they are taking on in Excelsis, who will face off against King's Order. That means tomorrow, after round 5, could be an all-EU affair of BH3 and King's Order if they take care of business. Legion and Majin will be one of those that we will showcase here in just a little bit, as YBR is waiting on them. This matchup in particular, Lethal, is interesting because, I mean, is it just the puppies before they get to the oldest dog? Because Boom or Doom is right after this matchup for whomever's able to take the win.
Yeah, that should be a sick one itself. And the fact that Legion Gaming or Margin will play against YBR is going to be huge. YBR, they want a top 4 finish here for the obvious reasons. And the lineup is pretty sick. You know, all that veteran experience on board. And you'd be surprised on paper if they didn't get top 4. Like, that would be ludicrous in itself. But we'll see. We'll see how things go later on.
Well, we do have, what's it, game number 4 right around the corner. And let me see. We are in lower round number 3, if you guys were wondering which one this is. So we just finished up CTF Origin. A King of the Hill live fire will be coming up. We've seen a lot of King of the Hill live fire. That was our game 1s on our other quarters that were just happening. So rotating that further into series as we're now on the lower side of the bracket. So feels like we've had these little stints of seeing what's going on, and feels like Plasma from Old Guard might be one of those guys that you lean upon. Regardless, I mean, this is what our bracket has looked like, and a little bit different. We've used to see some 3-1s and 2s. This has just been straight sweeps.
No, these teams, due to it being a qualifier, not for a seeding, they're not mucking about today. It's all to play for. The first 2 cups were purely based on seeding, and don't get me wrong, seeding is extremely important going to a matchup like this because you want the, what's the best way to say it? The easiest path going into the top 4, which is, I don't think anyone mind anyone saying that, but yeah, it's with those 4 teams, yeah, literally dominating their path into the winners semis. But going back to this one, like I said, Live Fire Hill, I'm sure we've seen this at least 10,000 times in the last couple of hours, but it's fine, it's all right. We'll have a little bit more.
I need to know, what is your least favorite map mode combo? Which one do you never want to see ever again in the entirety of your life? Which one?
Probably vacancy.
Okay, all right, okay,
like,
fair.
and I mean, but well, I say any mode, of course, it's just CTF, but I don't know what it is. It's not a bad map to play on. Like, you know, in terms of how it is, the fundamentals, it's fun to play on. But it's one of those maps where, as soon as I go into ranked and I see it, I'm like, oh, for God's sake.
Felt
like,
and heard.
instantly, yeah, instantly. But there's some maps I'm really bad at, but I actually enjoy playing. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Anyways, we'll go into this game. No one wants to know what I like and dislike because it's not very interesting anyway. As we'll see from Reese's perspective, what shenanigans he's going to be up to. And I must say, the old guard have got off to a fabulous start here, Monkey Man. Already slaying like a trooper now, and you can see Sway's now going to get one to the board, looking to get something a little bit cheeky with that repulsor, but is it to be? But fair play for trying.
Great start to be able to get so much time on that hill, and I like the idea of just basically clipping out, seeing what you can get from off of that repulsor and S7 combination, but from there on in, the standard play has been Sick by Nature, at least putting them into the floor. Now, for that, the camos here have been on camp as they're 4-1 off of Second Life. They have found at least a couple of rogue kills, and they're going to put a party hat onto somebody, I thought that landed on his arm. Apparently, they are able to shrug it off. Sick by Nature takes up at least occupancy to the back end of green, but clearing out the rats are the Pied Pipers of the Old Guard. Still, no one's been able to cap this first hill in the first minute.
Certainly not indeed. It's 6 in now. push along forward as the old guard have 2 members down and make that 3. So the death cycle is going to be a little bit skew with in terms of the numbers pushing around the map, which means for Sixen, he's going to get some free heal time here. How much he's going to get is going to be another question, as the old guard are instantly contesting it. Instantly got to trade, and that is going to be huge because the old guard are so close to be able to get this first initial cap and at least put some kind of 40 into this 4th map.
Ends up being closed out. And from what play that we were able to see, it felt like the old guard had much better just general Slayer control from those first 2, but then it was really starting to get showcased, especially in the CTF. You got a couple kills though from here from out of camp. Remember, they had that at least that camo earlier to try and be an impact, and they were able to do so late term. This one, they get a couple as one man teleports in, teleports out. Oh no, camp is coming, and they don't want to have to deal with any of that. Eventually, a stick from the grave off of the spike. There's been so much time, such a kind of a neutral pace off of these first couple of hills. Felt like the first one took forever, and now we're finally at least starting to contend around C-Plat.
Certainly are indeed. It's camp. Didn't have the best of games in that 3rd game on Collie CTF, but it does not matter. You can see that his Slain Prowess is kind of to shine a little bit more going into this 4th game. Bunnies is able to stay up a little, could have stayed a little bit longer, but no player was actually able to, from Sick by Nature, were even considering the thought that someone could be coming dummy side, which is a little bit of a surprise here. So in terms of awareness, we need to be a little bit more on initiative in terms of like taking action for certain areas of the map, but the fact that no one was holding that angle was quite a surprise. As now it's going to be 3 down for Sick by Nature. The old guard looking to try and stay alive and get this second hill, but they haven't got full setup here. All Reese needs to do is to stay alive on tower, which he does not, but does get enough damage done for one of the players on the old guard to trade. If he's able to stay alive on back tower here, he could have just been a real nuisance for the rest of the members of Sick by Nature to try and at least regain control.
Yeah, Reese was playing basically Jack in the Box from a couple of those angles, just top tower as well from outside ramp. Light the connection from out of detonate. Though they probably don't enjoy the connection of their body hitting the wall. And this second hill has taken as much time as the first, even more than that, as the old guard has forced constant resets from out of Sick by Nature. Gonna ignore the miss on the skill jump, as Plasma will have to take the long way around. They're gonna get a double kill for their efforts, and now they're gonna line up one around this doorway. Bit of timing as the S7 tries to be able to ring out and put the failure gong into the hearts of Sick by Nature. They're gonna toss that gun away. I don't know if it made it off the platform. It did not. It goes in the hands of Sixen, and you gotta know that they were hoping that that power weapon wouldn't be utilized by Sick by Nature. Finally getting some time onto this hill.
Yep, they certainly do, and it looks like it's just a matter of time, really. It just depends how the old guard are going to force push this setup here. Sixen does get 1, but it's going to be 2 down now for old guard. 2 down now for Sick by Nature here. This could be their time to shine, but they need to get that tower control. Sally's not able to. Just caught his trousers down once again as Camp managed to clean him up. And Camo will also be up shortly in the next 5-6 seconds. And that is going to be it. Managed to finish him off around cuts. Camo almost getting grabbed by one of the members of the old guard, but it isn't to be as detonate. There's a complete stop to that, and it's going to be Noble with the camo. He really needs to invest a lot of time to try and make this camo work. If he is able to, he's just trying to come back. Misses to jump, which is a bit of a shame, but luckily for them, though, for Sick by Nature, they are 3 down as Noble is still alive, but isn't going to get the heal, obviously. Should be able to get that kill into camo. No, he does not. But he knows they'll push eventually. Just a matter of time. He has managed to get 1, 2 more, 3 more now. Still going around from Camo's side. But now it's a huge double come up from him. Figure cleaning up the last round dummies up huge. And it looks like it's not going to be a trade as the old guard managed to secure that second hill and make it 2-0.
The amount of clock that was burned on that hill, Lethal, I thought that we were going to have a 2-hill game. And I still might feel like that we're going to have only 2 in totality acquired because we're approaching 100 seconds remaining here for game number 4, which you got to remember, it was a 2-0 by Sick by Nature. And then Old Guard was able to take that singular cap in CTF Origin. And we might have a Slayer just around the corner to be able to get this one as a reverse sweep. It will be unlocked and available regardless as long as we get there. But they get now hill controlled in general. Old Guard is going to play off of it. Now they finally put their feet in the right spaces. They end up giving their lives. I think that S7 still has some bullets in it. A nice double kill, but Sixen is the lone man up. This hill is now burning some extra time as Old Guard and everyone on this map is just going down to single digits to try and take at least each other out. You have a 3-man swarm coming forward, and Reese is looking to escape.
There he is, Peekaboo. I see you round the outside of our spawn and managed to get a nice little kill up there. As the Old Guard's all 4 dead. Plasma just come out on the respawn. And I suppose it's the question really, you know, it's 2-0 and it's very late on, but do you want to just contest the hill and just keep him out of it, or do you want to try and go for it yourself? It's quite a tough call really in this kind of position, but we'll see how this is going to go. It wouldn't surprise me if they did try and go for it, because you can see they've got a few seconds already, but even as time depletes, there'll probably be about 40-50 seconds left probably by the time it comes up to the 4th and potentially final hill, depending on how aggressive and how good the coordination is coming out from Sick by Nature. But at the moment they're 2 down, but so are Old Guard. It just depends on where they're positioned. Both players now coming out that tunnel to push towards AR. And Bunny's just, again, just showing a lot of map presence there around Garage, trying to back away, but he's, again, valuing his life to a very high degree as the Old Guard are now 2 down again.
There is a 35-second need to get this hill if you want to straight out cap it. There's that differential, and basically still in favor of getting the hill out of the way if you are the Old Guard. But everyone having to play from off of the scoreboard position, and it's just been onesies and twosies flowing in from their spawns. Sick by Nature, they've got Camp, who has been 20 and 17, and honestly looking fantastic, especially with a fadeaway jumper to go towards window and get that kill against that scoreboard. But as much time as they need, now you basically have that -1 second to the second hill if they end up off of this one. Old Guard continues to harass and force Sick by Nature to jump off. They need so much of this clock, especially if they intend to take this hill and then tie it up.
Yeah, they're munching away at the moment, and it looked like it was going to be Old Guard's hill, but Sick by Nature just completely turned it around here. Staying alive, trying to contest it. Another one somehow managed to get into double there. 1 down now for Sick by Nature. Make that 3, and it looks like somehow the Old Guard could possibly take this 3rd, and well, it will be the final hill. That is unreal. I don't know who it was who flew in like that from scoreboard, but yeah, that player was the game changer. He was the one who pretty much guaranteed their victory here in this 4th game.
Still looks like they're going to play up onto the hill, but I think that the comms are coming through. Hey, stay off of this. Let's surround it. Let's force Sick by Nature to come into our domain. And now as they do that, it becomes full prep time. Game 5 is around the corner. Slayer is where all of this will be decided. Who has to have a date with Boom or Doom. One nice fadeaway jumper. They get a double kill, and then they give their life. 4 out by Sick by Nature. Old Guard, they're up to some good new ways of winning as they now force us into possible reverse sweep.
I wonder if we've jinxed them a little bit. They were doing perfectly fine until we started watching them, and now it's getting a little bit dicey here, Mikey Man, depending on how this is going to go. It's going to a game 5. Momentum heavily in favour of the Old Guard at the moment, because they were at a nice edge at one point in that 3rd game. We were just, you know, kind of writing them off a little bit, thinking, yeah, this is going to be the end of the road for them in terms of a potential qualifying position into that top 4. But yeah, as you can see, Noble 28-12. Guy's not having a day off, is he? Absolutely not across the board. And in all fairness, not really too much weaknesses from either side. Just Noble just absolutely just dominating with a slaying prowess once again. And we need to see a lot more of that going into game number 5, because it will be a TS game. It just depends on which map it's going to be, which I'm sure we'll get told very shortly. But yeah, this is a great way to try and end things and go into a game number 5. I'm told it will be Recharge Slayer.
Recharge, shock rifles, camos. We've seen that come down to a really pivotal clock time as well. Time management really sings for Slayer on Recharge. I've seen it so much from the EU side. I've seen cat and mouse games, but with the way these two waves have been crashing into one another, I feel like we're going to see something even more insane. So it was a great start in general by Sick by Nature, but this series has definitely gone lock and key in favor of the holder, and that's been the Old Guard. You've got Noble, who's being bananas. You've got Reese, who's really been able to find utility and good information to kind of spread around the squad. Camp, had a fantastic beginning, but everything just kind of fell out, especially when Plasma started showing up. And I mean, Old Guard, if you do not slow this momentum, Sick by Nature is just going to be saying goodbye. But I mean, someone's going to face against Boomer Doom, who's on the other side of whoever takes game 5.
Yeah, they're just chilling at the moment, waiting for the next matchup. And I will say for Camp, yeah, he got to an extremely strong start. He still did pretty well, don't get me wrong, but the rest of the lads there, yeah, it was a little bit finicky for my liking, as we are going to head into Recharge Slayer to end this series outright, to see if Old Guard will complete and successfully go through with their reverse sweep, or Sick by Nature, we can find out if they've just been teasing them the whole time of a potential win and take this game number 5. So yeah, it's going to be a close one here, Monkey Man, but very excited to see how this is going to turn out.
Update from across the bracket, Clutch Academy beat Paradox 3-1, so they're facing off against Divinity to see who will have a date tomorrow with Noobs. And BH3 and Excelsis are still fighting it out to see if there will be an all-EU matchup into King's Order. But we go real-time, live time, 10 seconds in, fighting over the camo, as Sick by Nature wants to own the pit, but has already 3 kills in favor of Old Guard.
Cool. This is an extremely fast-paced start for my liking, and for them, that's exactly what we wanted to see. It's probably what you expected from the Old Guard. It just shows they're making a statement that they're not scared. We know that Recharge Slayer can be a little bit stalematy at times, but at the very beginning, they were very keen to get that camo at all costs. And now we've got Sways. Going to focus in his position for a little while, because he's going to be the difference maker with this camo. Oh, goodness me. And yeah, sadly, he was taken down eventually. But never mind though, they still have a 3-kill lead. As Detonate must get that kill and is going to run away as fast as humanly possible. But they've got every member of Old Guard trapped around Elevator and Whirlpool.
This has an extermination written all over it, at least a team wipeout. Depending on who is able to find that first contact. A lot of nades being thrown into red pipes. You don't want to go through the funnel of death. And now Sways wants to be able to flip the entire script. They're going to get at least counterplay. Sways now running for their life, as Noble's going to try and at least hold the guard. They cannot do so, as 2 go down for Sick by Nature, as half strength on either side. Old Guard being pressed. Detonate trying to explode onto the scene. They put 1 plasma top end of Elevator. Reese was holding his teammate and praying that he would protect him. And now it's about who can be able to reload first. They take the entirety of that mag, and Forever goes at least putting it back into the gun. Old Guard is still holding at least a diminutive lead by 2 as we go through 2 minutes.
The fact that they kept it at a 3-kill deficit, considering they had top control, they had pipes, they had everything. And the great thing about the Old Guard is they were primarily focused on pipes. They knew that they were waiting for some shots to be fired, some damage to be done from the players at top control. They were well aware of that. They were just like, guys, I know you're getting damage from behind at control, just keep an eye on pipes, just make sure they're not pushing anyway, or maybe just fake out a little bit of damage and then prepare for the pipes players to push in. But they were spamming the nades, they were making sure there was absolutely no way they could even try and make that push, and that was great plays coming up from the Old Guard. The only problem now is we're all tied up here. Camo is going to be in the hands of Sixin, and now it's their turn to try and take the lead.
Shock Rifle will be up in about 20 seconds, so you're off in terms of being able to maximize your weapon alongside the camo. Still, that means that you gotta go find some information, and they also find a kill. They're stuck in a weird spot, and eventually, as that one does not turn them invisible fast enough, they are traded out. So 1 life for that camo. Still 1 kill lead in favor of the Old Guard. Reese at 4, 4, and 5. He's spreading a lot of damage. A very balanced player, and at least performance as well. As Noble is that 2.0 KD, has been fantastic support for them. So Sick by Nature, everything goes kind of still. Feels like it's all quiet on the Western Front. Everyone playing trench warfare. Sways with that shock rifle after Plasma goes down. So they know their teammate might be forced backwards as Sixin wants to try and rush in, especially alongside Detonate from that spawn. He has 2 targets just around the corner.
We expected this to happen at some point, didn't we, mate? We knew that this was going to come, but we weren't too sure because the Old Guard were just playing so aggressively for that coming at the very beginning, and they were just purposely creating a chaotic atmosphere. This way, so still what needs to be done, but Big Red rotated behind as Sixin now had to back away with the shock. which is unreal. They're probably thinking, how on earth did the player get behind him, considering the majority of the old guard were just hanging out around Spiral. Beautiful shot there coming out from Six and looking for another, but this will be a good time to try and make the initial push, as one of the other players from the old guard were also quite weak. But Sways does take that one. Noble gets another. So now it's going to be a 6, make that 5 kill deficit now. And it's probably a little bit frustrating for Sick by Nature. As soon as they find any kind of minor advantage, it seems to just not go their way after the initial push. It's just all about hesitation. If you hesitate about a certain scenario, then you let that advantage go to waste, sadly. So it's going to be 30 to 25 still in favour of the old guard. The reverse sweep is looking almost inevitable.
We still have a lot of time, but I'm starting to be a believer. When you unlock like this is where everything goes wrong, and there's so much energy and so much mentality that you have to be resilient with. And Sick by Nature looks like they're on the other side of just wanting to be able to get out of this game. 8 kills down. As old guard, it was very tight-knit for a point in time, about 20-20 at one point. Since then, it has been a sprint. Still, Sick by Nature, they can be able to just get themselves back together. They got to stop spawn splitting themselves as old guard is able to take advantage of the moment. Reese will be put out otherwise away. Noble's at 14 and 6. 9s across the board for Sways, and the old guard is looking promising.
Certainly are indeed, as we've gone from what, an 8 kill deficit, was it 33 to 25 at one stage, and now able to close the gap. So now Sick by Nature are going to be feeling themselves a little bit. They'll be like, you know, this is our time. Let's just try and keep this chaotic atmosphere and try and collapse in an organised fashion. As Noble gets a double. Oh, goodness me. Reese gets one as well. So the old guard are now going to be up by 6. Pretty much deflating what we were talking about before, where, you know, they could bring this back or even tie it up. But yeah, look at that. Noble just continuing the warpath for what he had on that last game in the series. 16 and 6 and still popping off even now. Make that 17 and 7. And then the other side, we've got 6 and with the +1 at the moment. But it's like I said, still plenty of time left on the clock in order to organise some kind of push towards the lads from the old guard. But you can see Plasma just keep an eye out from Gold Stairs. The rest of the lads are now just hanging around pipes, top gold. Sways gets 1, which is not what you want to see if you're a Sick by Nature fan, making that 2. You'll try and look for the triple if he can grab it. Oh! Mazza get the 3rd, and it's the 4th as well. If that was an overkill, that would be in highlight of the weekend, and that's not even close. As Sways is coming out absolutely swinging with that shot. And we'll talk about Sick by Nature making a possible comeback. He's absolutely shut it down.
Run into a wizard through non-stop lightning bolt, and they were all crits. Old guard has 4 kills left to go before this entire thing is done and dusted. Sick by Nature, they're resting on their laurels, and they've got 6N, who's the only one at even 500. The rest have been at negatives the whole time. A lot of good damage has been spread, but the old guard is just not letting them through. This has become a library. You could hear this final incursion be the most important thing for Sick by Nature, because if they do not get on the plus end of this team fight, it's going to be bad. 6N has to run away. They're going to try and remote death, see if anyone tries to be cheeky and stick nearby. They know he's right nearby. Does it have that BR? Able to get at least 1. 2 kills left to go. To be able to get this done, get slapped down, and that is it. The old guard complete the reverse sweep. They'll be taking it forward. They got Boomer Doom just around the corner, but they send Sick by Nature out of the tournament.
Oh, that was unreal. Is the old guard pretty much teasing them of a potential chance to Sick by Nature to make a comeback, but Sways with that shot. Goodness me. I know it's back-to-back doubles, but that was definitely a highlight on itself. If that was an overkill, that would have been one of the biggest incredible overkills we would have seen over the course of these cups and the qualifiers. And as you can see, you know, we've been talking about Sways a lot with the shop. Let's talk about Noble again. My goodness me, look at that, 17 and 7. And even in the last map as well, he went absolutely huge, because again, Noble just coming out swing with that Slain Prowess once again. Great to see, and he's just doing a huge amount of work behind the scenes.
Fantastic plays, and honestly good days, because old guard had lost that previous Slayer. It was good to see them bounce back. Sick by Nature, it just felt like ever since they couldn't get that singular cap, it was that pyramid play on Origin CTF, and then everything has just been going wrong. It was good general just management, both time as well as slaying. from out of the old guard from that game onward into King of the Hill live fire, and then of course over into the McNastiness that we got out of the shock rifles from Sways. So the old guards will be moving through and just catching them around these pillars. It felt like there was a magnet for the electricity out there.
It looks like the LG from Quake. It reminded me of a little bit on the way we saw from the spec. But yeah, there were probably things that was okay. How can we methodically break this up and confirm our victory in Game 5? And Sways was just like, nah, so I'll just come out swinging with the shock. Who cares? It should be alright. It came in, actually did it perfectly. It's you needed that game changer, that little bit of spice in order to give yourself victory, and Sways was the man to do it.
Well, we've got more just around the corner. The lower bracket is still progressing. We at minimum will be going all the way to round number 5. Some of these teams are already guaranteeing themselves moving into Sunday. Happening with the upper bracket, now with the low. You guys can be able to see more of the Dreamhack Birmingham Qualifier right after this short break.
No scope.
I don't know why I let you, but you had to lie and spark in me. Lost control, falling over, getting pulled in by your gravity. Thought that I figured it out, lived through 40 passionately, but this sense of urgency has been wonderful. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could put on me, but this kind of chemistry has been wonderful. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Was it like you can't make it through the night? How come I'm not seeing
No
in
scope.
color?
Double kill. No scope. Triple kill. Killing spree.
I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now I was so clear.
Killing spree.
Thought that I had figured it out, lived through 30 rationally. This sense of urgency has been wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has been wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Was it like you I can't make it through the night? How come I'm not seeing in color?
Double kill. Killing spree.
So far gone.
No scope.
Came from a broken home, seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through
Triple kill.
Même quand je suis froide
Killing
ou peu
spree.
indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think of
Killing
the way
spree.
that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I miss it all. I just can't rest to be falling like this. Oh, why do you keep chasing clouds? If I could change my mind.
Welcome in, everyone. We're getting straight to the action. We've got some lower bracket madness going on. If you guys want to check it out, exclamation point, bracket in the chat. But otherwise, I'm Hail Monkey Man, still in the booth alongside Lethal. And Lethal, it's time for us to move into a lower round number 4. King of the Hill on Vacancy. We've got a couple of matches. So, I mean, 4 separate teams that we're going to be flip-flopping back and forth between. Good highlights, good play, and a lot of great Halo right in front of us.
Certainly do indeed. Vacancy, King of the Hill. We'll find out, see exactly who's going to be the strong indicator at the beginning of this map to see how things are going to turn out. But yeah, very excited to see how this is going to go, honestly, because I haven't seen these players too much, really, from my personal perspective. But I want to see who's going to be the standout players, especially at the very beginning here. As we're going to kick things off now with Strikey to see exactly what mischief he's going to be up to, and he's going to grapple up to try and finish another player, and if he'll be able to, huge, and already 2 kills to his name without a trade.
You know, you were telling me just a little bit ago that you absolutely abhor Vacancy. So
Actually,
we'll see.
I'm gonna retract that. I think I meant Fortress, not Vacancy.
Oh, okay.
Because-
you know what? It had an orange-red palette. I understand.
Yeah, exactly,
Okay.
exactly. Because earlier I said because it only has CTF. Obviously that's Fortress. so when I looked at us for Vacancy, I was like, oh my god, I just got two maps the wrong way round. So
I was trying to think, I was like, man,
ignore
CTF?
me.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
exactly.
I was like,
Yeah.
that'd be like one flag, and you try to run it back to base. See how it goes. But right now, some major slaying. Mexico team from Out of Impact and 9fly facing off with North America. So far, first hill, desperate control. It's interesting how this one operates because it feels like live fire in some capacity, but in the opposite. Because was it hill number 5 is top mid? This one starts off with everyone having to just go straight into the gulag.
Certainly does indeed, but he's in a good position at the moment, but trying to use that shock to the best of his ability. Managed to take 1 down, but that's 3 down now for 9fly. A good opportunity here for the lads on Impact to milk as much kill time as possible. Realises that actually they're all spawning around the other side and is trying to claw his way. 1 round bottom red, but isn't able to take him down. That was a huge play coming out for the lads on Nightfall now to retaliate, and that's going to be 2 down. But Tadpole does the best he can in that little scuffle, but isn't actually able to clean him up. Evil Glory saying, yeah, I'm having none of that, mate, as I'm going to pull back just a little bit just to recover from his shield. And looking to try and flank around again, but this needs to be in perfect sync here. But one player's already around Gerald, just trying to back straight away. One hasn't come bottom mid, it's actually rotated all the way back around. But Evil Glory, though, has done quite a bit in terms of the damage here. Just needs to go on clean-up duty as the rest of his teammates have already pushed on forward. But managed to get 2. Will he get 3rd? He won't, but managed to get a bit of time, managed to get a double and laid a lot of damage down, which is great stuff from him.
It's one of the most exposed hills in the game, or at least into Vacancy. There's only one wall they can use to defend around that back link that comes from that little stairwell section. Otherwise, you're just bare bones fighting. Exactly what you can see exposed right now, as Trusty is going to provide some overwatch to his teammate. So Ambition's going to hold hill, and they're just going to see if anyone comes from a high ground position or otherwise. And you can basically move in and out of having that hut right in front of you. They're going to get jabbed down from distance, and everyone is out from 9fly. After getting about, what, 3/4 of the hill up, Impact in a great position. Now, especially with Shock Rifle, which they owned just a little bit ago, to try and start taking over some hill time and maybe get the second one on the way.
It could indeed, as Hero only got 2 kills to his name, but trying to look for a little bit more with his shot. They've got position here. He's actually going to take a huge risk jumping over across, but that's going to be beneficial. But at least he did a bit of damage, enough in order for Strikey to come in and go on clean-up duty with that double. So he's got the hill time, just maybe one more set of slays in order to secure it. It depends if Ninefly are going to go for it, or they're just going to wait for the next hill. But it looks like it might be a little bit too late. There's 2 members already down from Ninefly, make that 3. So not only have they had 2 down, they're not in a position to get set up for the next hill either.
And it's completely on the opposite side of the map. I mean, you have that one that's basically buried in one plaza. This one completely in this octagon area. So if you're not set for that one, and then especially if you're getting some good staggered slays, Ninefly just couldn't get started. And they're already halfway through this one. Lethal, we're seeing Impact really have good ownership over just managing this map. Good contact on both. Strikey may eventually go down. They can't slide to safety as 2 go in the over-under section of that. But that will give Ninefly at least a look into this hill for the first time with 3 out from Impact.
That's right. This is a way to try and claw their way back, but even though it's a very open hill, but it's not exactly the easiest setup to hold either. Yeah, sure, you've got plenty of areas to try and hold and Ferrari peak here and there if they come around top red or bottom middle, but you have to see how this goes. But it's going well so far. Almost tied up the amount of points for this 3rd hill. Trusty's just finding his time here. Managed to get the info needed. Doesn't get the trade, but it was able to get at least a couple of shots in before getting taken down. And Ambition is well aware that he's still 1 shot underneath red, but yeah, isn't able to clean him up. Striking will though. He's been on an absolute tear. 3 dead for Ninefly. 2 just come up on a respawn. Now +5. Is Strikey just again just firing the damage down from that top red area. He's well aware of where they're going to come, all coming up from that street and top mid side. But it's way too little too late here. Already 3-0 in this first map. And yeah, we were looking for indicators here, Monkey Man, and I think this is the one we needed. And this has been a stellar start coming out from the lads on Impact.
I mean, you're seeing some fluidity out of Strikey that is sometimes very difficult to manifest in some individual players, but you're getting it from a lot of folks that even when they go low, take out a man, then you have the support, especially for everyone coming in from those spawns. They know vacancy. Vacancy can be deceptively ginormous at times, especially when you have to provide so many different sidelines, but this particular section, Strikey knows that this is a very important just intercept for info. No one's going to take this door. They've got Ninefly all the way to opposite ends, and it feels like this is going to be such a tough rush to be able to get, especially off of this crossfire. They are not guarding behind them. They know someone's coming through. That was their most vulnerable point of entry. You got 3 dudes you have to beat. They're going to try and jet their way through. Barely able to get them. Trusty was very low, but 3 go down for Impact. Ninefly, again, they are going to win this, at least engagement. They got to start getting some hill time.
Yeah, I was quite surprised they managed to break that setup. They didn't have anyone top red overseeing the A side, which was a little bit of a shame, but it was a little bit too late, really, because that's why they were able to push over quite comfortably. But if you set someone top red just to try and have a look at the layout on the left side to make sure everything's perfectly fine. One person bottom jail, so no one sneaks around bottom middle jail. And the hill guy, of course, is going to be watching top mid. There's not really too much he can do from that point unless he wants to do a quick rotation around. But you have to see how this goes. But yeah, like you mentioned, Ninefly still haven't got any hill time, or barely any hill time actually, shall we say. Just trying to pick up scraps here. And somehow Strikey just staying alive, valuing his life. Good bait and switch coming out from Hero and Strikey. And I was talking about Hero before. He had a little bit of a slow start, but he's had a few more kills on the board, has a lot more assists to his name on top of that. But in terms of the slaying, you can see from Impact, it's actually quite a bit. I think it was literally overall +11 or +12 overall, and managed to get all 4 hills. That's a statement in itself. And yeah, the series for Ninefly have to really step up their game a bit in order to make some kind of attraction, or at least try and convince us that it's not going to go or be one-sided.
Well, meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom, we go to our other match in progress. Remember, both these matches are a collision course into one another and ultimately a round number 5. But these are both LR4. Boomer Doom, that they have control in generality as they are able to get that first hill. Old Guard finding themselves in the struggle bus, but look how much neutral time. Really, that kind of screams out to me about how much was spent kind of in the slaying column of people, as Old Guard was forced to basically just kind of throw bodies at the product and see if it comes out with a solution. And so far, that's worked out to be able to at least have general hold of this second hill.
Certainly has been indeed. Plasma still valuing his life to a decent degree there until Echo and both an absolute shutdown on that. Managed to get 2 to his name. You can see it was very. Do you know what? The potential for an overkill there was extremely high. It's only he knew that other guy was already a few shots down, and it would have been an entirely different story. It's Parabola now, just trying to hold that hill and get some good shots in. Almost managed to take that engagement in the end. And Old Guard. Again, Noble. It's just been an absolute pleasure to watch. He was the same guy who just was slain out of his mind in that last series against Sick by Nature in games 4 and 5. And he's been putting in a lot of work as well, contributing to 22 kills already. You can see Reese just once more valuing their life, and this could potentially be one apiece here, depending on how this jailbreak is going to happen, but it's not going to occur at all. Parabola must get 1, but oh my goodness, 3 down already for Boom or Doom, and surely that's going to be it. 1 apiece now, as we will go back to this other series between Impact and Ninefly to see if Ninefly can recuperate from their loss at that first one, because that was a pretty heavy, pretty one-sided defeat for what we witnessed. But Ninefly Nova can try and bring this back here, and we'll start off this second map with a 1-kill deficit.
I would say that it's probably on the other end of not likely, but it would be interesting to have Impact make it through this series to get a Mexico versus Australia matchup of the Old Guard. So, you know, we'll see how both of these evolve.
We'll see.
We'll evolve. Oh, solid work with both Camo as well as S7. Strikey doing strikey things. Remember, they were looking so good on Vacancy for that King of the Hill map number 1. 4-0 right now as they've got all the toys, and now they've got 2 Spartans very weak. They're about to clean them up with another double kill. They collect that, and it's 13-4. If it was lopsided in the first one, well, it's even more so now.
Yes. What was it? From the last time I spoke, it was a 1-kill deficit. It was 5-4, and that's 13-4. So they've had literally 2 complete slays and no unanswered, any unanswered kills at all in the slightest, which is unreal, especially for a map like Lifeline. That means there's no trades happening, no numbered pushes, and just letting them get away with, well, whatever they like. Look, Striker just standing on nest. He's literally waiting to be shot at. That's the point he's got to at the moment. 11 kills up. Going back to C now to see if there's anyone top mid. The problem is, when you're giving away too much map control, this is what you can do. You've got Striking now doing it like it's the water slide around the map, just absolutely just decimating left, right and centre with the damage. How he's not been cleared up. Finally he does. But yeah, still the damage has been done. Now an 8-kill deficit for Ninefly at 18-10. And this is a big challenge. Ninefly need this. Is a huge requirement in order to try and at least make a bit of an impact. Keep this map, or keep this series overall competitive.
Slug at least got a good stop. They know that someone else is going to be coming through as well, and that's going to help out. They've got one other man rushing up, and it feels like it's just it's a light, and these are flies. And Slug has brought a fly swatter to get rid of anyone from Impact who just sees an active camo and wants to be able to get it. In their capacity, Ninefly has in fact gotten Trusty over to being the camo man. QT online, they have the idea to get someone around the scoreboard. They thought they would be nearby. Might be able to TP away as they know where their next TP spot would be. But the S7 also goes in the hands of Impact. Still now with an 11-kill lead. Ninefly is playing a lot of catch-up.
Yeah, I was talking a lot about striking. Evil Glory, 10 and 5. Hero with 7 assists. Loving the support role. I don't know if he is a support player, but he seems to be enjoying it at the moment at this stage. It's Slug now just on the pushing on forward, but he's got someone backtracking him. Decides not to double back. Definitely a good move considering the position he was in. And look at this. It's the rotation, the collapse from Impact. It's just an entirely different ballgame for what we've seen compared to Ninefly. They are collapsing in sync, in perfect coordination. You've got Striking out again. been an absolute menace to the side, but it's even re-peaking. Like, this is how aggressive they are. In my opinion, it's not something you should be doing as any player, but he's that confident that they're just going to miss their shots and he'll be able to get away with it without an issue is just unreal. I understand if you Ferrari picks and did it, but the fact that he's just jumping out in the open, just praying that they're not going to double back is insane. So Strikey is reading his opponents extremely well, and you thought they adapted in that last game. They've done even further work in this one. Now up by 17.
Gotta be worried if you're 9fly, not just the fact that you might be taking this one down 0-2, but you also might be having the stakes prepped. And so as we get the barbecue ready to go with some coal, well, we're gonna go over to vacancy, where it's become a 3-1. Old Guard with 1:33 left on the neutral timer is trying to take hill number 4 and see if they can, or rather hill number 5, and see if they can at least get within 1 hill to try and get within reach of Boomer Doom. 3 go down, make it 4. That's going to give them a lot of time to maybe finish out this hill and push us into a possible tying hill or one that completes the game.
Could be. I wouldn't be surprised if you were right in this. Oh my goodness, that was literally one of the best nades you could have asked for. Great timing as they were trying to contest this hill, but Boom and Doom, they're going to take it here potentially if there's one more push, but it's only 2 members alive. That's probably going to be it, as you saw one player try to push on him, but he pushed on his own, but he had to. Honestly, there was only a couple of seconds left. They didn't have any time to create any kind of methodical process to push that hill, and that was going to be it. But switching over back to the Slayer game, as it's already 49-32, only one more is going to do it, and that's going to be it. It's not going to be a steak dinner, but they'll be fine about that. 18 frag difference between the two. Striker, it just went off on one once again. An extremely confident individual. And he was getting quite cocky as well, which I like that. Sometimes you've got to give it a big and a little bit to show that you're not frightened of any kind of scenario you're going to be placed in. And he really did show it. And Evil Glory as well, we can't forget about him. We didn't really see a lot of him because he's more having a strategical influence with his Slain prowess. But now, yeah, he's made a big difference indeed.
Both these teams finish up their series, or rather their games at the same time, but it's going to be game number 3 for Impact and 9fly. That one could be just a summer game done quick sort of charity run with the speed at which Impact is getting things done against 9fly. We'll see how that response is going to happen out of them. On the other side of things, Boomer Doom will be going to game number 2. After just taking that last hill push, we had a 4-1 that could easily still be being played onto a hill number 6. Old Guard, they've been switched up. Noble looking great, but feels like Boomer Doom, as they've been very influential over these last couple of opens prior to this qualifier, is just trying to kind of set the record straight, set the tone of hierarchy. So, cool split screen, by the way. Shout out over to our producer in Infinity that gives us all the action as we flip between both of these. So, we go to Slayer with live fire. We're going to head over to Recharge as well, and I believe that is going to be some strongholds. So, yeah, I might be able to see all the action kind of more.
Yeah, so do I. I'm a big fan. You know, I'm always quite keen on the idea to see exactly what's going on both sides. But you can see already now, Impact already saw a couple of plays already. But no, actually, scrap that. We'll go to Boom and Doom versus the Old Guard. I think production are thinking, I think we might know what will happen in that third map. So let's kick off with this one. So a little bit more climactic, a little bit more oomph going into this series, as already it is 5 piece between the two. Is Echo now trying to stay alive with this sniper? Will he be able to? It's going to be highly doubtful, but a trade. You know what? We take those.
That was wild, considering that they were basically absolute that entire time. Oh, and then getting stuck. Oh, okay, the scrappiness that we're going to get into this fight. It wasn't exactly a 50-50 at the end point of King of the Hill on vacancy. But with the way that both these teams are fighting, if they continue to push this pace and not allow just some over methodical control, you're going to find this to be scrappy to the very end. Old Guard holding on to a very thin lead. Hoping that Boomer Doom hoping that they'll be able to at least keep some influence here from this low side of mid. Noble must be able to win out on that fight. They actually get the reversal on him and then just kind of jumping as all targets come in, but they proved enough time as the flank is coming through. A double kill. Man, one extra body to the old Ben, and now the S7 travels over to Ezzone Company.
You are right about that last game, though. The problem was a lot of those hills were a bit of a coin flip. The last hill was a great example, but it wasn't like the lads on the Old Guard didn't get any hill time in like 1 or 2 of the hills. See, they got a lot of hill time in all the hills. So yeah, it was just about closing it out, but it just wasn't to be. I'm afraid for them as Parabola. One gets taken down, jumping out in the open. Plasma has to get an important double here to try and stop this deficit from getting any bigger, and it looks like it has done, sadly for him. It's now increased by 4. As to switch over to Morgan to see what he can do, as Echo manages to get another to the tally. It's going to be a 5-kill deficit the old guard can go all the way back from, but yeah, if they lose this game and then create another reverse sweep, then that would be definitely a story to tell. That's for sure.
That sounds exhausting. I like it.
It is.
It's drama, it's theater, and that's exactly why we're observing this one versus the other. But that sounds like a very tired day of Halo.
Yeah.
Trying to escape, not being able to do so. 6 kills up is Boomer Doom, and this is becoming a bit of a stretch for Old Guard to get in order, especially as Noble finds himself dead at the scoreboard, and the scoreboard only goes upwards here for Boomer Doom.
He did get shot a few times, but was able to back away. His teammates managed to bait and switch, but then just change angles, and sadly he was cleaned up instantly. His Parabola now with this camo. Oh, camo has to get a little bit here, but oh my goodness, as if he was able to stay alive as well. That was huge. Coming out for the rest of his team with that support, but still loses to camo in the end anyway. But the main thing is, he managed to force a trade out around that sandbag. Echo would be sniped once again, backing away. Now up by 7 kills, looking to try and increase that if they can. As Echo's just valuing his life once more. I'm still surprised he's trying to hold that angle, considering the amount of damage he took. As the rest of his teammates were around that scoreboard area, so he didn't really need to peek that. Maybe he's just trying to get one shot off in order to at least try and stabilise it a bit. But speaking of the other series, this is why production are pretty damn good at predicting exactly what's going to occur. As the lads on Impact won that game already. Like, we're only 4 minutes into this, and they must have won it in about, what, 3 minutes 30, 4 minutes, something like that. And Impact have already won 250 to 14 on Stronghold. That is, yeah, they're quite keen to get into this next series.
Yeah, 250 to 14. So a dominant affair. 9fly, thank you for coming. But it will be Impact that will be the team that will be facing off against the winner of this series. Boomer Doom trying to prove that it's going to be them. Chasing down is Lido, hoping to be able to just be at least a thorn on the side. And what was a 3-kill difference at one point has become 10. Boomer Doom does not want to leave anything to question, trying to get rid of the Aussies if they can at this point.
It could also be a little bit server-sided as well. We don't know what servers are being played, but it could be on Aussie server and they can absolutely slant, but I highly doubt that. But yeah, we'll just see how the rest of this is going to go. 44 to 33 here. As now they're going to be pushing around cuts. Let's see if I can find anyone else, but we'll be greeted by a person that came out. Actually, functionally past him. There we go, found him, and managed to get a trade anyway. So it wasn't all love lost there. It does clean him up. One more player around AR. This is going to try and finish the job, which he does manage to do. Now 45 to 38, still 7-kill lead. It's going to be very difficult for the lads in Old Guard to try and recuperate from their losses. You can see Boomer Doom, they seem like very giving away a few kills here and there, a little bit carelessly, which is a little bit surprising. Yeah, actually, you've got a big lead, but you need to be careful because now we're only up by 4 kills. And you're going to regret some of these decisions when you look back on it if you take an L.
Oh, it's all boiled down to 2. Camo in the hands of Sways. Sways being told that they're heading towards key door, so this could be a key marker for success if they're able to just take him off of this flank. They know that they're coming in from that A side of garage. Is that going to be their only target? They take down 1. Can they be able to tie this one up? They have that low side of mid. They get caught from behind. Able to kill the Ghost Man. Only down by 1. Old Guard cutting a 10-kill lead just down to a single finger or 2. Boomer Doom. Did they fumble the bag by letting a couple of those go errantly? All their spawns are coming up. They get caught. You're going to have Reese try to run away. Oh, but they catch him just as he falls over the sandbags. A 50 to 48 ending on that Slayer. Old Guard trying to force Boomer Doom to sweat, but they hold on tight.
I called it as well earlier. I did say mid-engagement around B earlier. Don't start getting careless with your kills or your deaths, because then you never know. We've seen a lot happen quite a few times on live fire with these comebacks, and that's exactly what occurred. We saw a lot of the players there on Boomer Doom just running out aimlessly, just hoping just to find someone in the open rather than at least forcing a stalemate situation to then force again Old Guard to claw their way back, which would have been a real struggle in itself. And they went from a 7-8 kill deficit to just 2. So yeah, it needs to be a little bit more cautious next time. But in the end, it doesn't matter. They were able to seal that second map victory, and now for the Old Guard, another reverse sweep needs to be on the table.
It's an update to the bracket while we're going through this one, as game number 3 is just around the corner. Boomer Doom has a chance to go and face off against Impact, depending on what Old Guard wants to do, reverse sweep or otherwise. But one of our LR5 matches is done. Legion Gaming able to take it over Majin 3-1. They have a date tomorrow with YBR, so that's one of our first confirmed lower bracket matches qualifying into day number 2. So there will not be one of the European greats trying to make it in. We still waiting on both Clutch Academy and Divinity. To one of those going to face off against Noobs, and then BH3 and Out in Excelsis hoping to face off against King's Order. So everyone's slowly trickling their way forward into the next day, and Impact, they're going to get a lot of information right now, but I mean, what should they really just be keyed in on? Because Boomer Doom looks like they're closing it out just enough against the Old Guard.
I kind of feel like that ping may have been a ping issue for one of the lads on the Old Guard, because he kind of felt like he was going to be at off angle, so if he takes the last shot, he should be behind cover. But he looked like, from our perspective, it was quite open, so I think ping would have been a little bit related to that. I'm not sure what their perspective is, but from my perspective, you could see from Boomer Doom, but for that last kill, it seemed pretty far open, but I think that might have been a latency thing. I think the Old Guard probably assumed that he would be able to get, well, don't get me wrong, behind on his screen. He probably was behind the wall, or probably saw into it and probably thought, how did he see into my future? Like 2 seconds ahead or whatever it was. But yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. I think the comeback was brilliant. I think it's just more Boomer Doom just to take a little bit more caution going into these potential next 3 maps, because you don't want to start getting a little bit ahead of yourself and assuming that a victory is a victory. But the Old Guard put up a great fight in that comeback in the second map. But going back to the other series, you can see there it was pretty much a whitewash, but again, commiserated for 9-5. They did really well getting to this point, but Impact are the ones to put authority onto the series. 4-0, 50-32, and a very quick Strongholds game on recharge, 250-14. Unreal.
We go over now into a Strongholds recharge that we haven't seen yet, as we've seen all the other combos. Haven't seen this one. What went down on that 250-14? For this time around, will Boomer Doom replicate what happened just across that parallel of this side of the bracket? Will they be able to do just enough for maybe Impact to be raising an eyebrow to them? As we head over with Strongholds on recharge, you got the shock rifle, you got the camo, and I mean, you have this ABC constant alphabet soup rotation, but I'm all about sprinting it down and challenging directly into spawn. That's exactly what Boomer Doomer does as they go directly into that C plat.
Yeah, we haven't had any live fire hill yet, so I'd like to see some of that at some point. As now, oh, okay. So he managed to actually rotate around to the batteries anyway, considering at the very beginning it sways. We saw him, didn't we, Monkey Man? We saw him with that. Oh, okay, that was deflated. A little bit anticlimactic. I was like, oh, okay, it's going to come and shock him up to do something over here, but no, it doesn't seem to be the case. But goodness me, the amount of chaos going around B is unreal from both sides. And Reese trying to put a little bit of damage down, considering he was quite weak on the previous engagement. But Morgan does take up one, but gets cleaned up by Sways. Noble now having to back off just a tad, but no one's wrong around gold area. Both teams are actually just still continuing to go back and forth around that C area, as now AB Control will go in favour of Boomer Doom, and let's see how the Old Guard can now try and break this setup.
I like the flip because of the C of Spawn's position, especially having to force them into either control room or off of that C plat, ends up being such an overly exposed side. But now you have double points, trip cap unlocked, Boomer Doom trying to end this maybe even faster than Impact did against 9fly all of minutes ago. And anytime you get one of these trip caps, it gives you immediate information as to where the spawns are occurring for the Old Guard, and now they're caught on odds and ends with their backs to the wall. They are being harassed immediately as they get into the map, not even able to play the game of Halo Infinite, as they are consistently being put back to the respawn screen. Elevator will be stolen by the Old Guard, but Boomer Doom has done a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was unreal. The amount of work they managed to put in, and it's all paying off here. Especially that trip cap so early on. 3 down again for the old guard. And it's going to be a trip cap once again. B's been contested
Killing
a little bit, but
spree.
it's only going to be a matter of time before one of them gets cleaned up. It's a 2v2 scenario here. And Echo, he's pushing straight into C. He absolutely doesn't care about even forcing him around that C spot at all, as he does get a little bit of damage done. Lovely stuff on Echo. Looking to try and get another, but yeah, that's overstepped his mark just a little bit. It's Lido trying to stay alive around that B side. Managed to do it. Trip cap once again, but A's been contested. Goodness me. For Old Guard, it's like they're trying to stop themselves from getting trip capped, let alone even get 2 points and start getting some score on the board. This is unreal.
It's been consistent, it's been constant, it's been Old Guard that have challenged them immediately from where they spawned, and then they had flipped it over towards batteries. Now you're getting Old Guard that's having at least a foothold for a second. They pause the scoring and they get one on the board. It could end up being a hot repeat, and unfortunately they shot their teammate in the back, but you get a killing spree from out of Reese, 8 and 6. Someone that's missing in the same capacity of those kills right now is Plasma, who's 1 and 8. Temporarily 4 down is Boomer Doom. This should allow some good general control for Old Guard across this map, and they need to make sure that stays that way to set up some of these crossfires. And this, as well as CTF, 2 of the toughest modes to really establish just good teamwork and control. I like that they somehow decided to not look at the corner. Easy back taps for Sways.
Yeah, it's been a little bit uncharacteristic from likes of Plasma, but you know, he's running struggle bus now, but as soon as he gets a few more kills underneath his belt, then he should be okay and be able to ease himself into this game. But let's be honest though, it's way past the halfway stage here. 3 down for Boom or Doom. Now, only 1 down, make it now another down. So the death sync is now completely off skew now. So this is a great chance for the lads on the Old Guard to either try and go for a trip cap or to maybe just stick with B and C, which no one really wants to do because it's going to be an absolute nightmare. So they are going to go for the trip cap, and if they get C, fine, let them get C. Hold A and B, have a good setup on Golden and Elevator. Just make sure just to keep them out of arm's reach. And it looks to be the case here as they do take A, but sadly for them, B is already being contested and taken by Boom or Doom.
Now they've been kicked into the corner, so as much as they have A, well, I mean, they're now being forced to be living in the crib of A. All the babies in one spot and they're in timeout. A will be flipped. Well, at least maybe in a moment. Ezzo has decided they're going to take at least a field trip away, and the rest of the squad does come in. Trip cap back online, and we are sprinting towards the finish line in favor of Boom or Doom. Plasma just trying to sprint to stay alive. How they turned around and got that kill, I have no idea. But enough damage, at least from some team shots, ended up working out in Old Guard's favor. It is still points climbing. We're about to hit 200. Lethal, something miraculous and heroic has to happen. Boom or Doom looks like they're about to close this one out.
Yeah, it's just been all gas, no break for this Boom or Doom squad. They've just not let up at all in the slightest. And you can tell it. You can tell from every single one of these players, they are being extremely aggressive. But it's all that strategic aggression behind it. And now you've got Parabola just to make things 10 times worse. He's got the camo, he's got the shock. Managed to take 1 down, and he's looking to potentially get A shortly, but he's just helping his teammates with C to make sure. Oh, yeah, I've done very well. And he managed to get it as well. Lovely perfect kill coming out from Parabola, and he's still got this camo, and the Old Guard don't have an answer to it. They can't, you know, hold back defensively because they've got no points. They're potentially going to get trip cap now, depending on the circumstances. And yeah, Parabola just absolutely going off, just being quite cool, calm, and collected with his camo, and just letting his slaying powers do the work. And again, have to go across to A, and he's contesting his hills so well.
You say that he's acting very parabolic. Gonna be have huge highs and huge lows, and then be able to turn right back up. Trip cap for the time being out of Old Guard as they try to stave off fate in the future. A will be at least sat upon by Parabola as Sways is caught from 2 separate angles, 1 on control room and 1 from the top rope as they get RKO'd. B aimed to get flipped. 29 points left to go. Boomer Doom has themselves a possible date with Team Impact. But A is gonna get flipped? No, it gets contested as Plasma and Noble hit the dirt, but Old Guard's still scoring some much necessary points. Oh!
Oh, blimey, gets a nice double to his name, makes it a triple.
Reversal.
And looking just for 1 more to add, but it's just not going to be. But would have been nice though, but this is just adding salt to the wound really now, isn't it? At this stage considered. But if you actually look though, they've almost got a trip cap still for the Old Guard. They are really giving it their all in order to stay in this competition. They've got AB set up, So this is a good way to start things. What isn't a good way is the fact that they just lost 2 members of their team from that original A setup. So they will be able to claw A back. And this is where Boom and Doom have got to think to themselves, right, what do we need to do in order to secure this victory without letting them get from a knife's edge of potentially winning this? Because we saw it in that second game in Slayer, where there was an 8-kill deficit and they were having some huge issues trying to close it out, which they did manage to do. But yeah, the old guard really did a great job in order to be able to claw their way back, but I don't think it's going to happen this time round. 242 to 95. It's going to be a trip cap. That should be it for the lads. And sadly for the old guard, commiserations to them, they are out. But Boom and Doom put on an astounding performance, and Boom and Doom will now see themselves going into the next round of the lower bracket.
Good work by Boomer Doom. Felt like it was another day at the office for a little bit, but they still had a very ornery old guard to have to deal with. Got to give some love over to Reese with his trip cap. Shock rifle love is there. When you're fighting through 200 ping, I mean, this is even more impressive. But still, overall gameplay and overall team play, Boomer Doom was able to take advantage of the moment and of the overall series. Old guard feels like if we could be able to get them on land, there could be some crazy iterations happening at Dreamhack with them. And, you know, maybe someone will pay for some plane tickets. Unfortunately for them, they will not be making top 4 or the second day. On the other side of this one, though, Boomer Doom does have to deal with a very quick Mexico team out of Team Impact. So, man, this is going to be a wild one. Considering how fast Impact took care of 9fly, do you think they're prepped for the much more clinical play from out of Boomer Doom?
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult task, isn't it, for Boom and Doom? But Impact, they did look stellar. They looked amazing, don't get me wrong. I kind of feel like Impact were just a better team by an absolute country mile. But Boom and Doom, after the performance I just saw against the Australian team, yeah, sure, don't get me wrong. With the Australian team, they probably had a ping about, I don't know, 160 to 220, depending on where they are in the region. And the fact that that Australian team was still able to put on the performance, the stats, the games, the series they're able to do throughout the entire tournament is, it's a huge feat. And that is honestly unbelievable. As people really do underestimate how hard it is to play with such high latency. But for Impact or Boom or Doom, honestly, it's anyone's guess. Give me game 1, and then I'll be able to make a unanimous decision considering the circumstances.
Well, we'll see that. We won't get to see the Australian Dream, but we'll get to see even further cross-international play because we have Mexico versus NA right after this short break. More of the Dreamhack Birmingham Qualifier right after this.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Killing spree.
Are we just backseat lovers? Am I
Killing spree.
wasting my time? Moving fast undercover. 'Cause I know you'll never be mine.
Killing spree.
Looking left me kinda lonely. If you can see what I see, I'll just take a backseat for now. I'll just take the backseat.
Killing spree.
I'll just take the backseat.
Double kill.
I'll just
Triple kill. Killing spree.
Am I just a backseat lover? Are you just passing your time? Mess around like it's summer, as long as the attention is mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely. If you can see what I see, I'll just take a backseat for now. I'll just take the backseat. I'll just take the backseat. Backseat lovers. I'll just take the backseat.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to an open door. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. Braver than you know
Double kill.
it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver course, 'cause it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack.
Killing spree.
Braver than you know it. You're
Double kill.
stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
Perfect.
So last match of the night here for Dreamhack Birmingham as we're trying to get you guys through into day number 2. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Lethal. And we were actually literally seconds ago just talking about it. This has gone very quick ever since we had some of those upper bracket matches. Lethal, a lot of 3-0s, a lot of very decided sightings, but you had kind of made mention of it. It's all business today. There's nothing left to sort out. These are your rosters, and everyone has come to do business.
Absolutely right there, mate. It's, you know, the previous 2 cards were based on seeding, so they weren't putting an A game in, but or maybe some of them were, because seeding, like I said, is very, very important. The higher the seed you've got, the easier way you've got into the upper bracket or lower bracket, depending on the circumstances. And you can see now that they are really giving it their all in order to get that top 4 spot to qualify for Dreamhack Birmingham, for all an important expenses paid trip all covered for them, and that is going to be very beneficial for anyone who's had to get into that top 4. But as you can see, some big names there. It's still so far in the lower bracket. Still got King's Order, the EU team, looking to try and make a go of it. Got YBR versus Legion Gaming, another big one as well. And you've still got some of the upper bracket teams that still left to drop down, but we won't be seeing them until day 2 tomorrow.
Most important is to be able to make it through those 3 rounds down there, because your upper 4 makes it to the lower semi. That is where the road ends just for qualification. We still play out the rest of the bracket for seeding going into the proper tournament in Birmingham, but otherwise, you gotta win 3. Those are your top 4 at least, or top 6 rather, at minimum, with Shopify Rebellion, Inconceivable, Luminon Gaming, and Usubeni. All these squads have been here before. In case you didn't realize, Luminon has taken on as the banner for the previous Decepticons, who have been very, very prolific about forcing this field to not just be Shopify Rebellion dominated. Still though, we got a lot of work to be done. And Impact and Boomer Doom, only one of these teams gets to make it through this series to Sunday.
That's Right, that Mexican powerhouse team we saw earlier on looking to make a go of it. Boom and Doom put a stomp there onto the Aussie team earlier. So honestly, it's going to be very difficult to comprehend what's going to occur in this series. But this first game, I always feel like a Queer CTF is a great indicator in terms of how this could pan out for the rest of this series. Of course, it's going to be back and forth, but honestly, this is do or die time for these teams, or all these teams here in the lower bracket. But we're going to kick things off with Impact versus Boom or Doom, starting off from Hero's perspective. And already, going to get that camo, and looks like it's contested as I save out. One of the players dropped down. There's Lido Master drop down, stop the camo from being initiated, and makes them burn it. So that was a huge play coming up from him.
See if the same level of impact is made by these Impact players. We got to see, what was it, Strikey and Evil Glory. They were massive, but they both get cleared out here in this initial insurgency to try and take over Boomer Doom territory. But with this map in particular, you don't have any power weapons, and you just have the camo to have to work off of, but it's still taking over top mid is such an important position, especially for rotating in, out, and away. A lot of as ends up falling down. 3-2 as well. Flag trades as we're going to be meeting in lane.
So they will indeed. I believe that is Morgan, but I could be wrong. I think the M's is probably a huge giveaway, as Hero's going to now try and get the hit flag back and run it down at the same time, but he's just double checked to make sure no one else is coming, but he's well aware that flag has been contested, and great bait there, and a great way to try and at least value his life. Everyone back, but again, I'm surprised he hasn't been taken down yet, which is huge. The amount of damage and the kills he did there, that was worth its weight in gold, and that was massive coming up from Hero.
It was a big defensive play, but I'm sure after running that flag all the way forward, they wish it wasn't just purely defensive, because they had tossed their flag forward, hoping that a teammate would be able to get it. They survived the onslaught and the rush from out of Boomer Doom, but it ends up into an even stalemate here through our first minute and 40 plus. So Impact has been forcing Boomer Doom to kind of start, or at least start a time or two, trying to work their way up the stairs. Both players go down as they're able to be in the crossfire and crosshairs of Impact players. So consistency through these first couple of minutes. A lot of good parity between the speed at which both these teams were executing. I had my questions early on if we would see Impact ready for the gameplay from out of Boomer Doom, and Boomer Doom seems also ready to be at the speed that Impact wants to play.
That seems to be the case. Strikey and Evil Glory are going to be the two players I'll be keeping a very close eye on Impact, because they were the two players in particular who were just slaying out of their minds in the previous couple of series, and they've been very consistent across the board. So we need for them to continue to be game changers here, especially in this series. And it's 3 down now for Boom or Doom. Impact going to be trying to run away with this flag and just trying to at least solidify this first cap if they're able to. But the problem is there's 2 down now for Impact. And will we be able to cap it? Should be able to here, and yes, they do. And they are in a position to counter cap. No, they're not in Gen as of yet, but once they've got control of it and be able to be getting a little bit spread out with a decent setup, they can go on the counter.
Impact has been able to get some very long steals so far, and Boomer Doom has only ever moved that flag into the utility room. So really feels like Impact has been forcing this to be at their pace. Boomer Doom had stepped upwards into it. Now they are kind of dragging their feet, hoping to be able to just turn this one into a breakneck casualty, but they end up just kind of slamming themselves into the wall. Trades all up into that util. 3 end out for Impact. Ooh, sliding in just to see yourself get caught down by Evil Glory, as they're gloriously evil, putting down damage in 2 sides of the room. Now Boomer Doom has someone behind enemy lines all the way towards Impact base. Still can't really get up into the flag room though. They've gotten that far. That's about it.
Double kill.
Glory have been cleaned up, but Hero is really been stepping up. He was playing that support role in previous games, but now he's really taking it up a notch here. It's like they're trying to stay alive. It's not going to be, but at least keeps 1 player weak in courtyard. Tabvol is going to be pushing towards top card. Let's see if he can find that initial player clear, but he is well and truly gone, and so is he. Parabola with a nice 5 there, and not going to be a trade as Lido managed to stay alive and now push on forward to try and pick up this next flag.
Lido trying to do the same thing they had just a moment ago. It's been a better invasion from them, but it's been sniffed out by Impact. All players, high and low, are here. Oh, one player going down, your teammate dies right in front of you, and then you have to back up. Boomer Doom has been escorted out of the room. 3 of them fall. Impact is not having any of it as they now counter invade into blue util. Have a chance to really just kind of rush this one forward, especially taking advantage of this spawn. Oh, they both fall. Looks like a quickly and just through one. It's not, but everyone just like dominoes. It becomes a triple kill at opposite. Lido bursting onto the scenes and making sure Impact feels the same thing.
Yeah, Lido's been an absolute menace on the server for the entire game, going 16 and 11. And a slightly slow start, but it's completely turned up its head here as Tabvol, a crucial double there so they can keep that gen control. But look at this, Echo still holding top pink, which means he can try and trap them around that fridge area and still can do so here. The objective, a little bit slow for my liking in terms of managing to pick it up and put it on the move. But look at this, Echo just doing so much work here. And look, they've got top pink, top car, and they've already got a player on car with a flag as well, getting away. This should be a guaranteed cap.
We go into even Stevens now. Took a little bit of time, and it did require Lido to not wake up once, twice, but thrice. They were stopped at the door several different times, but Impact looks like they have a counter almost immediately. Everyone going down for Boomer Doom. So they do surround base. The one problem is the last time that they overextended into trying to be able to find some of these fights, they came out with an immediate counter play by Boomer Doom that then evened up this entire game. Oh, Parabola. Don't want to get double naded out. They're trying to survive just for the time being, and that does end up being Strikey. That kind of gives up their temple side. That flag is moving, and eventually they get one, but they trade out much the same. This one should be a quick cap by Impact, as they just are just thieves of the night, stealing this one straight out from underneath Boomer Doom.
Certainly will indeed. It's going to be 2-1 in favour of Impact. And shout out to Frenzy for the name correction, calling SO Echoed. Literally, it's weird because some people will use like a different letter to pronounce it. I'm just like, oh, it just mean Echo. But no, it is Ezo. Do apologise. At least I know Ezo won't DM me and go, you got my name wrong. So that's why I'll crack on from there. Speaking of the devil, Ezo now is just looking to pull the flag. Just be a real fawn on the backside. Not to take the flag as of yet, but at least get a reaction from the lads on Impact.
See if they can glean where those spawns are going to go. I actually like this. When you get the flagpole, you get a couple of kills, and then you see if you force them to the fridge. It's a tough place to have to recover. And they're like, oh, okay, you're going to be in utility? We've been running this one the entire time. Let me throw it out into yard. And now as they chase into that same spot, a couple of players from Impact goes down. This is in a precarious position because they have to go into a very exposed open low mid. And that's going to be Parabola that actually finds a very necessary kill if Boomer Doom wants to drag this flag kicking and screaming on his flag post all the way into base. Should be able to toss it up. He's got Ezo just above him, but they're just going to protect him instead. We'll go 2-2 here in a second.
And we'll do indeed. And honestly, this is a very, very close affair indeed. And this is exactly what we wanted. We both were well aware of how much they dominated their previous series, but there was no telling how it was going to go when these two juggernauts were going to come up against each other. And Strikey just again just laying down so much damage in that gen. Morgan also trying to stay alive and actually gets a kill. Oh my goodness, actually gets a double, and it was like they were unaware but he was still weak. Surely they must have known, but it looks like the small talk wasn't really being profound in any way. And Ezo now gonna just head towards Carb and literally just flying away with that flag. If he'd be able to cap it, that's going to be another story, but it looks like he should be able to take a little bit of damage, but like I said before, it's just a matter of time whether he'll be able to do it or not. But it looks like they are going to contest that flag and through the flag out. Corio's been an absolute nuisance, and Ezo again just doing such a great job staying alive, valuing his life, and just now just trying to keep the lads on Impact at bay.
Now it's a flag off. You're going to put one to back base, and actually they're just going to have him right by where you're going to cap it. So with 3 minutes to go, it's who's going to fold off of some of this pressure. Who's able to control the middle of this map. And Lido, with the way that they have been nasty, we might see them make an impact into this play. Oh, actually, Tab. They get caught having to drop out. They get caught from outside mid as well. Boomer Doom goes 2 down. There's still some just random skirmishing that has to be controlled, because if either team overextends right now, this becomes an immediate cap in the other direction. And look how you have to maintain one guy back. So this kind of becomes a long form 3 versus 3 lethal as they aim to back on up.
Certainly are. It depends how long the stalemate is going to occur. It's now Tabvol really come to do too much here. At least he's got a BR, so he's got at least a little bit of more of a long-range angle to try and at least not just sit by the flag and just scratch his backside and do absolutely nothing. He can at least make a go of this here. His hero is going to stay alive. No, he does not. That would have been an incredible double. But speaking of doubles, Morgan managed to get one himself.
Great defense. Just a pin away from being taken down and that flag ultimately being stolen out. The camo is actually up. Their sole focus is to try and put the man pressure that they have. They have one advantage. Trying to be able to get back over to it. They're on top of the flag, and he's not going to let him touch it. That's going to be a cap the other direction. They're going to be able to pick it up. There goes the third. That was huge. It does fantastic defense on his base. Goes right to the other side of the map and is able to get into the face of Impact and get a cap for him.
Certainly does. It's Evil Glory now. Flanking around that courtyard, but the 1v2 scenario in that position, that is just not going to happen. So you've also got now Ezo just trying to stay alive around this side. Thank goodness for the thrust. It's going to keep him in this matchup a little bit longer. I don't know if he'll get this kill here. No, he will not. But at least get some damage done on the flag guy. Both of them actually very weak in courtyard. And if he gets a trade, not even a trade, he just takes him down straight up. And that is going to be a big play coming up from Tabvolt to keep this flag running.
60 seconds. Comes down to whoever can get that fourth cap. Might have an overtime just around the corner. Impact wants to take advantage of the moment when the moment is hot. They're trying to just iron out all of Boom or Doom. They've got a weak player. It's going to be a trade. You've got Strikey that can throw this out into courtyard at minimum. He's going to do so. He's going to get chased down. Bring it all the way to mid. He's got someone to cover him. This might be it. Impact. They're trying to take it all away from Boomer Doom. If Boomer Doom can be able to get across this map, maybe gives a chance in the next 30 seconds. But cap number 4, this lead has constantly been traded hands. Impact gets it back.
Has been, but look at the stats as well. Lido 31 and 23 on the other side. Not really too much to talk about here. You can see, you know, a couple of +1s, +2s here and there, but Strikey, they've all been taking turns making a big impact in terms of these game-changing plays, and we'll see them 3 down for Boom and Doom. You know, the flag has been pulled, but it should be it anyway, considering they're 3 down momentarily. This one side returns, and that is going to be it, but that is going to be all she wrote. And yeah, goodness me, what a way to start things off in this last series of the day, 4-3.
Had Boomer Doom really evolving over the course of that game. Felt like Impact had started very fast. They were used to being quick, especially from that previous matchup where they were taking it to 9-fly like no one else. And then Boomer Doom had a squirrely, wily Australian group that they had to work past. The collision course between both these teams seems to be very much a explosion, if you will, because that one was non-stop. We got to see Lido being just so just kill mindset. 31 and 24. And from the other side of Impact, they never bat an eye at it. Even after losing kind of that flag off standoff, it was them immediately kicking right back into the game.
It certainly did. It was very chaotic, but in some areas there was some organised chaos there. As I didn't expect anything less from these two teams as well. The way they played in the previous series, this is kind of what we were gunning for. And what a first map. You know, we've had nothing but 3-0 sweeps, and it looks like this one isn't going to be one. Well, I say that, but I hope to God it won't be. Or else we'll have to see. But yeah, Impact just played extremely well. Like, they're very back and forth. Some great setups from Boom and Doom, especially covering some of those caps, as a couple of them were very well organised, not really too sloppy in the slightest. And you had everything and more in that Aquarius CTF game.
Couple triple kills here and there, some great defenses, good counterplay. Got to see Morgan really just run the map. This one was actually that big cap pull after they had a fantastic defensive stand against some Impact players, but it was Impact that simply put, we're going to be able to take a couple away from Boomer Doom and just not let them have a chance at it. So we go to Street Slayer. Can Impact keep the speed up? Can they force Boomer Doom to trip over themselves? Or does Boomer Doom have something of gloom to put over Impact? Let's go to Streets.
Yeah, let's hope so. We know what Streets TS can be like. It can be quite slow until the camo appears before your very eyes, and it will be for the next 10 seconds. A few shots placed into the stairs, but Hero still trying to stay alive, but Evil Glory was able to give a helping hand, able to push on forward to try and grab this camo. players from Boomer Doom have to credit if he's able to stay alive. He actually flew straight past it, but he is aware that someone is lurking. Does see this. And you can see that from there he was just doing his best to keep tabs on him because it was so important, especially with the camo lasting so long. Parabola was the end. He's actually able to take that strikey. Ezo able to stay alive after that scuffle, which was a little bit of a shock factor to me on Evil Glory. So switch over to Parabola because he is going to be the game changer with this camo, long as he stays alive, which he has. Absolutely crucial.
Good pick up as well, because that means he hasn't died on the early sprint, as well as able to get some key information. They know that they're all to the back end of PD, so all of Boomer Doom is starting to surround this corner. To get one more no, they are eventually cleared out. They did at least get a kill or two while hanging out with that camo, so good looks from out of Boomer Doom, but still only 2 behind are Impact. Pretty balanced at this point in time in the first 20 kill spread between both of these squads. Boomer Doom is making use of some of these kind of retreat positions, and I mean, they're actually pretty spread out. Look at this long line. They're basically through mid, whereas Impact has a lot of them underfoot as they're having to play from a high ground position into them.
Yeah, they certainly have indeed. Still Boomer Doom with that 3-kill lead. You can see they just can't help themselves a little bit. They're just trying to like peek and poke here and there, trying to make an initial push. You saw that one player on PD just trying to establish a little bit more map presence and map control, just holding the entire PD area, but there was 2 players already waiting for him, and now that's going to cost him another kill, so that's going to be a 4-kill deficit that the lads of Impact are trailing behind. But one guy was hiding on PD, but will get cleaned up immediately. But this camo is vital here for Impact. It's Lido who gets the kill. That's 2v2 now for this camo.
Having his killing spree taken from him. From now Red Gun Control, which originally I think it was in Impact's hands, went over to Boomer Doom, and now has been picked up again. Evil Glory at 8-4. Much better recovery, because I think they were down by 1 point by 4. Still, it's been a couple time or two, and even now here for Impact. And Streets can be such a slowdown game. We saw it a couple times for Slayer in our previous matches. Boomer Doom is just not letting them sprint through, but they are getting a bit too ambitious to get right back to the enemy lines as they now try to be able to take him on from this pillar's position. It is so cat and mouse. What in the world? Just trying to be able to take each other from that window, and finally they say, tag, you're in.
Dear me, 3 down for Impact, but there was 2 down for Boom and Doom as well, as they've closed the gap here, 26-25. Actually almost tied up, depending on how this next engagement is going to go, but Ezo is going to be able to 5 him, no problem at all. 2 down now for Boom and Doom, and 2 down for Impact as well. Very back and forth, and you can see the aggression as well from both these players. Neither one of them wants to have a stalemate. They're trying to get one better of each other, and it's just not working out. Or it is, but then it's just going to get traded instantly. There's Morgan now just staying alive. 3 dead for Impact. Now it's back to Boom and Doom with the kill lead again by 4. Once again, this next comer is going to be vital. Come up in a minute.
Suddenly it's a 5-kill lead. It was 1s and 2s and the constant trades. All you had to do was be able to settle in and finally just not let that become kind of a 50-50 melee between one another. And Impact is down to that handful or so with Boomer Doom. You have a couple of Spartans that are just playing hopscotch as they continue to jump all the way into Red Room, and I think that Stalker Rifle, yes, in fact, did spawn. 11-5 has been Parabola, but they don't even get to use the Stalker Rifle as it will fall dead under the red lights. Still, 4-kill lead. We're about to be only 10 left until Boomer Doom is going to take this game, but it is not at all far and away as Impact is nipping at their heels.
Gory now just let's see what he can find, but will be greeted by someone mid and pistol, so that's not something to shout home about here. But Hero did try and get rotation. That was very big from him as well. Nice double. Surely this is going to be a camo in favour of Impact here, as Hero's just going to try and get away, and yes it is. So not only have they caught up and completely crushed that kill deficit, they can definitely take the lead. Because see, one top of C stairs, one top of C, one around Red Bend and one at B. He took that risk as well, and that was not what he wanted at all. I think he was expecting at least a couple of players to have eyes around a C drop down, but yeah, just very unlucky. It's obviously made the assumption, and in all fairness, it was the correct assumption. Sadly, no one was here, but look at this. Everyone stuck around PD. They could definitely make a comeback from this and get away from that deficit. One player is extremely weak in PD. Ezo actually managed to get 2, so we're now at a point where it's a 3-equal deficit, 48 to 45. And Ezo's going to take a very risky play here to try and close this out.
Couple kills, you can be able to get that trade. Then you'll be able to get 1, make it the next one as well, and they stack the bodies in their favor. Feels like Impact had a turning point in favor when they went 40-40, had that camo, but then, be it an assumption, miscomms, or just not being able to execute, whiffing onto that melee, they came out the worst, went 42-43, and then everything rode the right way on the gambling matter for Boomer Doom. That would have been the mark where you win that fight and you start turning it around. Unfortunately, they formed a silhouette with that sidekick.
You could see as well, Ezo, like, not only was he shouldn't have jumped out top C. That was it's one of those accidental good plays. I always call them that, where it's a move that he definitely should not have done but got away with it. But you saw that he tried to, make up for, that jump as well, and he was crouching behind one of the flower pots as well, just in case someone was around bottom A or top mid, trying to clean him up. But no one was there anyway, which is quite unbelievable considering how open the middle of the map is, and you're telling me that there wasn't one person at the 3 of them who was there just to keep an eye out for any one shots dropping down or anyone weak for that matter coming out from bins or C stairs or top C. I was a little bit surprised about that, because that could have been an entirely different ball game considering he had camo, and the best he could do was go for the trade, because one of his teammates was actually the ones who clean him up again.
Now we actually have something different for the first time. Well, maybe not for the first time, because we have seen Old Guard going into a reverse sweep, but we have an even Stevens going to game number 3. So a little bit of a different identity into this matchup. We kind of expected to a degree that it would be this competitive, which is great to find, because one of these squads, only one, gets to make it into day number 2. So oddball recharge, another charge ball. A lot of repetition happened between some of these overall setups, but this one, no matter what, we will have recharge ball, and then we have Lattice King of the Hill. So that's going to be an interesting one. King of the Hill onto Lattice has been one of my favorites now in recency, but feels like this is a good kind of stopping point. Maybe not a stopping point, but it's going to be a longer pause because we have a micro BO3 right smack dab in the middle of our setup. Shock rifle, camo, and a couple squads that are acting pretty quick around this map.
I don't think we've had any Lattice today at all, have we, in the slightest? We've had a fair share of heal live fire, but at least we get a different heal in Lattice anyway. But yeah, you're right. Recharge ball. This is going to be an absolute mad one, I'm sure, between both these teams, and it's been nothing short of spectacular from both these teams overall. And now Impact, they were able to take that first game, but the second game going to the other side of Boom and Doom has let them know that we're not going to let you simply walk away from the series and go into day number 2. Honestly, it's anyone's guess how this is going to go. The reason why I say that's because on the Aquarius CTF, it was back and forth with the objective, but this is where, you separate, the big guns from the smaller ones, because oddball recharge, or any ball game for that matter, is very objectively minded in terms of how you've got to approach this map. And Parabola, in terms of approach, you might want to try and jump a little bit better going towards that shot, but it doesn't matter. He's managed to circle around anyway. And what a huge nade, and camo taken down straight away.
That's gigantic, because Parabola had a chance to go and get that shock, and we all know shock plus camo equals everyone dying. And the fact that they had to go away from that off of initial shots and then went down to the staircase where an Impact player was, just a series of unfortunate events for him. Shock rifle ends up finally being fired off. It does change hands right back to Boomer Doom, because Impact can't really dictate positioning and possession of the rock. It does end up with a Evil Glory perfect. There's someone rotating through and around that blue pipe section. They got the call from one of their teammates, but they still have to go and at least rend this from out of Boomer Doom's hands. Did they see that? Yeah, they're right next to you. They had no idea Parabola was nearby.
Do you know what? We've both been saying Evil Glory, but is it Evil Glory? Or am I just seeing...
Oh, it is Glory.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's an Evil Glory. Yeah, because I was just like... completely, my brain was fried. I was like, I'm sure it was, unless it's been changed in the last match. But anyways, going back to it, we've got Tabfol with the ball around top gold and around the glass. We've got Hero now, just again playing patiently, waiting for someone to go past, and doesn't even get the trade considering he had the shot advantage. It's not something you really want to see, but Lido does manage to get the grapple onto top gold. Great rotation coming from him, but in the end, it wasn't to be. Does get cleaned up, but the kill just get traded off anyway.
Skirmish, oh, very low. Gonna have 2 one-shot Spartans. The last man to be able to see the other one is gonna be able to win this out, and they end up both killing each other. One ends up hanging high into the pipes. So, not quite dead even, but a collective of points of 19 there for Impact, and Lido is gonna tell player to go away, to not have to deal with any of that. They do at least get yet another to make Impact's defensive standpoint a lot thinner because they're trying to stream some extra players deep into Whirlpool. Morgan gets caught out as Tabvo is at least keeping them off for the moment. So Boomer Doom and Impact, it's not been really setup heavy. They've had to quickly have to respond to one another, and so they've set up towards elevator. Not exactly where you want to be. You want to be able to get back to that reset. This is a nice position to have to throw the ball out into mid if you don't really want it to be held by anyone. But still, this has been a lot more Slayer in the last minute.
Certainly has been indeed. His Tabfol valuing his life very well and still able to get a kill in the process. Oh, it's been so annoying. He may even get this kill. He does as well. Tabfol again, +1, a few assists, most objective as well. Really good start from him, and he's going to continue with that process if he can for Impact, because right now they're just about tying things up in terms of the score line. He's hands it back away, one player on elevator. So that's been cleaned up beautifully, and hiding around that box long enough that literally time bashed him there, and that is going to be it. 2 down now for Impact, 2v2 scenario here. It's going to be a little bit of an accident waiting to happen in that world, but Strikey seems pretty keen to push, and he gets it, and managed to get a double to his name.
Kind of waiting out on timing. They knew at least a couple players were weak, and then they had Parabola at the other end of things. So still just a point down. We have not seen Boomer Doom really gain much in the last couple of minutes. It's been Impact really forcing out these skirmishes to go dead even, so no one is gaining time. Oh, the post is your greatest enemy, I guess, at this point in time, as they're going to have to run straight into some splash of the nade. Again, these columns apparently are no friend to Strikey. Ezzo is going to back on up. Maybe they're going to be able to get him from behind. They do so, stopping them with the grapple hook. They go right back to getting some extra time, and so Boomer Doom are suddenly on the other end of Impact's control.
Sure is. As Evil Glory now just holding tight for now, doesn't need to go anywhere as of yet. Whole point of his position is to make sure no one pushes into Whirlpool. Gets 1, but that was a very important kill coming from him anyway. As Tabvo wants to back away and get a little bit more ball time. That was very short-lived, but has been traded out anyway. And it's now a 1v1 between Lido and Hero. As Hero is not scared of any kind of situation like this at all, but Lido decides to play, you know, the more strategical process and go, do you know what, I'll just rotate, go to Spiral and get an additional 10 or 15 seconds. It looks like we'll be greeting him anyway. Doesn't even get the trade, so Lido can get even more ball time. A killing spree to his name, and looks like he may get a little bit more than 10 or 15 seconds here. A lot more than I even anticipated, but Evil Glory sneaking from behind. And you saw Lido had a little bit of a feeling that was going to happen, so played ball preemptively, which was a good way to at least claw back to the scoreline. 50 apiece now between the two teams.
90 seconds left to go, and so this could end up into an overtime here for round number 1. Both these teams have played themselves so close. We saw it with the CTF. Got to have it with that Slayer, which came down to really just one kind of slip up off of that play in front of Tram, and now, I mean, you're dead even. Boomer Doom and Impact both lose a couple players each side. This last team fight into batteries could be all that they need. You got Camo up in a little bit. Now you got one man on the ground. Lido hits the dirt. Strikey trying to nade out anyone that wants to hit batteries. Morgan's providing some overwatch, but he's being nailed back to the wall. Strikey has eyes in the back of his head. Maybe an extra ear as he heard some Spartan steps moving from that into long hole. Now he's the only man left on the map, so anything he hears is an opponent.
Down now, Strikey's very risky. But because he's got a player down long haul, we can get towards that grapple hook area. We'll find two players going on trip stack and bottom control. The bottom control player decides to pull back, but he's going to be found by Evil Gory straight away from behind. And Strikey's still hanging around B Battery's not even being shot at. This is how good his teammates are, just in terms of their awareness to stop any pushes, to stop Strikey to even be getting cleaned up here. Lovely fight from that position, considering how much he was getting descoped. And now going to push on towards bottom A. And yeah, he's absolutely no fear. Does grapple back up, should be able to stay alive. He shouldn't really drop down as of yet, but it doesn't matter. He's able to circle his way around. But Impact have picked up the ball once again. And yeah, it's just been the Strikey show for the last 30 seconds.
That's where it will end. Round number 1, quietly going into round 2 with a 4 to 53. That was very meticulous and methodical control from out of Impact. As soon as we went to just even playing field, a quiet falling over like a library upon all of recharge, it was just up to one last team fight and control for top glass. So Boomer Doom, they want to act quickly. They send Impact to the bin. All 4 go down at the same time. Have a chance to pick up camo, shock. They've got control of the map.
They've got everything in their arsenal and more. Anything they didn't have before, but I don't think they're going to have it for too much longer. As Morgan does have the camo. They had the camo in the last round, but they lost it instantly. Like, literally instantly. Oh my goodness. They lost it instantly in that first round of Gold Stairs, and then they got shocked in the head for it. Yeah, that's so unlucky for them. But great plays getting up from Impact Tears. Hero, honestly, he's been playing lights out this series compared to the previous series. The previous series actually playing fine as well, just more on that support role. But 4 dead for Impact. Ezo with the ball now going towards the top elevator around top A, and now this is a way for them to overtake the lead. So obviously only down by a few seconds. Parabola's trying to at least put a hold to this push, or at least get some damage down so Mr. Timothy can come through. But it looks like one of the players actually double backed to try and take him down. Will he clean them up? As Parabola actually cleans up Tab Volt in the end. Anyway, Parabola just going diving on in, no mucking about there. Gets the ball, it's going to hit it straight over that elevator.
Looks like the only design in mind by Impact was, since they all spawned from that seaside, they have a direct access over towards elevator, and they basically kind of streamlined everyone save one who wanted to cycle and a lurk over towards that long haul, but wanted to go and take direct challenge into Boomer Doom's hold here. From there, I mean, they were like, all right, well, all my friends are dead. Let me throw it out into the pit. Everything otherwise has been a lot of 50-50. Now they got even more points. It was 31-19, I believe it was, whenever we had that early portion of game number 1, and Impact was able to really skirmish well after that. Boomer Doom has been taking advantage of forcing this entire wall from elevator to whirlpool to force Impact to make some choices, and their spawn has consistently been on C-Plat and Blue Pipe. They've been stuck on basically 1/3 of this map. But I was thinking maybe Tab had a chance. They shut one guy down, and this ball continues to travel undeterred.
Again for Impact, could be 4, but Hero does stay alive. That was crucial for him. If he wasn't, that could be another 10 or 15 seconds of ball time for Boomer Doom. Strikey, look at that. 23-15 at the moment. Hero with the ball. Looking to try and rotate back around, but it's dropped the batteries because he has a feeling that there's not really anything else he can do. He could have actually stayed there for a lot longer. He just wasn't aware if anyone was going to come from bottom control or top control and then start laying down some heavy fire, but that wasn't the case. It was only a guy on trip stack and C-Plat, so he could have had another 5 or 10 seconds. But again, it all depends on the callouts. Maybe the team weren't aware. We were aware, obviously, but they certainly weren't. As Ezo now, nice kill, gets the ball, trying to get that bottom control. Oh my goodness, he took that out. Unreal. Morgan cleaned up. No one gets traded as well. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario with Evil Glory just coming back on the respawn.
It's been a difficult task for Impact to gain just batteries to top gold. Anytime they've walked onto this side of the map, it feels like Boomer Doom are much more focused in on getting them down. Now Ezo down to 1 shot. Has to play ring around the rosy for this position, but eventually this one gets picked. They're all going to be spawning out onto that blue side. They had thought they were moving the ball just fine, and now points begin anew. Evil Gory, I guess, without the yell. So just trying to make this trying
I
to
knew
make
it
this
weren't
one
just
bloody.
me. I knew it weren't just me.
Yeah.
I was like, no, it can't. It
Maybe
can't
we've been
be.
squinting this whole time and that L was never there. I don't know, but
We've got the Irish glory in our minds. I think that's probably why.
I mean, they've been looking glorious today. They are positive right now. Boomer Doom, they've got Morgan at the helm. They've still got themselves at least a 34-point lead and a nice catch off of the old grapple. They're gonna get back to their scoring ways. 30 points to go.
Certainly have, but there's plenty of time left on the clock for Impact to try and steal it away. But Boom or Doom just adapted very well there in a 2v2 situation. He's not aware that someone's actually directly next to him. Good play from Lazo Impact to try and get a rotation down. Camera will be up shortly. And Strikey's very eager, very keen to try and get something done, but realises that he's not going to push in that silly 1v2 scenario, and he's just going to go back down again. All greeted by two players, one taken down from bottom elevator, the other one was still bottom control.
Toss, and then that ends up being just into open waters. Boomer Doom, I mean, they're working this very methodically into both the clock as well as position. Ezzo's going to force all of Impact to chase. He knows that everyone is spawned up, should be able to make it back over to control room, and this will land onto the bridge. It is a non-stop relay race of getting that ball up into top control. And so they throw that one open pit. This is going to be where Impact finally takes some level of possession. They're going to work this over to blue pipes, but that's exactly where Boomer Doom was basically aiming to go in the first place. Evil in a nice spot. They're going to have that shroud available. This could be a nice 10-pointer if they could, but they decided they're going to play for it, and they're just going to have everyone come to them. So Boomer Doom, they send a couple out there. Can't gather more than maybe just a handful of points at any given time.
Oh, this is a crazy baiting switch. An absolute menace to society in that engagement. I wouldn't even call that an engagement. It was just a make or break kind of moment to get control of Long, and decides to leave it anyway. But I love this from Lido. Instead of going down from Long to top glass, where he would not really have been that impactful, he decided to fly across bottom mid to Whirlpool, knowing that they're all going to spawn A and assuming that they're going to go to pipes. And that was a fantastic assumption. And in the end, second round is going to go to Boom and Doom. One apiece here. I don't think we expected anything less from these two teams. Now we're going to head to the third and final round.
They went 50-50 onto the CTF. They went 50-50 basically at the end into the Slayer. So why wouldn't you go to a round number 3 here with Oddball on recharge? So winner of this one has match point advantage. I feel like we're going to see a game 5 of the way that these two have just been throwing haymakers at one another. Winner of this entire series faces off against, I believe, with Coliseum tomorrow. So tough immediate draw into round 1 of day number 2, but that's exactly how it be sometimes. Boomer Doom has been great challengers in our previous couple of opens, and Impact is really strutting their stuff.
They really have been so far. Strikey's still on a +8. Great damage coming up from both players on Impact. We'll find one more across Long, and he was actually quite weak anyway, but at least gets cleaned up. Power Bowler gets 2 for his troubles. Lido now still trying to create a panic here for the side of Impact, and he really is. A nice double coming out from him. Evil Gory now decides to not even bother, and he still gets taken down by Parabola. As now we've got 2 down for Impact. Great time for Boom and Doom to now increase their lead.
Man, burn some utility, get rid of the shroud. 13 points now acquired. Boomer Doom has always scored first, have always had first possession. Impact has been left trying to be able to catch up. They did so quite effectively the first time round, but since then it's been tough. They have just Strikey and Gory up for a hole of a moment. That ball is in an awkward spot. Seems like they're able to invade, get a bit of team shot going. A lot of nades flying out of there. They want to take over possession onto this back end of Hydro, and meeting them was Parabola. He's like, dude, if you guys want to hold the ball over here, you're going to have to unwedge me from back behind this pillar. Finally does so, and now everyone from Boomer Doom is going 1s and 2s to try and take over again. You have a couple coming up from Long Haul, and this engagement might be leading into a possible 10-point game.
I was going to say they'll need to prioritise where they want to look, but it looks like every single one of them pushed from C, from Long Haul as well. which I didn't really expect, but I suppose due to the spawn they had to push straight through no matter. I mean, the only thing you could say is at least they've got the numbers advantage, but would have been a little bit better if they're able to come from multiple angles. As now Hero still trying to cause a bit of a ruckus here, a bit of trouble here, round trip stack. Good kill to add to the tally. He's actually going even more. Sorry, I thought I was 33 and 21. Sorry, he's still going +2 with a little bit of ball time here as he's trying to get away, but is not going to be able to. Ezo, he'll be alright. He'll drop down, pick up the camo, get away scot-free. 3 down for the side of Impact, but they still got the ball. Good ball time, but also great play coming up from Tadpole there because just trying to delay it as much as possible. He's well aware that he's got 3 members of his team down and is trying to delay it enough in order for the rest of his teammates to contest the next ball.
He gave the call out that they had lost that camo fight, so it was so low, and then I had that backside of Hydro. There's no reason to keep that ball there. 2 extra players were also present from Boomer Doom, so good general play, but they've got the grapple. I have that on the camo man. It's kind of an awkward position to have to hold it because you're not marked until you have the ball, and that ended up being what killed them because they get invaded from top end. Now Impact regains control. Ooh, they lose the charge up into their plasma pistol. On timing, especially as you had someone jumping up from a shock rifle position, and now they're trying to be able to take on 2 separate targets. One man is dead, the other one is very low. Boomer Doom is forcing the issue, and Impact might have to rotate towards Whirlpool, and that means that all of Boomer Doom is starting to get these reads.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Sure, Ezo managed to get a clean kill there. He's quite keen to pick up that shot, but not yet, my friend, not yet. There's still someone top control. Even though it is quite tempting,
Enemy has the ball.
he had 2 members down at that time, but Impact have adapted so well in this 3rd round. Look at the time, and they're only just taking it to Spiral. We're striking, adding another one to the tally here. This is incredible stuff, looking for at least a 40-second lead. But he is a little bit debatable. He was wondering when they were going to push, but finally gets that play ball in. And only a couple of minutes left on the clock at the moment. So with Boom and Doom, you can tell already there's going to be a lot to play for. But with 2 minutes left, they've got a bit of time to have a bit of patience here and there. Don't get me wrong, especially if they do pick up the ball as well. But they need to try and stop Impact from taking it to Spiral every time and clawing about 15 to 20 seconds each and every time. That really is paying off for Impact at the moment.
Shock rifle's up, camo's up. There's a couple of extra toys that they can work with. The ball is up in top gold. 90 seconds to go. Once we hit about 30 seconds after this, it's going to be a lot of Slayer, and that means Boomer Doom is kind of in the bin, especially as they consistently are just rolling in single, like 1 or 2 Spartans at a time going into these fights. That's a great pickup. Strikey not only staggers a couple of those spawns, but they take the camo away. For Impact, they could be able to get the last few points here, and it would end it out, beat that clock, and Boomer Doom would see themselves now against the double match point. Oh, the good invasion by Strikey. He ends up losing it out on his angle. He's got 40 kills. 2 of his other teammates do too. And that honestly is kind of the difference being made. 70 seconds left. Boomer Doom has a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, we'll be honest with you. We haven't seen the most effective camo plays. It seems like majority of the camos, it's just been either a trade or they've kind of been out in the open a bit too much, or you know they've been caught off guard by a nade and been traded. It's been a lot of trades rather than those impactful kills or those game-changing kills. You should be getting at least 2 or 3 to make the camo somewhat effective or somewhat of use, not just a trade. You can do that any time of the week. But 2 down now for Impact. As currently Boom and Doom down for 49 seconds, but there's actually, funny enough, 48 seconds left on the clock. The Strikey was well aware that there was going to be a push coming from those A stairs, and another one bottom control. Awareness looking good. Must clean up once again. 3 down now for Boom and Doom, and this could be the final hurdle here, the final stretch. 1 set of slays left, and an Impact should be able to win this 3rd round. And
Gotta play some keep away. They end up going to the top elevator. Pulled right around the corner from a couple of players, and they desperately needed to get rid of them. 38 seconds, and with everyone done and dead, Impact actually has a chance, but they're going to try and recoup and recover together. Boomer Doom needs to take advantage of this moment. We're going to have time being gained by Morgan. There's been such a steep Slayer. You got the shock rifle. Can they be able to find even more targets? Ezo is going to catch them as they enter from Red Pipe. 6 points away from winning his Impact. and now trying to catch up as Boomer Doom. If they control these entry points, it is so tough to break into Elevator. Another camo will be coming up. Like you mentioned, it's been non-impactful, but still, it can be bait. A nice shock to the system. 3 are dead. Ezo has to get it away from the Skull Man, but it's going to be Impact. They have match point as we head to game number 4.
Yeah, he had a choice. Go for camo, it comes up in 2 seconds, or stop them from winning map number 3 in those dire moments. Of course, he had to go for the ball, but even if he did, and he took him down, the camo would have been there for Impact, free of charge, so without barely any kind of contention at all on the side. So either they would have won then, or they would have won a little bit later on. But again, depends how effective the camo play would have been. But it's looking at the stats so far quickly. Striking 44 and 35, nice little +9 from him, +7 from Evil Gory. And on the other side, a few blips there. And then we can see there's like with Lido with the +2 overall, but with a decent amount of assists. So we'll see what Boom and Doom could go in terms of how they're going to do head into map number 4.
Can Impact continue to just be an impact hammer and take down Boomer Doom? Because it's going to have to persist to a live fire, Slayer for Boomer Doom to be able to get this series. But they have to work through a King of the Hill that it's so. Once you gain control of spawns on this map, it is entirely difficult. Just ramp it up to legendary to break on out. You can be able to just sequester teams to entire halves that they do not want to be near, especially with hill number 4 being one of the toughest in the game to be able to get into with that topside bridge. So it's going to be a gut check moment. Boomer Doom, they want to make day number 2, and Impact wants to be one of the, I think, the only Mexico squad to be able to make it to the next day as well. So they'd be joining the likes of, I believe it's Clutch Academy versus Noobs, King's Order in Excelsis, and then YBR versus Legion Gaming. So if they do it, that looks like it's pre-filled, producer. I see you. The script has been leaked. Wow.
Caught you out of the trousers.
Wow.
Dan. Unlucky. We'll see how this latest game goes anyway. But fair play to production. May have to make a change, but now this series is going to go. And yeah, very excited to see how this is going to pan out. Impact, they seem to adapt very well, especially on these objective game types. We know that Boom and Doom have only won the Slayer in game number 2, and hopefully that isn't going to be the icing, because you've only got 2 Slayers in the series for obvious reasons, and now they've got to really put a finger out and try and make work of this latter skill game, and I'm sure they can. They've shown some signs of it here and there, and it looks like they've had a stellar start at the moment. 3 down already for Impact. It's Morgan already flying towards that first hill.
First hill hold doesn't always mean that they'll have it for the long term, but they do have QT as well that allows for a lot of solid rotation out of Parabola, but they don't even get to do that as they get the TP just to die. S7's in the hands of Ezo, and we saw how crazy they were acting at the end of game number 3. Hop, skip, jump that nade. Man exposes his forehead beyond the rock, and there you go. So early fighting from around this ice hill. They're going to take up this upper window position. So you have to cross through the sights of Ezo if you want to get to hill 1.
Yeah, let's see how long or how much they can maintain this lead, because like I said before, an unbelievable start. Now Hero just can hold that small rock for the time being. He's milked this hill quite well so far, but you can see how these players on Boom and Doom are going to go. You've got 2 players already heading towards red, 2 trying to push around towards that gen as well, so we have to see how this will work out for them. But it looks like one of the players managed to get around scot-free, almost got taken down by Hero, but Morgan was able to recuperate from the previous engagement from those last few shots. And Ezo just going the mad one here with the snipe, and 6-1 already.
Good looks as they had actually dropped this a little bit ago, but they are making up for getting killed over towards red side by just taking down Spartan after Spartan. Impact losing out. They're getting tagged from behind as well. Fantastic work from out of Ezo. Their first life might not have made much, but ever since then, they've been laying down the law of the land, and it's that Boomer Doom is going to try and at least force Impact away. Now they are so close to taking this hill. They want to force Impact to come to them. They're going to seal the rest of it, but it's Tab. If they can actually be able to steal this one out for under Boomer Doom's noses, that would be such a morale boost to continue just taking this momentum.
It'll be fantastic if Impact were able to somehow get this hill, but if they don't, and Ezo put in such incredible work across the board with the snipe from Red earlier on and still don't get it, that would have been a huge warning sign. You don't put off that kind of performance and then not get a hill for it. That would have been absurd. But that's not the case. Don't worry, Ezo's work did pay off, as now the first point doesn't go in favour of Boom and Doom, and you can see from the slide going +4, Ezo +6. And the other side, Evil Gory just waiting for him to put a few more numbers up, but it's just neutral on the side of Tadpole and Hero as well. Tadpole, great shots coming up from that B side. Needed to try and get away as well, but this is a good start from the lads on Impact here with this second hill. Just trying to milk the time as much as possible. Well aware that got a couple of players on the right side, 2 people from River as well, trying to get at least that rotation round or flank from behind, but the hill guy already been taken down or moved out. Evil Gory is the last person left standing, and if they take him out, that'd be huge because they'll ruin the death cycle entirely.
Finally, a little bit of boots on ground by Morgan and company as they get Boomer Doom over onto the red side. Oh, this soft invasion. You have no idea where he is. Nice back tap. Able to just get rid of one man up on top bridge. They were right near the spawn for the S7, and this provides even greater coverage. And with 4 down, might be able to run out the rest of this hill. They have an idea that Evil was just at the other end of that ramp. Someone was hunting him, and they wanted to force them to run the entire way. So that's what continuously stagger out spawns for Team Impact. And feels like Impact that first hill, as tight as it was, Boomer Doom was very much ahead of it. Same thing is ringing true right now here on this big door. Impact has been caught in the blender.
I see that Boom and Doom are quite a big fan of Lattice. Oh, kind of. He really should try to stay alive a little bit longer there rather than just try and go for that big shot. Evil Gory trying to flank around, but did absolutely nothing. Sadly for him, Strikey. One bit here, it actually cleans him up for him. No trade coming out of them. Hero trying to stay alive, and really does need to, because I think if these two get slayed out right, there's going to be a second hill going to Boom and Doom. And with 2 dead by that already, it's now a 2v2 scenario, very back and forth. As the trade comes out, it says a gunfire there. Evil Gory also trying to do the same, but there's another player, that's Morgan now, and still able to not only stay alive but put shots in just lakeside. This is unreal, and this is what I mean. Morgan just valuing his life for so long. Now all the other players have to try and get out, but this is absolute feeding itself. Finally, as you saw earlier, that second point was claimed by Boom and Doom, but striking out, looking to try and get top mid control and go for initial push.
We're averaging 1 minute and 15 on the neutral clock per hill. And if that ends up being the case, if this one goes to Boomer Doom as well, then we're going to be on the very much lesser end of 1 minute 15 available for Impact to really do much. Still, great start for them. They had that when it came to Red Side Hill. Now this time over in Green Room, they've just been basically naded out and having to push through all the explosions. They're going to have Evil holding down the base, anchoring this position. They did at least live here for a while, so they know the lay of the land for the most part, as Boomer Doom was sequestering them to this half of the map, trying to go from the south side around ice and around that QT spawn. Strikey is going to be just off angle. And you gotta almost feel like Boomer Doom just really can't find a way to break in. They might end up setting up for the next hill and go kind of north side map. Great killing spree now from Hero as they're able to get finally onto the board. That S7 hill coming up next.
Yeah, green base can be quite difficult to break, especially if it's on the river going back and forth, just trying to pick up all the one shots. But yeah, it's just one of those situations really. It was as soon as they had the lead and as soon as they had such an enormous perfect setup, you knew that they were going to come off with a huge lead and probably claw it back eventually anyway. But with his top hill though, we know how much of a pain in the backside this is to claim. If it was 3-0 and Impact were the ones who were on the back foot, then yeah, we could have said GG already. But right now though, still got plenty of time left on the clock, and for them to actually try and claim this if possible. Good shots coming up from Tabbolt. It's now rotated back around, looking to go up from top mid to capital. And Parabola with the snipe, or lack thereof, as we say. Not really getting much of an opportunity to claim any hill time here. Well, we're going to see a lot of this like dipping and diving for this hill at the very top. We may see like a few seconds here and there, but it really does depend on the whereabouts, on where their predators spawn from, and which side they're gonna attack.
This is one of the toughest hills to gain because it's so exposed out from every angle, every end of it, and you have to super control spawn. Like you have to force them to basically red side ramp and see what you can basically find from them. Otherwise, you're just getting what you can, which for right now, Boomer Doom doesn't mind that this is so skirmishy because if they force this clock to have to go low, it plays against Impact regardless. 70 seconds approaching. Impact has not been able to really get onto the hill too much. Boomer Doom has been cycling low and high. Lido is going to force them to find at least some general contact and some of the wiggles right now as they will go in and out. You see all of Boomer Doom leaning forward. Impact finding it difficult. They do eventually triangulate around him. That's going to be one man out. Double kill. Tab. Peek right back up. That's going to be a remote death. That's a triple kill. That might have sealed up this game.
Well, they needed spawns on lock, and that's exactly what they did. Many thanks to Lido with incredible shots long range. And no one was able to outshoot him at all. He was just dipping in that hill, barely even leaving it, and just absolute work damage-wise, and just put so much pressure. Don't get me wrong, the rest of his teammates were pushing him at that angle, but yeah, Lido just put in so many shots there. And look at the amount of hill time they've played. Only 35 seconds left. Once they've played this hill, this should be it, and potentially going to a game 5.
Impact trying to hold back Boomer Doom. Boomer Doom may have finally crested over the top of this hill. 20 seconds left to go. Impact is going to be running as one, but they're going to get caught from behind. Good TP off of the QT, but it's Lido that gets caught. With them and Morgan out, you have Ezo and Parabola, two of the biggest slayers onto this map, ready to take on anyone. And they've taken down most of Impact. Evil by themselves. The spawn is not going to give them enough opportunity. Heroes too far away, and we are seeing game 5. One game, Slayer, left to go to figure out who is making day 2.
They had absolutely no answer of breaking that setup. Nothing. Zero. They were pinned at red, and they were adamant they could just shoot the guy at the hill, but it just wasn't to be. And then they found out a little bit too late, but if they pushed around green, then could have been a slightly different ball game. And they could. You've got to remember, if Lido's just sitting there on his own in the hill, they could have done a numbers advantage to push around green and the bottom cat wall, but we didn't really see any of that. We kind of feel like a lot of the players on Impact were just playing their own game and couldn't decide exactly what they could have done. But you saw there, Lido, that doesn't surprise me really. 13-15, plus 15 overall, and getting all that hill time to boot. So great objective, great slaying from Lido there. Exactly what we needed to get them through into this game number 5.
Only one game left for the entire broadcast today before we take ourselves a siesta into game, or rather day number 2. And it's going to have to be settled on live fire, but you got to look at basically where Boomer Doom is not letting that previous oddball get into their heads. In fact, if anything, it's been able to galvanize their efforts. 8-1 of that mark. Ezo, an absolute menace onto this map. Everyone had a chance to really strut their stuff across this series from both Impact and Boomer Doom, but Boomer Doom showed up here for game 4, not to be dead yet.
Certainly not at all. As I mentioned earlier, they've only game they've won is the Slayer, so that's why I was a little bit worried in terms of how this map was going to go. But I'm glad they proved it wrong, because now we've got a game 5. Finally, after how many VCOs have we got to do? With quite a few. So at least the one we wanted is the last one, and we did say from the very get-go at the beginning of the series, we don't know how this is going to go, we don't know how this is going to pan out, but discussing how this is going to go overall from their previous series, it did assume like this will go to a game 4 or 5. So nice job from Boom and Doom to take us to that game 5, and honestly, this is going to be a nail biter, to say the least.
You gotta have your Slayers show up. Feels like Lido is on one right now. A couple of different games where they've gotten 30 or 40 separate kills. Same thing has happened for Impact. There's several of these games that could have been a 50-50 at any given mark. A crazy CTF where it was such an ebb and flow. Streets that had a camo play that could have gone one direction, and we might have seen this one go into a 3-0 sweep. Lattice was, I think that you and I would agree, that was one of the few much more well-decided maps. That one much more in control. But it all comes down to this for today. Live fire, Slayer, A sniper and a camo and a couple of teams that do not like each other. 50 kills for someone to have a chance at going to Birmingham.
That's right, indeed. Game 5, finally. We haven't had one all day, and this is the one we've been wanting going into this matchup here. Who's going to take as anyone's guess? That, like you said, that was a very convincing game number 4. Less about the objective and all about the slays once again, as Hero diving straight on in with the snipe. Misses the first, misses the second. Probably best to get out while you still can, while you still can. And he does manage to bail that bit. But the main thing is, yes, he didn't kill anyone, but he didn't die himself and lose the sniper. That's absolutely vital here. Is he going to rotate all the way back around? And if he gets tower control, this will be huge for the side of Impact, as they're currently up 4-2, and they've got all eyes on the camo.
Now they're going to play much more interior, especially to that Spike's lane. Now they finally get a shot into the back of Lido. So Hero basically throwing every bullet away, and every bullet used up is one that Boomer Doom cannot use. So they're going to have all of a single extra, and now the magwell is empty as they try to clear out Hero from this top side of the tower. Streaking underneath it, Evil does have the camo. So a good start right now in the first 11 kills in favor of Impact. They know Morgan is right around the corner. I think they have the QT activated. So Boomer Doom is aiming to take over territory control by having the high ground position after all the extra power play weapons are out of the way.
They have indeed. It's Evil Gory now with the camo. Managed to get one. Knows one more could be lurking, but he's not absolutely certain as of yet, but he will do now after those few shots coming out from B. Oh no, that was like probably the worst that could have happened in that situation. You can tell that both of them are like, oh, okay, you know, they're not going to shiver. We're in between, in between nest and the box, because that's like the common position when you chop down. But yeah, Morgan, a free double kill with a free nade, and yeah, that's definitely one way to kind of close this deficit. Speaking of deficit, yep, it's only 3 down at the moment. Could be 2, which it is, thanks to Parabola from behind. Make that 1. Now they take out this last one without any deaths, which they do sadly, but it does not matter. They've closed the gap here in this game number 5. Every member along Beam and Parabola is going to dive straight in, all 4 of them. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
That's tough. The respawn did not help them out. It was a box of kittens thrown in the river, and Gory's the only one that came out. Still meowing, still prowling. So Boomer Doom trying to throw them all away, and Impact an unfortunate spawn sites as everyone ends up on top of each other, and now a double kill. That has been consistently going at minimum 3 down the last couple of team wipes. So Boomer Doom taking advantage, and they are just running this map.
Free double kill.
Goodness me. 3 down now for Impact, but there was 3 down on the other side of Boom Doom as well. Ezo with camo.
Double kill.
Nice little clean up double from him. Snipes is going to be up surely. If he can grab that, or at least help his teammates grab it, this will be even worse for Impact, considering the stance they're in now. 6 kill deficit. Ezo still with camo. Not anymore, sadly. But in all fairness, it's like I said before, when you get camo, you should be getting at least 2 or 3 kills bare minimum to make it a good investment. And that's exactly what he did.
6 kills up after all of that. Boomer Doom suddenly in a much more stable position, especially because they have Morgan with the S7, putting that 50 cal bullet not only into someone's kneecap, but into someone's face. Visor goes flying off that Spartan as Gory was on the receiving end of the boomstick. And now Morgan continues to fly. He's going to aim to support Ezo. He's got 2 separate players, hoping to get them to mine the gap. Doesn't end up happening. How about a third no-scope for your troubles?
Well, that's one way to, well, I was going to say extend the lead, but look, it was still only a 4 kill deficit, still keeping this gap as close as possible. And Evil Gory now has the opportunity to pave way for the rest of his team. Still got 4 bullets left in the chamber. You can see there's a bit of a back and forth here. Evil Gory's kind of standing there thinking, I want to push, but I don't want to lose tower control, which I do understand. And now all 3 members are going back again, but there's only one. There was one quite close by. Still biding his time. But Dylan needs to back away. But he knows, he's fully aware that he is the difference maker here. He is the one who's either going to close his back, or at least it will make him extend the lead. We'll have to see what happens here. But we've gone from a 4 kill deficit now to 1. Striker just trying to stay alive. Camo's going to be up shortly. I don't know if Strikey's actually going to be able to push this if we able to, but it looks like no one's actually going to be lurking around at all. All around Gary, one of these AR as well. Huge kill, and managed to get a lot of damage done as well. If they can get this camo, they can definitely extend the lead going forward.
Dead even. Approaching 40 on either side. Half dead on either side as well as Boomer Doom. Slightest of advantages. They keep just bowing out before taking another player. Impact. They don't want to drop just by one. Neither does Boomer Doom as we are sprinting towards the end of this game. Good mark out. The camo was picked up by Morgan. So for all the positioning that Impact had into that scoreboard side, it ends up being Boomer Doom who has the last bit of information. They're going to try and run away. They know one man is one hit, and there he goes. He ends up getting caught out. Impact. They're all stuck over towards A, and their players are starting to drop out. 5 kills on either side before this game is done, and he gets caught jumping into the arms of Evil Gory.
What is going on? Yeah, it's weird. It's like some very good plays in terms of like close-in kills, and then there's some silly plays where they're just openly giving it to them, not aware of where they could be. It was painfully obvious for the all-around garage, so you're going to expect one person going to be in that tunnel just dipping and diving and just having a look to see if anyone's going to be pushing from that angle. And sadly the camo wasn't too effective. You got one, but again, it's like I said, at least 2 or 3 is going to be a good investment for the camo. But let's have a look here. 46 to 45 as Evil Goy gets one, but gets finished off straight afterwards as Lido gets another. It's going to make it a double here. 49 to 47. One more she'll do it. And you can see that already, as he's trying to get for the camo, he will get cleaned up, and Boom or Doom down from 2-1, managed to take the series, and a little bit of backsmack in there, just to say, see you later, on your bike. Any other British saying I can think of. But yeah, that's it, done and dusted. A lovely 5-mapper there for us to witness. And it's actually Boom and Doom who come out trumps, which, I'll not be honest with you, wasn't expecting.
Making an impact is our Mexico squad. Still alive, still some chance as they go to day number 2. That Slayer making up for that last play that happened at the end of Streets. This time around, Impact was just not going to let Boomer Doom have much space. It came down to one big team play and some fantastic overall management, especially of just spacing and control. It was looking like Boomer Doom was going to be taking it, but Impact, like right here, I thought that they were just putting them in the spin cycle. I think at one point they were up by 7 or 8 kills, but Impact never bat an eye. Kept fighting back.
Yeah, they were sent into the tumble dryer a few times, and I must say, with these 2 teams, I was not expecting a stalemate, and if I did, it would have lasted not very long, and that's exactly what we saw. Look at Morgan as well, popping off in the moments where they really needed to extend that lead. But it's like I said, yeah, these 2 teams, they can't sit at one place or one angle for very long. They're very keen, very eager to try and get something done and be proactive. That's why at the dire moments, when it was like, what, 47, 46, something like that, both teams were just trying to outdo each other, bait and switch and go for this camo, and it ended up being the likes of Boom and Doom to take it. It was just, it's just unreal. It's not something you would normally see. Normally people have been quite methodical with their utility, or try and find another ends to a mean in terms of how to maybe contest the camo, or maybe do like a full-on numbered flank, but it wasn't like that at all. Both teams were just like, oh, do you know what, let's just face off a camo and just see what happens. And that's exactly what happened. Got Boom and Doom taking it, and we'll see them tomorrow.
Well, that was going to be the end of day number 1. Let's show the bracket. Let's show the evolution of what all was able to happen. And maybe our producer showed the script just a step too soon, but it really did pan out in a fantastic way. It's going to be Noobs versus Clutch Academy, King's Order, the Lone EU going in against In Excelsis, and then YBR versus Legion Gaming, and through a game number 5, Impact in Coliseum. Impact being the lone Mexico squad. So, still a full international grouping. We do also have our upper 4, as Shopify Rebellion will be taking on Inconceivable, Luminon Gaming against Usu Benny. Those squads are guaranteed somewhere in the 6 range, but everyone has to, at minimum, get to that lower semifinal onward for that to be an upper 4. Whoever wins these semis is good to go. We still have seeding, we still have everything that has to happen. The tournament will play itself out, but those guys are going to be given that seat over into the Birmingham Dreamhack tournament. So Yeah, it's also first on deck tomorrow is going to be our Shopify Rebellion versus Inconceivable matchup. So if you're trying to set your clock to what we're doing with the Dreamhack squad over here, especially with some European Halo, that's going to be our first one, and then we'll do that semifinal as well as the Luminon versus Usubeni match immediately afterwards. But Lethal, you've been casting like all day today, man. You've been doing some great work.
Oh, cheers, mate. You've not too bad yourself. You've been absolutely fantastic. And I believe this is the first time we've casted together, isn't it? And
Yeah.
more tomorrow. So we've got plenty more Halo action, plenty of bangers here. And you know what? I'm glad we finished off with the game 5 because these 3-0s, I'm not going to lie, I was getting a bit bored of it, you know. I wanted to see at least something a little bit close and dicey, and that's exactly what we got. What a way to finish things off. And if that's even just a glimmer of what we're going to get tomorrow, then yeah, day 2, I'll be extremely excited.
It's going to be fantastic. A lot of love over to our production. We've got Infinity, Meg, Drax, and Reed all handling putting our faces in your spaces as well as doing some awesome observing. We also had Wonderboy and Hixie alongside yourself, Lethal, to be able to put some words to all the awesome teams. For all of you out there, thank you so much for joining us. Shout out over to LVT for the big raid and, of course, helping out with some of the extra streams that we got to be able to see. All the players that did the same thing. But for tonight, I'm Hell Monkey Man. That's Lethal. You guys have been awesome. We'll see you tomorrow.
Double kill.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in snow. My head is up in the ground. Maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes.
Double kill.
Bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill.